feeling of just knowing a game is right for you when you first lay eyes on it is such a great feeling.
The thing that happens is you start to feel the excitement just build up.
I'm thinking about it all the time, even in my sleep.
Incluso a veces por una misma comunidad. Te llegas a enamorar bastantísimo.
I play video games because I love stories.
Experiencing worlds that you can't experience as yourself.
I guess video games allow me to be what I can't. It's fiction, but it's not.
And come home, log onto your PC, and disappear into a different world.
I am a part of something bigger, a part of something beautiful.
As an autistic person, video games give me a place where I could be in a world that made sense to me.
Well, I will tell you that all of my family play video games.
Me and my brothers, we would share the computer 1 hour at a time.
저는 제 와이프랑 게임을 가장 많이 해요.
I'm really enjoying playing video games with my dad.
My children.
My little sister. That connection between video games, allowing us to converse with each other, added a lot to our relationship.
Games like the World of Warcraft let me meet people that I probably never would have.
I can honestly say I met some of my best friends through playing games.
We have this connection that allows us to share our joys, to share our achievements, to share our growth together.
Every time I'm able to achieve something, I'm able to make myself proud.
Killing heroic Blackhand back in Warlords of Draenor was one of my favorite memories.
I managed to find that one hidden pylon with my one Mutalisk.
We beat hardcore Inferno Diablo.
I was able to hit gold in competitive in Overwatch.
I had someone say, oh, I can't lose to a girl. And I beat that guy.
So I was able to slay this warlock as a little gnome holy priest, freaking out and screaming the whole time.
Adrenaline through my body was going crazy.
Pela caminhada ter sido tão prazerosa e pela conquista ter vindo.
A gente se sentiu muito, caramba, a gente conseguiu algo incrível aqui.
I killed the Lich King! I killed the Lich King!
当我夺冠的时候，现场的女性工作人员，包括有些男的工作人员，他们都哭了。
Many years ago, I was doing a quest in Terracar Forest, and a lovely little mage came up and said, "Would you like a hand?" They helped me for the rest of the day. We've been married now for over a decade.
Those video games filled a void. They filled the friendships that I didn't have. There isn't a huge LGBTQIA+ community in my city. So when I was able to play a video game, I was able to start talking with people who didn't really care that I was a gay male.
But video games were my escape. When I was a teenager, my dad was diagnosed with ALS, and I looked to video games as a way to escape from that sort of reality. Everything happens for a reason, and I'm just glad video games were there for me.
I'll never stop playing video games.
There's no way.
I imagine myself one day being an 80-year-old grandpa gamer.
Playing video games has shaped me. I don't think I would be who I am today.
My passion, my interest, my excitement, they belong.
Video games opened for me the world.
And because of that, I'm forever thankful.
And I can't wait to see what the next generation holds.
Welcome to BlizzCon Line, a celebration of 30 years of Blizzard communities and 30 years of Blizzard games. 30 years is so many years, and last year maybe felt like one of the longest of all. But throughout the years of Blizzard Entertainment, from 1991 to today, many of us can associate certain games with milestones in our lives. Maybe you were a little kid the first time you played The Lost Vikings. Or in high school when you first played a Diablo game. Or maybe you met your partner while you were playing World of Warcraft. That's the awesome thing about video games. They give us experiences that are relevant to the times in our lives and experiences that we carry forward with us. Games are here for us during good times, and they're here for us even when we feel alone or maybe uncertain. Games are coming home, familiar, comfortable, with a connection and a sense of belonging. And while many of us spent most of 2020 in our actual real-life homes, games became even more of a place to get away, to be free from outside concerns, even if just for a little while. So, this is pretty weird. Usually, when we start BlizzCon, the opening call is to my favorite Warcraft faction, the Alliance. Or my favorite faction, the Horde. I get confused. Usually, I'd be speaking to 40,000 of you in person at the Anaheim Convention Center and millions of you around the world. And usually, that would be a perfect way to celebrate. But nothing about the last year has been usual. The pandemic has been hard on everyone, and for many different reasons. But if there's one thing that the last year has taught us, it's that being apart physically doesn't stop us from moving forward. It doesn't stop us from connecting with our player friends around the world, diving in as warriors and heroes, and checking on each other as humans. It doesn't stop us from sharing our latest epic gaming story or celebrating those of others. Games continue to unite us. Now, to be honest, I wasn't sure how well Blizzard could work from home. There are thousands of people, all needing to work together in creating our universes, games, and experiences. Never has it felt more true that it takes a Blizzard to make a Blizzard game. And in 2020, it became clear that the magic of creating at Blizzard isn't just tied to a physical location. It's tied to the people who work here, and I continue to be so proud of each and every one of them. Thank you, Blizzard. We create these games and pour all of our energy and heart into them, but it is you, the Blizzard community, that brings them to life. And that's why BlizzConline is a celebration of you, the guild leaders, healers, DPS, tanks, innkeepers, Zerg, Terran, Protoss, Blackwatch, Shimada, the heroes of Sanctuary and of the Storm. These next few days are for you, our Blizzard community. For World of Warcraft, we'll be showing you what's next for both Shadowlands and Classic. I'm sure you're all burning in anticipation for that one. Hearthstone is getting back to its roots in a major way. We can't wait to show you how. We also have news for our Diablo community. Some of you were able to dip your toes into the depths of hell in the Diablo Immortal Technical Alpha. I really enjoyed seeing players embrace the multiplayer aspect of meeting in town. We can't wait for more of you to get your hands on it. So, it's only the beginning of the year, and already there is so much to look forward to, even though we can't yet be together in person. The Overwatch League will be kicking things off in spring, and we'll be watching closely to see if the San Francisco Shock can continue their championship run. World of Warcraft esports is back with the Arena World Championship and Mythic Dungeon International already in full swing in Shadowlands. StarCraft 2 and Warcraft 3 esports are going strong with our friends at the ESL Pro Tour. And qualifiers are already underway for the first online stop of the 2021 Hearthstone Masters Tour, with the first event taking place next month. But before we get too far ahead, let's take a look one last time to when times were a little simpler. In the early 1990s, the internet was a baby. CD sales had finally eclipsed cassette tapes. Cassette tape, it's a rectangle piece of plastic, and there's a tape inside, and music would get recorded on, and sometimes you needed a pencil to wind it and make it tight. I know, it sounds crazy. We were all playing video games on Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, DOS, or Mac PCs. I personally was a master of config sys and autoexec bat. So many simple things in simple times. If only we could relive them.
The stage is set. The green flag drops. Let the carnage begin. Holy Toledo! What a collection! Now we're talking. What a play! Crank up the volume! Unbelievable! Whoa!
The Blizzard Arcade Collection, featuring the Lost Vikings, Rock and Roll Racing, and Blackthorn. These are ports of the games just as you remember them, allowing you to relive the original experience of all three titles in 13 different languages, with a couple of quality of life upgrades. As an example, we include very modern, cutting-edge functionality that wasn't available in the early 90s, both saving and loading of games. And for those of you who purchased any Blizzard Digital Anniversary Bundle via Battle.net, you'll automatically receive the Blizzard Arcade Collection on PC today. Now, you ready to hear about some other video games? Let's hear what's next for World of Warcraft.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us today. No matter where you are, World of Warcraft unites us all. Whether you're exploring the Shadowlands, Classic Azeroth, or another part of the Blizzard universe, I'm glad you could make it, because we've got a lot of good stuff to show you. But first, let's start with some Covenant pride. Kyrian, take flight. Night Bay, let the hunt begin. Necrolords, to war! Vinthir, let's party. The world has thrown a lot at us since the last BlizzCon, and the thing that's really kept everyone going on the WoW team has been connecting with all of you. The bonds we forge with our guilds and family and friends in WoW are powerful and real. As WoW enters its 16th year and Blizzard celebrates its 30th anniversary, we're so grateful to have the most dedicated and friendly communities in gaming. Let's recap the events in Azeroth. In WoW Classic, we fought an endless battle for South Shore and Tauren Mill. We banded together to open the gates of Ahn'Qiraj and joined forces to take down Kel'Thuzad in his floating citadel of Naxxramas. In Shadowlands, we helped our Covenant recover from the Anima drought, brought on by Sire Denathrius, master of the Vinthir and traitor to the Pantheon of Death. We survived the halls of Torghast and crafted legendary gear in our efforts to expel Denathrius from his castle lair. But innocent souls are still wrongfully being sent to the Maw. They face an eternity of torment, and heroes like Anduin remain chained in its depths. The jailer continues to grow in power. He's preparing to break free from the Maw and complete his plan to unmake the entire Warcraft universe. And Sylvanas, you may be wondering what she's been up to all this time. Today, we're excited to unveil our first major content update for Shadowlands, Chains of Domination.
Look around you! What makes you believe you're not just a weapon to achieve his ends?
Enough! Join our cause, or be made to serve.
Right now, you hold all the power. Make your choice, Sylvanas Windrunner.
Despite all our efforts, the Maw continues to grow. What if Denathrius' treachery is irreparable? The Primus is lost, and Bastion cannot save the Shadowlands alone.
None of this should have happened.
Perhaps the Winter Queen could...
My Archon, a living soul seeks an audience.
A mortal?
A king. By all our measures, one who has spent his life striving for justice. One who would give anything to serve his people. One whose heart is true.
Very well. He may approach. Step forward. My Ascended have spoken of you. The king held captive in the Maw.
That prison could not hold me forever.
Why have you come to Bastion?
You have a key that I need.
You will release this soul from your grasp.
No. He is bound to me.
Just as you once sought to bind your own brother. vessel performed its part flawlessly. 3 keys remain. Then they will see. Death was never meant to be chained.
That is so intense. I know you probably have a lot of questions about what you just saw and what it means for the next stage of your Shadowlands journey. Later today, my teammates Ian and Jeremy will be telling you more about Chains of Domination in our Shadowlands update. Please check out the World of Warcraft channel to find out more. Next, I'm excited to share our upcoming World of Warcraft charity pet program. We've heard a lot from our community about how much they love these pets and the opportunity to give to a good cause, along with ideas to make the program even better. So during this upcoming campaign, you'll be able to donate whatever amount you wish to directly support our chosen charity. Once donations reach our goal, everyone playing World of Warcraft will get a pet for their collection as a thank you, whether you were able to contribute personally or not. And to make this a fun challenge, if we reach a stretch goal, everyone gets a second pet too. And here they are. The first pet is Bananas, literally. He was originally available to a select few back in Burning Crusade era, so we're excited to give everyone a chance to adopt him. And if we reach our stretch goal, you'll also get Daisy the Sloth. She's an all-new pet who'll hang around your neck when you need a hug. Your donations during this campaign will go to support the medical humanitarian organization Doctors Without Borders, also known by their French name, Médecins Sans Frontières, or MSF. They're an amazing group doing important work around the world. We're grateful to have such a generous community, and we hope you'll help support this worthy cause. We'll be sharing the details about the Charity Pet Program on the World of Warcraft website soon. So we've talked quite a bit about Shadowlands. Classic players, now it's your turn. It's my pleasure to hand off to my teammate, Holly Longdale. She's a longtime WoW player, a veteran MMO developer, and she's going to tell us what's in store for WoW Classic.
Hi, everybody. First, I'd like to thank all of you who have ever been part of the WoW community over the years. You know, online worlds like WoW have been a huge part of our lives for decades now. As a dedicated MMO fan and a developer myself, I remember hearing that Blizzard was going to be making their own MMO. And I thought, well, I guess I'll check out that beta. And sure, we all call the game WoW, but really, wow. I could not believe I got bit by the MMO bug again. I was so excited to be able to make a Night Elf hunter and be like that famous Dark Elf ranger from the books that I loved. I have to tell you, Azeroth was, and still is, a place I love to live. Since last year, I've had the great honor to work alongside the WoW Classic team to bring these nostalgic experiences back to life for longtime fans and a whole new generation of players. As a fan myself, I've had so much fun in WoW. From the simple things like drive-by buffing or making friends on that long haul from Teldrassil to Ironforge, all the way to the absolutely staggering, like when I jumped blindly through the Dark Portal and was running through Hellfire Peninsula, heard this terrifying noise, and then saw the Fell Reaver. Biggest roamer I had ever seen, and I was very glad I had feigned death in that moment. And that's the thing about WoW. These stories and experiences we all share keep us coming back time after time. With that said, I'm super excited to be able to share with you where our adventures are taking us next.
You dare enter my realm. foolishness has brought you to this end. Take my blood and choke on it.
Death to the outsiders!
I'll turn your world upside down.
You are not prepared.
Brings back so many memories, right? Like exploring the fungal forests of Zanger Marsh, or being awestruck at the chaotic magic alive in Netherstorm, the Draenei in Exodar, the Blood Elves in Silvermoon. I love playing them both. Do you choose to enlist the Aldor or the Scryers in your quest to fight the Legion? And of course, we can't forget gathering all your friends to fight Illidan at the top of the Black Temple. I can't wait to relive it all with you. Since the team first set out on their own quest to bring the original WoW back to life, we have learned a ton about what players are expecting from this kind of experience. We've also learned when to keep things just as they were and where we all might be open to some changes. We're bringing all these lessons into Burning Crusade Classic, with our primary goal to bring back the same feeling you had when you faced the Fel Reaver for the first time, or when you were digging through piles of Felhound poop. Of course, we can't get this right without you, our incredible community. Soon, you'll be able to revisit Outland yourself when beta starts and tell us what you think. Later, all WoW Classic players are going to be presented with a meaningful choice for each one of your beloved characters. Do you want to move on into Burning Crusade Classic? Or do you want to stay in the original Classic era forever? Whatever you decide, you can do it all with your one WoW subscription. Now, I know I've thrown a lot at you, but don't worry. We'll be getting into the details in our panel later today. So stick with us. We'll make sure you are prepared. And now we're going to hear what's coming up in Hearthstone.
Greetings. We're truly excited to share with you everything that's coming to Hearthstone this year. But first, let's take a quick look back at the year of the Phoenix. We added our first new class, the Demon Hunter, and ventured into the ruthless Outlands. Then we went to Skullman's Academy and got to explore dual class cards and their powerful synergies. And with our third expansion of the year, we brought you Hearthstone's biggest update ever, alongside the menacing Old Gods in Madness at the Dark Moon Fair. We launched a brand new game mode, Duels, that saw more than 10 million matches on its first day. We also introduced our long-awaited achievement system and made a significant overhaul to the rewards and progression within the game. Now, it's time to say farewell to the Year of the Phoenix and see what's in store for Hearthstone this year. Welcome to the Year of the Griffin. Over the last couple of years, we've made big changes to Hearthstone. Throughout the Year of the Griffin, we want to keep delivering fun, new experiences and make sure that the tens of millions of you playing Hearthstone are always excited to log in. First up, we'll be giving the standard format its biggest shakeup ever, with the launch of the Core Set later this year. The Core Set replaces the old Basic and Classic sets with a collection of 235 cards made up of some of the best from throughout the years, as well as 29 awesome brand new cards. And the best thing about the Core Set is that it's entirely free. So there's never been a better time to get into Hearthstone. Here are 3 of Hearthstone's legendary dragons, reimagined to feel more up-to-date and competitive for modern-day Hearthstone. Ysera the Dreamer. You'll finally receive her full arsenal of dream cards right away.
she's a nightmare for your opponents. Malygos the Spellweaver. He'll fill your hand with spells and is a powerful late-game play, worthy of the aspect of magic. And finally, everyone's favorite black dragon, Deathwing. He's still as destructive as ever, but timed correctly, he won't leave you empty-handed. We'll also be launching a brand new format, Classic, where you can play Hearthstone as it was when it first launched. The Classic format will be fully supported, complete with ranks and rewards using Hearthstone's original set of cards. So, if you want to relive the old school experience, then Classic is the place for you. With Classic revisiting the past, now let's take a look to the future and explore the first expansion of the Year of the Griffin.
For a hero of the Horde, all roads lead to the crossroads. You have come for adventure, but the Barons wants to break you. Your axe must be sharp. Your wits must be keen. And your heart must be mighty. Strength and honor. This is who we are.
That's right. We're headed to one of Warcraft's most iconic locales, the Barrens, and we'll come face to face with the heroes that inhabit it, starting with one of the Horde's most iconic and well-known characters, a fierce loyalist, one-time war chief that embodies the honor, loyalty, and spirituality of the Horde, Shadowhunter Vol'jin. Shadowhunter Vol'jin is a neutral legendary that allows you to either bolster your own board or weaken that of your opponents. And to celebrate the announcement of Forged in the Barrens, this card is available for free for everyone later today. So log into Hearthstone and claim your free copy of Shadowhunter Vol'jin. And as a bonus, we're also giving away the brand new 30 Years of Blizzard card back. Next, we have another hero of the Horde who is making his first appearance in Hearthstone. The legendary Blade Master, Samuro, featuring the new keyword, Frenzy. Frenzy activates the first time a minion takes damage and survives. In Samuro's case, this can be used to clear your opponent's board. Heroes of the Horde, like Samuro, are famous for their combat prowess, but others, like Thrall, are known for their powerful elemental magic. Take a look at this new shaman spell, Chain Lightning. Chain Lightning is a spell in a new cycle of cards that rank up and become more powerful when you have 5 and 10 mana, ensuring that they're always useful at every stage in the game. You'll also notice that they're categorized as nature spells. With Forged in the Barrens, we'll be permanently introducing spell schools across the entire game, which enables a whole host of exciting new strategies. And don't worry, members of the Alliance will be featuring some of your most beloved heroes and locales later this year. But what I love most about the Warcraft universe is its amazing characters. And our final announcement is our most ambitious addition to Hearthstone yet. It introduces a brand new way to play with your favorite heroes. Hearthstone Mercenaries. Mercenaries features strategic RPG gameplay, where you build teams consisting of some of the most iconic heroes and villains from the Warcraft universe. including timeless characters like the infamous Sylvanas Windrunner, and Ragnaros, the elemental lord of fire. You can also expect to see some of Hearthstone's fan favorites, like the unstoppable Devilsaur, King Crush, and the ever-growing Gruul the Dragon Slayer. You'll lead them in battle through highly replayable roguelike missions, where the map is randomly generated every time you play, and each node represents a unique challenge for your team to take on. Your heroes gain levels, new abilities, equipment, and can even evolve into more powerful versions of themselves. We're thrilled to finally show you Hearthstone Mercenaries. It is scheduled to launch later this year, and we'll have more to share with you down the road. Everything you've seen today is just a taste of what's coming in the Year of the Griffin. So don't forget to tune in to our deep dive panel after the opening ceremony, where we'll share more details on the core set, the new classic format, Forged in the Barrens, and our plans for Battlegrounds and Duels, as well as our upcoming single-player content. I want to thank the team for their amazing work. And on behalf of all of us at Hearthstone, we want to thank the many millions of you who play our game. Your dedication and support is what drives us to make awesome updates and pursue ambitious and fun ideas. We can't wait to kick off the Year of the Griffin with all of you, and we hope to see you in the game soon. Next up, you'll get an update on all things Diablo.
Hey everyone, thank you very much for joining us. I am so excited to kick off the Diablo segment of our show, and I am honored to be here on behalf of all of our Diablo teams to share the news and updates we have in store for you today. We've got a lot of Diablo to cover, and I hope you'll agree with me that it's a great time to be a member of this community. All right, let's kick things off with Diablo 4. We first shared our game with you during Blizzcon of 2019, and we've been truly humbled by your response. We've kept in touch through quarterly updates and sincerely appreciate the thoughts and valuable feedback you've provided as we unveil more and more of the game and share in its development. After all, Diablo belongs to you as much as it belongs to us. Most recently, we teased an update to our campfire screen, and savvy fans, of course, understood that we meant more than just the character lighting and fire visual effects. That's right. Today, we're happy to announce a brave new soul joining the Barbarian, the Sorcerer, and the Druid on this dangerous journey back to Sanctuary. A class is one of the most exciting things you can announce in a Diablo game. This one is especially exciting to me, as it's a re-envisioning of one of the first classes to ever appear in the series. Let's have a look.
Your prayers do not fall on deaf ears. Just know they are being heard. There is justice within the light, but you have to be patient. Now, pray with me. May Akarat guide and protect me.
May Akarat guide and protect me.
May he shepherd my soul
May he shepherd my soul.
and grant it mercy.
And grant it mercy.
What are you doing here? This is not the time.
But this is confession. And I have sinned. I was a thief who stole from those more fortunate. I strayed from your light and found my trade in the shadows. They call it murder. I say, job well done. I am a thief, a heretic, a murderer, Father. Will Akarat save me?
You mock our light. But those monsters were a scourge upon my flock. And you were the answer to their prayers.
Then we are settled. And you owe me.
The name you seek is... Thank the heavens for you.
Heavens? I assure you, Father, the heavens didn't send me.
The sound of that ear getting pierced by the hook is so brutal. I feel like it's gonna haunt me for a long time. I've been a huge fan of the Rogue ever since the original Diablo. Even seeing them come back as NPCs and mercenaries in Diablo 2's Rogue Encampment served as a great bridge between the games. With the setting of Diablo 4 being a larger world than we've ever played in before, we're excited to show you not just what the successors to the original rogues in the series have been up to since the fall of their order, but also what some of the other rogues in the world of Sanctuary might look like. The mantra for Diablo 4 has been customization first, and the rogue takes this to a whole new level. From the beginning, the rogue has been an incredibly flexible class, able to adapt to any situation. Our goal is to let you create the kind of rogue that you want to play. Whether it's an unrivaled archer modeled after the original Sisterhood, or a cloak and dagger rogue from the darkest alleys of Chaldeum, in Diablo 4, you will have the freedom to create the rogue that you imagine by customizing the looks, the background, and the playstyle of your character. Please stick around for our segment later today, where I'll be joined by other members of the Diablo 4 team to share a closer look at the rogue class, as well as some of the open world gameplay that we're bringing to the game. Spoilers, those severed ears are not just for show. But Diablo 4 is not the only Diablo game we're talking about today. If you're looking for an authentic Diablo experience on mobile, we've got you covered. Diablo Immortal has everything you'd expect from a AAA action RPG. From the visceral combat and epic loot to an all-new story, bridging the gap between the events of Diablo 2 and Diablo 3. Later today, you can join the Immortal team, where they'll talk about some of the things they've learned from their recent alpha test and what's next for the game. But that's still not all. We have one last bit of very exciting Diablo news to cover. When you hear us talk about the classes, the items, or the stories of the early Diablo games, you may have picked up on the absolute reverent tone we reserve for that golden era of Diablo. Maybe you share that love of the classics, and just hearing us talk about them makes you want to take on Mephisto or Baal one more time. Or maybe even for the first time. After all, some of our favorite moments happened a long time ago, and not just in Sanctuary years. If so, we have a special surprise for you today. Let's check it out.
Now you know what I seek, Marius. Were these the demons from... Don't do it! It seems you are there. I'm not exempt. Whatever they've done to me. Arise, Diablo, Lord of Terror. Though this be our darkest hour, it may yet be your greatest moment.
After more than 20 years, the Dark Wanderer has returned. And once again, he travels east, always east. Diablo 2 is a landmark game for Blizzard. Diablo 2 Resurrected is a full HD remaster of both the original game and the expansion, Lord of Destruction. It takes the 2D sprite-based classic that we love and brings it into the present in 3D, utilizing up-to-date graphical rendering and lighting technologies. It also includes modernizing all 27 minutes of cinematics, recreated shot for shot with the explicit intention of preserving both the look and the pacing of the original movies. Blizzard has a long history of games that we're proud of. And when we think about Diablo 2, we think about it as a definitive pillar in our foundation. Now, it's funny to think that some of you weren't even born when D2 was released, which makes it all the more important that we deliver an authentic experience wherever you play. We want everyone to relive their memories or experience the game for the very first time on their platform of choice. And so we're excited to bring Diablo 2 Resurrected to PC and console, along with cross-progression. And for those of you who are in love with the original and you just wish it worked more seamlessly on modern computers, you can bring back all of that nostalgia exactly as you remember and enjoy the game in its original 2D form, much like we did with StarCraft Remastered. Obviously, there's a lot to talk about. Later today, Diablo speedrunner Mr. Llama will host a roundtable with members of the development team on the dedicated Diablo channel. If you are a Diablo 2 fan, I encourage you to take a look. So, from Diablo 2 Resurrected, to Burning Crusade Classic, to the Blizzard Arcade Collection, it's a whole lot of looking back. And while we have teams dedicated to bringing these timeless experiences into your hands, it's actually a very small percentage of our developers working on these projects. Far more people are working on the future of Blizzard. And in addition to what we'll be talking about during the show, we can't wait to tell you even more about our plans over the course of this year and beyond. If you had asked us 30 years ago what gaming would look like today, none of us could have predicted the current Blizzard lineup of games. The advances in technology are one thing, but it's really what those advances have enabled that's even more incredible. If you think about the people who play games and the communities that have grown up around them, the way people can connect instantly, no matter where they are in the world, the way people are increasingly able to express their identity and celebrate who they are through their favorite games, communities, and platforms. The explosion of things like streaming, cosplay, and esports. It would have been hard to imagine any of that 30 years ago. And at Blizzard, that is what excites us about the next 30 years. There is so much that we're working on. And some of it you already know about. The rest, we look forward to talking to you about it when the time is right. Just like the real world, the worlds of Warcraft, Diablo, StarCraft, Heroes of the Storm, Overwatch, and Hearthstone are diverse, expansive, and full of potential. We are not only iterating on the experiences that you've come to expect from us, we're also exploring different ways to express our worlds and welcome more players from more places into them. And we aspire to continue to lead on priorities like accessibility and toxicity control, and to continue supporting causes that have a positive impact on the real world. We want to continue to bring those same feelings of joy and achievement that we all felt when we first defeated the Lich King, or beat Diablo on hardcore mode. Because when we geek out on those experiences with others, we can't help but see the similarities between us and feel what's possible when we play together. Of course, there are new Blizzard worlds that we haven't visited quite yet. And when we do finally unveil those games and experiences, our hope is that you will see in them what we do. That no matter who you are or where you're from, they are spaces where you can create new stories, forge new friendships, and make memories worthy of lasting a lifetime. And through it all, our mission statement of being dedicated to creating the most epic entertainment experiences ever, along with our core values, led by gameplay first, will continue to guide our way. So on behalf of everyone at Blizzard, thank you for being on this journey. For me personally, it is the honor of my professional life to serve you, and the honor of all of us at Blizzard to be the caretakers of the worlds that you play in. We are so excited for what's to come this year, next year, and the next 30 years. Now, what's coming next for the show? Well, it depends on where you watch. For those of you looking for an update on Overwatch, check out the behind-the-scenes look into the development of Overwatch 2 over on their dedicated channel right after the conclusion of opening ceremonies. There, you'll hear about Overwatch 2, new content, new features, including new maps, hero missions, talent trees, and more of what we think will make Overwatch 2 a unique gameplay experience. For World of Warcraft, Diablo, and Hearthstone, you'll get a closer look on their respective channels. And on the dedicated strategy channel, some StarCraft legends will be going head-to-head in epic competition. Once again, welcome to Blizzcon Line. Be good to one another. Welcome home.
Welcome
Welcome, everyone, to our deep dive panel for WoW Classic. I'd like to start with some introductions with these fine gentlemen with me and myself. I'm Holly Longdale. I'm the principal producer for WoW Classic. A little bit about my background. I spent 13 years working on EverQuest. I started as a game designer and eventually became the head of the studio for the EverQuest franchise. That said, I've always been a WoW player since beta. So this is obviously a dream come true for me, and I'm thrilled to be here with you.
I'm Patrick Dawson. I'm the production director for World of Warcraft. I've been at Blizzard for 15 years now, and have been on WoW for most of that time. Avid WoW player myself, and really excited to open up that dark portal again as we all step through it.
And my name's Brian Birmingham, and I'm the lead software engineer on WoW Classic. I've also been at Blizzard for 15 years. I started on World of Warcraft. I spent about 3 years on Hearthstone as well, and then came back to the World of Warcraft team to work on WoW Classic. And it has been a great joy to me to work on this team.
There's a lot to talk about today.
Yeah.
So earlier we announced, yay, Burning Crusade Classic is coming. But there's a lot more to it. Let's take a look at the features, because wow. I mean, wow, right? Wow. I was so excited by playing Draenei and Blood Elves. I played both, and I will say my heart's with Alliance. And I also took up jewel crafting on my Draenei Shaman. I wanted to corner the market. Just the whole notion of having items with sockets and just exploring that whole system. I'm also a bit of a systems nerd. So I completely lost my time for weeks in there.
The Burning Crusade, I remember being there back then. I mean, it was our first expansion ever. So all the new features was like this really cool moment of like, what's coming next, what's going to happen. And one of the things that was pretty impactful to the game was Horde having Paladins and Alliance having Shaman. I mean, as an avid PvPer myself, I remember going back and trying to fight Shaman. I was Alliance back then. And just not understanding that class at all, because my team didn't have it. So like I'd try to poly them and it'd be like grounding totem. I didn't know what that was. And it's just like, why are Shaman immune to everything? I don't understand.
That's not what you said.
Yeah, no, I did.
No, you said they're cheating.
I understood polymorph druids, but Shaman, why? Like now I started to understand Shaman a little bit better. We got some of their benefits. I actually got to see totems being placed down on my side for once, and got to see the frustration of dealing with Bubble Hearth on the other.
Yeah, I remember when I was doing raids, we were always jealous of the Alliance having Paladins for Blessing of Salvation. Like people would be pulling aggro off me, and I'd be yelling at them like, "Wait for 3 Sunders!" And then Alliance just like, "No, it's no problem. Just go."
Yep. So hey, I mean, we were upset raiding like Razor Gore without Earthbind. I mean, really even the playing field for both PvE and PvP, which was kind of cool. But there were a ton of new features and just abilities with this too. As we got to level 70 and got to experience new content and new things. I remember one of my first experiences with understanding what it meant for designed by Blizzard, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because I was an engineer, right? I wasn't a designer. I was working on like the live ops team at the time, and I was playing my class, avid player of Mage, and I sent this long email to Tom Chilton saying like, hey, here's what Mage needs.
The Dawson Manifesto.
So it was a well thought out forum post. And what was in it was things like bring back invisibility, let's get a threat dump in the class. And I didn't even necessarily tie those two together, but he was like, that's a pretty good idea, let's get Mage's invisibility. And just knowing that skill was coming along with some other new stuff for Mages like the Molten Armor, the Ice Lances, was just really cool to see all this new stuff in Burning Crusade.
On the other side of that, I was really excited about Spell Reflect because I was really frustrated getting polymorphed and being able to like reflect that back on the mage.
As a mage, I was not excited for you to get
I bet you weren't. And there were even some PvE encounters that had abilities that you could reflect back. So I remember that was really fun to kind of find ways to time that and use it as a defensive ability as well.
I was a hunter.
Mm-hmm. I'm a hunter now,
also a hunter.
actually. Yeah, I've switched.
But I remember just chasing Beastmaster and just DPS.
Yep.
That was it. That was the chase, yeah.
Talking about that too makes me think of like the arenas and the arena system. That was a whole new world for us, with Battlegrounds and the way they worked before, like the way the matchmaking happened. Usually I was pretty competitive in PvP, so I would either get in there and stomp the enemy team who was just there to be casual, or, you know, even though like we were a good team, we weren't like the best of the best. So when we ended up going against one of those teams, it was just like, well, geez, we're just getting stomped now. This is tough. Arenas gave everyone an opportunity to play against equal-minded opponents, right? So if you were a little bit more casual, you get the opportunity to play against people who weren't maybe so competitive. Or if you were like cutting edge, go for it. Like, try to be the best of the best. And what was great about that is it spawned an esport. Like, that wasn't, we didn't design it for that. We just wanted people to have fun. But when we noticed, like, hey, everybody's playing this, everybody's, like, competing in this, people are watching it, we had to embrace that. We started featuring it at Blizzcons, and we've been doing it every year since.
Yeah, it's really awesome. I think one of my favorite things to recollect was the exciting zones that you would travel through. One of my favorite memories was actually in the first zone, Hellfire Peninsula, and it was adventuring around in Hellfire Peninsula, going around and doing all those quests, and always living in fear of the Fell Reaver. Because you'd be out there collecting parts from like a broken Zeppelin, and you'd be fighting off your Hellbores, and then all of a sudden you'd see the screen start to shake, and like these thump, 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 and then and you're like, oh my god, I gotta run, he's right on top of me.
Sound still haunts my dreams.
Oh, I know, yeah, it's terrifying.
Even in life, it's just feign death.
And then the payoff when you later go to Netherstone and they give you the quest, they're like, could you get me a part from inside the Fell Reaver? You're gonna have to kill him. And you're like, that guy? Like that guy that used to terrorize me? And they're like, yeah, I think you could take him now. And that was such an exciting payoff to be able to like bring that full circle and go back and see him again.
For me, I snuck into beta. I got really lucky because I could see the construction sign for some of the zones, and of course I ignored it and went and explored. So I remember running through Blade's Edge and just seeing dragon carcasses and skeletons impaled in the environment, and then moving on to Netherstorm. I just was blown away, even from Zangermarsh all the way through. Everything felt like its own world, and just be able to go through that and just the delight of it and the epicness of it. And then you come up to Area 52. That's what I love about WoW, is you can have epic storylines and still find lightness in it. So I just loved it. I love it. I'm an explorer, so.
You know, for me, I remember Burning Crusade really opened up a new gameplay type for me. I became a collector in Burning Crusade, right? And it kind of started with the Outdoor and Scryer rep. Because I got my outer rep all the way up, and then I was thinking about switching to Scryer, and people were like, "You're insane! Don't do that." And I was like, "I bet I can," just to prove people wrong. And I did, and it was cool. It was really fun. But then I started doing other things. Like there were all these new like mounts and pets, and I went back and even got some of the older reps like Thorium Brotherhood and Winterspring. But then like things like Netherwing Ledge came out. The world just opened up for me in Burning Crusade to really start my collection.
Of course, we also had flying mounts, which I loved, and then decided to play with some friends on a PvP server, and was running around Hellfire, and Death from Above, which is likely just Pat.
Probably.
Yeah.
You were flying around harassing people, Pat?
I was getting a lot of honorable kills back in the day.
So that's just a quick look at some of our memories for Burning Crusade, and that was 13 years ago. So that code has been hanging around for 13 years. And we're not just doing a save as Burning Crusade Classic.
Oh no, it's a lot harder than that.
So let's get into some of those details.
So one of the challenges has been that we don't actually want to ship on the old code. And the reason for that is because it's got a lot of bugs and difficulties with the architecture that we don't want to have to deal with. But we do want that old data. And we talked about this when we did the original launch of Classic, was how the data is really the thing that describes how the game is supposed to be played and what things are supposed to happen in it. And so we want to bring that old data and we want to run it on the modern code, the same as we did for Classic. And there's like 750,000 rows of data that we have to go through and convert from their old formats to their new formats. And fortunately, we have really talented engineers, and we run automated scripts that go through this. But even after we've run these scripts, we have to compare them with how it used to behave and make sure that we've actually done the conversion correctly. And then there's even some things that are making it more difficult this time, like the fact that we've made a couple of minor changes or bug fixes in the Classic data. And we want to make sure that we keep those as we're going into Burning Crusade. So we have to merge those changes with the changes that happened with the Burning Crusade originally, and make sure that we have a coherent set of changes that make sense to bring us from Classic into the Burning Crusade.
there's an enormous amount of time spent looking at, okay, this is how it came out now. We have a reference client that is the original.
That's right. We do use the old code for that.
Yeah.
So like we still have it. We just don't want to ship on that anymore. But we have like the old code with the old data, knows exactly how it's supposed to behave. So those things work together, and we can bring that up internally and take a look at it and say like, okay, this is how it was back then. This is exactly what it used to look like. And we do sometimes find things that are bugs we still want to fix, but a lot of times it will tell us like, oh, this thing is not a bug. This is actually the intended behavior, or this is something we don't really remember right. There's a tendency to want to chase your own memory, like, I remember it being like this, and it's like, no, it's not always exactly the way you remember it. Everybody has that kind of human failing, even us, and so a lot of times we'll have an argument about, I remember it this way. Well, I remember it this way. Let's go and check. We can look.
Well, you know, another reason to ship on the new code is really just the years of stability, improvements, and the fact that the world didn't look the same back in 2007 as it does today. Like, there wasn't cloud architecture at that point. I remember I had the privilege of being on the live ops team where I got to see what all the servers looked like and how it was all architected. And to pull back the curtain on this a bit, the way it was is everything was its own like server, right? Like they didn't really talk to each other very well. So each realm had 11 blades on it. And these blades were just bare metal blades, and like one blade was for Azeroth, one blade was for Kalimdor, one was for Outland, and then we had some for instances. And you know, back then what would happen without cloud is you would try to request resources, and maybe a lot of people were running dungeons. And so it would give you back things like transfer aborted, instance not found. Oh boy, like we don't want to go back to those days. So now we can take advantage of things like the cloud and not have those resource issues. So shipping on this new code is a big improvement in stability.
Yeah, and so we're weaving all these threads together. We did finally get a build for Burning Crusade Classic. Super excited. With the team gets together, we're preparing for a playtest, and we go to create our characters, and we see this blood elf who, you know, he remembers the sun well. He forgot his pants.
Yeah.
So everything didn't work the first time?
What? I know.
Yeah, I did mention like we had to go through and check for problems in those conversion scripts. And so yeah, sure enough, what's going on here is that this guy thinks he's dressed, but he isn't. And you can see why he thinks he's dressed if you look down.
Does that happen to you a lot?
Only in my high school days.
You can see if you look at his calves, you can see that he's got they're flared out because he thinks he's wearing boots. And the way the system works is we first set the geometry up for all the items that you're supposed to be wearing, and then we layer on various images that we call textures, and we'd use those to build up a single composite texture that's then wrapped around the geometry. But of course, in this case, when we were layering them on, none of the textures were assigned, so it just started with his naked body, and then was going to go layer on textures and didn't find any. So it thinks he's dressed, and so it's removed the underwear because it thinks it's put clothes on top. But there aren't anything there. They're all just completely transparent. So it's almost like the Emperor's new clothes. He's wearing invisible clothes, only in this case, that's really what's happening.
It's crazy. And then, of course, I wanted to try Draenei because that's where my heart lies. I'm an Alliance girl. And this Draenei looks to be heads above the rest.
That's not the Exodar.
Yeah.
No, definitely not.
It's Dunmorrow, right?
It is, and that's exactly the problem. It looks like the Draenei's too tall, but the real problem is that we're in the wrong place. And so, yeah, when you go to the Dunmorrow character select screen, of course, the camera is positioned for much shorter races like gnomes and dwarves, and so it's about knee high on a Draenei.
And then water. Really, Brian? We have water and Hellfire?
Yeah, so
Go for a swim.
it turns out that Outland has a funny, unique feature that it doesn't have any oceans because the water just all falls off the edges and goes out into space or something like that. I'm not sure how that works in the game universe.
Magic.
But yeah, there's no ocean there. But we had accidentally flagged it to generate ocean, so we ended up flooding the entire world with an ocean until we found that and turned it back off.
So through all of these processes, yes, we're obviously we're fixing what is broken. But also we thought it was a good time to start enacting what we call #some changes to gameplay and how things should work.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about it, like Classic, our guiding principle was no changes. The goal was to provide as true-to-life, authentic experience of Classic that we possibly could for the community. And we accomplished that. What was interesting to me is to see this vibrant community that embraced it and then said, hey, but we're not exactly the same as we were 15 years ago, right? And they're right. Like the times have changed, the world has changed, and so some of those things that maybe were out there that were not great and were warts back in the day is not something that we would want to ship again. Like something that feels a little buggy or wrong or incorrect. So the idea behind this is let's provide what the Burning Crusade experience was without those warts.
And this really, I think, illustrates the difference is spell batching. We actually had a lot of requests originally for spell batching in that kind of no changes charge, where they said, hey, I remember when I used to be able to have two mages polymorph one another, and they would both end up polymorphed. And that's cute and fun, and I kind of like that. And so we said, okay, well, we can put that back in. But the system that causes that is, of course, that the spells are batched up and processed in these giant batches. But over the last 2 years, people realized that what that comes with is about a half a second of kind of built-in latency, where you push a button and it doesn't actually take effect for that half a second while it's waiting to queue up the other ones to go with it. And people were starting to find that frustrating. I talked to a lot of people who said they were excited about it when it first came out with Classic, but after they've been playing with it for 2 years, they're really ready to see it go, and we're ready to take it out too. So we're going to remove spell batching with Burning Crusade.
That's definitely great, because I remember like every 2 weeks I get a bug report, Vanish is broken again. And it was because of stuff like this, right? Like if you vanish at the same time a fireball's hitting you, it's going to pop you out, right?
Exactly.
Like, and so we were trying to do all these hacky solutions to it, but the real answer is just don't spell batch.
Yeah.
But we didn't have the ability to do that then, so glad we're doing it now.
Yeah.
You know, another one that I can think of is just how the rating community has matured, right? Like things were very different back in 2004, 2005 timelines compared to today. So, you know, the rating community knows exactly what's going on, and they want a challenge. They want more of a challenge. So, you know, rather than always giving them like the last version of the boss, the final form of the boss, which maybe has been hit with a few nerfs, let's not do that anymore. Let's give them a more challenging version of the boss. I'll give you an example of like Muru. Right, where the initial version of that boss had a lot of spell pushback, and so like that made it really tough to bring casting classes to that fight. We did fix that pretty quickly and change the fight to allow for that. Now that's a change we probably would incorporate in this, right? Like we don't want people to feel excluded or not part of being able to do a fight like that. But then probably a month or so after that, we nerfed Mover's health. That doesn't need to happen. Let's just keep it in the hard form. We can evaluate any changes we need to make after that, but yeah, it won't just be like, hey, final form, we're not even going to look at it. Let's call it a day. So.
Yeah. So how did your mage handle the pushback?
I just was sad.
It feels personal, yeah.
No, I was the raid leader, so I got to choose who went. But
the one mage allowed to go.
that was honestly, that's one of my favorite fights ever in World of Warcraft. That was a really, really fun fight.
That's awesome. Another change that we're talking about making is along the lines of that PvP balance and faction balance is, you know, obviously with Burning Crusade, Paladins are introduced to the Horde and Shamans are introduced to the Alliance, and that was intended to be a balancing of the factions and let's, you know, make them even. And then they wanted to kind of keep a little bit of flavor of that faction identity, so they kept Seal of Blood on the Horde and Seal of Vengeance on the Alliance. It was intended to be equivalent power abilities that were just slightly different in flavor, but in retrospect, Seal of Blood was just so much better. And so one of the changes that we are going to make is we are going to give the opposite faction's seal to the other faction, but we're going to do that at max level. So we keep just a little bit of that faction identity, where Horde will get Seal of Blood at level 64 on schedule, and then get Seal of Vengeance at level 70. And similarly, Alliance will get Seal of Vengeance at level 64, and then their equivalent, Seal of the Martyr, at level 70. Another thing we want to talk about is arena teams. When it first came out in Burning Crusade, the arena team system only let you have the same number of players on your team that was the size of the bracket it was for. So, for example, a 3v3 team could only have 3 players on the team. So if someone was like sick or unavailable one night, you couldn't play. And that felt really frustrating. So we're definitely going to go with like the last version of that, where you could have twice the size of the bracket on your team roster, so that you had alternates you could swap in and out. And then that way, as long as anybody had participated in, I think, 30% of the matches, then they got the full credit for the week of participation.
Yeah. So when we did personal ratings versus team ratings?
I think that came later, and we're also considering whether or not we want to do something with that as well. Because another thing that was problematic about arenas was the way that the ELO system was so inflationary. And so we're talking about whether or not we want to move forward with converting that to something more like the modern MMR system, so that it isn't as punishing to people in terms of like waiting hours for a match at the highest levels and things like that.
And another change, we're going to give players access to Blood Elf and Draenei early, so that before we actually open the Dark Portals, you'll have a chance to level those up. That's definitely not something we did originally.
I remember I had a friend who was really frustrated that the rest of us were all running around in Outland, and he was like, I'm still back in Wetlands. What is going on? When can I play with you guys? So I'm really glad we're doing that.
Doing that with pre-patch?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Yep. Very cool.
Pre-patch will come out and you'll be able to go start your Blood Elves and Draenei.
And then content. So we've got some phases happening.
Yeah. So the content phases that we got coming are exciting. We're going to start with Karazhan and Gruul's Lair and Magtheridon's Lair. And we want to start with just that released because we found with Classic that people really enjoy that kind of gear progression, and that's where all the Tier 4 gear is with those raids. And we want people to have an opportunity to level up, catch up to their friends, and all kind of go through these things together. So as we unlock each chapter, we want to make sure everybody's had enough time to be part of that chapter. And the next chapter after that will be Phase 2, which will be Serpent Shrine Cavern and Tempest Keep. Then next we move on to Phase 3, which is Hyjal and the Black Temple. And the reason that's a change is, of course, originally Hyjal was available from the launch of Burning Crusade, but nobody could really get in there because of the way the attunements work. So we'll unlock that as a later chapter alongside Black Temple. And then that'll go with Arena Season 2 at that point. And then Arena Season 3 will come out alongside Zulaman with a little bit of catch-up gear for anybody who's taken that long to catch up. It's another smaller instance, a 10-man. And then finally, Phase 5 will be Sunwell and Arena Season 4.
It's been a very busy year.
It is. It's an expansion with a lot in it.
And so we spent a lot of time talking about Burning Crusade Classic and Burning Crusade, which is exciting. We're very excited about it, but there's a lot to talk about. There's a lot coming, and we want to walk through how this is going to materialize.
Well, really the question is, we have a diverse player base where people have a lot of different wants and needs. And how do we get there? How do we get to the Burning Crusade? Well, the first group of people that we wanted to make sure that we were serving well is those people who do want to go to the Burning Crusade. We feel that most of the community is interested in this. They're going to want to do this. We want to make it simple and easy for them. So how are we going to do that?
As we said earlier, you're going to be able to make a choice. So we'll talk about and explore these choices in some detail, and I'll give you some examples. So to start with the current servers you're on now, Classic Live servers, are going to become what we're calling progression servers. And what that means is the servers that are live now will always unlock any expansion we release. So when we get to our patch day, you're going to be presented with a choice. Do you want to continue on into the Burning Crusade, or do you want to move to Classic? So in that space, you're going to do that for every single character. So for my example, I'm on Warm Rest Accord. So I've got a level 60. I am definitely taking that on through to Burning Crusade. But I've got a couple of mid-levels that I know I want to move with my friends. Those are characters I level with my friends in Classic, and I want to continue that journey with them. We want to make it as easy and seamless as possible to just get right into Burning Crusade. But there are options.
That's awesome. I'm excited to hear that. I know there's a lot of my friends, for example, who maybe didn't really play Classic when it first came out, right? And so now they're behind. And they're interested in playing the Burning Crusade. This was, for a lot of people, their favorite expansion that we've done. We want to make sure that those people are served too. And one of the ways we could do that is provide a boost to people who are interested in coming back, that maybe aren't interested in doing the Classic WoW experience, but really want to hop right into Outland as quickly as possible.
Yeah, so the team, we spent quite a bit of time discussing it because we want to make sure we respect the time of the people that have been playing Classic for 2 years, but also we want people to be able to enjoy Burning Crusade if they loved it the first time and maybe missed Classic. So we are going to offer a level 58 boost for purchase, but it does come with some restrictions. So it's going to be 1 per account. It's not going to be usable on Blood Elf or Draenei. It'll have some dungeon blues. It'll have level 40 mount skill, no professions. It's the basics, basically your Outland starting kit.
That's cool. That's a really great way to jump into the game for sure.
Yeah, I like that.
I'll be looking forward to that. Look, I know a lot of people came back to play WoW Classic, and that's all they want. That's all they ever wanted. They're like, you know what, Burning Crusade, that's awesome. I'm sure some people are going to love that, but for me, I came back for WoW Classic. What do they get to do? What's their options?
Yeah, that was really important for us too.
Yeah.
So we had all sat down and discussed like how we should frame this. So when we get to our patch day, which is prior to the Dark Portal opening, when I said before, like, I'll go back to my example for Worm Rest, we will be launching Classic Era Realms at the same time as we do our patch, and you will have that choice. So when you make the choice to go to Burning Crusade Classic, or you make the choice, like on my example, my level 40 druid, I want to move that character to Classic Era. And what Classic Era means is that those particular servers are going to stay in that era forever. So that is going to remain classic till the end of time. It's never going to unlock expansions. You'll be able to make that choice for every single character. Do you go on to Burning Crusade, or do you choose to go to Classic Era? Let's say, you know, you're behind the times a little bit. You'll still be able to have that choice. We haven't locked it to a time window. You're not going to miss the boat to Era.
The choice sounds awesome. And choice in WoW is something that's meaningful. It's always been meaningful.
Yeah.
And I think it's something that's important when we look at the community, that you're going to choose to go to the Burning Crusade or you're going to choose to go to Classic. You know, some people may not be comfortable with that choice. And while we think that choice is important, we also recognize that there are folks that are going to want to play both, right? Like, yeah, see,
right here.
Maybe you have some stuff left to do in Classic that you wanted, and you want to keep that character in Classic, but you also are interested, that same character wants to raid with your friends.
That's exactly
TBC. So what does that look like? How do we make that happen?
So we're going to actually offer a paid service to let you make a copy of your character. And I know, like, a copy is a big deal. So like you said, like, this is something we don't want to make just an automatic choice for everybody. But I know that for me, it really is going to be like that pull to go to both places. So I want to be able to say, like, you know what, I'm willing to pay some money for this. I want a copy of my character that lives in Classic Era forever, while I also go to Burning Crusade with that with that character. And that way I can stay with my friends who are really excited to go to Karazhan. I'm really excited to go to Karazhan. I want to see my hunter go through Karazhan, but if I'm missing like a couple pieces of my tier 3 set from Naxxramas, I still have an opportunity to go find a new guild there and go through Naxxramas again until I finish that set.
We're going to be spending a lot of time communicating these details. So even as much detail as we're giving now, it's very high level. There's going to be a lot more detail to come, so keep an ear out. But with that said, so Pat, when's all this happening?
Oh, soon.
Yay!
So yeah, this is something that, you know, is important to get. People are still playing through Naxxramas. We want to make sure that they have enough time to do that. But what we are looking at, this will be happening in 2021. For sure, we are committed to doing that. And what we're looking at is starting the beta rather soon. So hopefully that beta will go up and we'll get that running. The community can come and participate, help us out. We'll start to hear some feedback on the things we've talked about today. If there's any adjustments we need to make, we want to make sure we have a long enough beta period for that to happen. And then we'll get that out to the players so you can all enter the Dark Portal.
Yay!
Yeah, it's exciting.
So any final words?
Yeah, I just talked about the beta, and you know, I will say just to the community, you all have been so instrumental in making Classic the success that it has been, and you will be equally instrumental in making the Burning Crusade a tremendous success also. So please get in that beta, play, give us your feedback. We want to hear all about it. So enjoy, welcome, and let's have some fun.
Yay!
Yeah, and it's been the highlight of my professional career to work on WoW Classic and have the support and love of this community. It is really special to me, and I'm really excited to be sharing this with all of you in the Burning Crusade.
Yeah, and for me, I've been playing Classic since it launched, and I wasn't working at Blizzard then, and it's changed my life, obviously. So from me and the entire WoW team, we want to thank you for bringing Azeroth to life for us. So we will definitely be seeing you in game in whatever flavor you choose. And until then, stay classic.
Hey everybody. So excited to be here with all of you to celebrate 30 years of epic entertainment experiences from Blizzard. And of course, out of all of those, the one that's nearest and dearest to my heart is the World of Warcraft expansion, Shadowlands. And that's what we're here today to talk about. The development experience for Shadowlands over the course of last year was unforgettable for all sorts of reasons. But it's also something that really has taught the team, taught all of us, a lot of lessons about World of Warcraft and how we can make the game better for all of you going forward. Because Shadowlands wasn't just the product of our development team's efforts last year, it was a product of your efforts as well. It was the product of a conversation between us, the development team, and all of you, the players, the community, who inhabit this world that we're the custodians of. The beta for Shadowlands started earlier than any beta for a past expansion that I can recall. And over the course of last year, we had tons of folks in our beta giving us feedback, reporting bugs. But we also had even more people just in the community in general, following developments, following updates, watching YouTube videos, chiming in on Reddit threads, on our forums, on social media, everywhere else, letting us know what was exciting, what was concerning, what you didn't understand, what you were worried about, what you were happy about, and more. And all of that helped shape Shadowlands, and I could not be more proud of where we ended up. And it's been amazing seeing everyone jumping into this new world that we've crafted together and having an amazing time over the last couple of months. That's a conversation, that's a process that I would like to carry forward into 2021, and for that to be a baseline for how we build World of Warcraft going forward. So as we're here today talking about the next major update, what you're going to hear about shortly is where we're headed in terms of the world, in terms of the story, in terms of these epic characters we've just been introduced to, major villains like the Jailer and Sylvanas, and what's up with Anduin anyway. But we're going to talk a bit less, however, about systems. We have tons to share there, but the way we need to work on our systems, as we've learned, is, of course, by first seeing how they're playing out in your hands. We couldn't really plan what we were going to do with legendaries or where Torghast was going to go or what was going to change about soulbinds without having the experience of millions of players dealing with those systems and letting us know what you think. And so I am pleased and excited to say that when we look at our systems, unlike in some past expansions at this point, we're not seeing anything that needs to be completely overhauled or replaced. What we see are solid foundations that are in many cases in need of iteration, and upon which we can build a structure that will sustain us throughout the entirety of Shadowlands to come. So that's a conversation that's going to come when our public test realm goes live, and we'll have lots more information to share with you there. Now, what we are going to talk about, and boy do we have a lot of exciting stuff for you, is the first major content update for Shadowlands. Let me turn it over to my colleague, Jeremy Fiesel, who can tell you all about it.
Hi everybody, I'm Jeremy Fiesel. I am a designer on WoW, and it is my pleasure to get to introduce to you today a first look at what's next for World of Warcraft Shadowlands. So let's talk a little bit about what we've accomplished so far. The champions of Azeroth have stepped foot in this otherworldly space known as the Shadowlands, the afterlife for all souls from Azeroth and beyond. Within the Shadowlands, we have met new allies, and we've fought a ton of new and interesting new enemies. We've joined covenants, and we've gained great power. And in this time, we have been able to deal with some of the immediate threats to our new covenant allies. We have taken down the Gorm and the Drust in Ardenweald, and the Forsworn in Bastion, and ultimately, we've been able to add some stability back to each of our new allies' home zones. Within the Shadowlands, we have also been able to help out many of the denizens that are undergoing this major lack of anima by sending anima back out into the world, reinvigorating both our allies as well as the military forces of each of our covenants so they can take the fight back to their enemies. And as a culminating element to all of these things, we've been able to take out one of the Jailer's main lieutenants, the traitorous Sire Denathrius in Castle Nathria. And yet, behind all of these things is the looming, dark and mysterious figure of the Jailer. So what do we really know about the Jailer's dark designs up until this point? Well, we know that the Jailer is in charge of the Maw, a dark and forbidden place that we can't spend even a moment too long in before getting unceremoniously swept out by the Jailer's forces. We know that the Maw has had this huge influx of souls, allowing the Jailer to gain massive amounts of power, as well as anima, thanks to the actions of Sire Denathrius. This has allowed the Maw to grow in great proportion, something we've been able to physically see just by looking out past Oribos into the darkness. In addition, every time we have tried to step foot into the Maw, we've been watched unmercilessly by the eye of the Jailer. We've never been able to get a solid foothold there. We have spent some time in Torghast, the Tower of the Damned, and we've rescued some very prominent souls. But again, we've never been able to get a solid and consistent foothold there and make any real progress. The Jailer remains this mystery of the Shadowlands, and exactly what his dark designs are for the afterlife are still unknown. This is the story we will be investigating in our first major content update for World of Warcraft Shadowlands, entitled Chains of Domination. Now you can imagine with a name like that, we're going to be very centered around the Jailer's forces and his plans. What do him and his champion Sylvanas have in store for the rest of us? And how does this influence our allies in Ardenweald, in Bastion, and elsewhere? The Jailer will make his first attacks, showing his hand, and we'll be forced to defend our brand new allies, as we see what the Jailer's designs for the Shadowlands truly are. Let's take another look at that cinematic showing what fate has in store for Anduin in Chains of Domination.
Look around you! What makes you believe you're not just a weapon to achieve his ends?
Enough! Join our cause, or be made to serve.
Right now, you hold all the power. Make your choice, Sylvanas Windrunner.
Despite all our efforts, the Maw continues to grow. What if Denathrius' treachery is irreparable? The Primus is lost, and Bastion cannot save the Shadowlands alone.
None of this should have happened.
Perhaps the Winter Queen could...
My Archon, a living soul seeks an audience.
A mortal?
A king. By all our measures, one who has spent his life striving for justice. One who would give anything to serve his people. One whose heart is true.
Very well. He may approach. Step forward. My Ascended have spoken of you. The king held captive in the Maw.
That prison could not hold me forever.
Why have you come to Bastion?
You have a key that I need.
You will release this soul from your grasp.
No. He is bound to me.
Just as you once sought to bind your own brother. Its part flawlessly. 3 keys remain. Then they will see. Death was never meant to be chained.
There's a lot to unpack there. But as you can imagine, we're not going to take a strike like that sitting down. We're going to call in the forces of all 4 of the Shadowlands Covenants. For the first time in years, they will all come together, now reinvigorated by anima and by our actions within the Shadowlands, to take the fight directly to the jailer. Within the Maw, we will uncover brand new, never-before-seen areas. We'll also be fighting off some new and never-before-seen enemies, of course, and naturally be uncovering some brand new Maw-themed rewards while we're at it. Our return to the Maw includes not only a chance for us to push back against the dark designs of the jailer in areas that previously were very forbidding for us, where we really weren't able to spend very much time there. Having a secure, solid foothold with all 4 covenants allows us to push back against that oppressive force. We'll be able to stop the Eye of the Jailer in its tracks, exploring areas that we were unable to explore before, and our mounts will once again even hear our call within the Maw. The Maw will not only include some areas that we have seen previously, now with our new allies of the Covenants changing things up there, but also some never-before-seen sections. Let's talk for a second about the largest of those sections. So in the finale of that cinematic, you saw that the jailer had sent his chains off out of the Maw and into the darkness. What he found there, that landmass shown there at the very end of that cinematic, is a landmass known as Korthia, and it makes up the largest new section of the Maw. Korthia is an ancient space that was lost in the in-between. It has its own strange creatures and wildlife that inhabit it, but it's also inhabited by some of the characters that we've previously seen in Oribos, including the Attendants and the Protectors, and some of their city structures. And very similar to Oribos, it is filled with mysteries, the likes of which the Shadowlands has yet to uncover. It is these ancient mysteries that the jailer is truly after, the secrets of this strange group that we've only barely hinted at, known as the First Ones. Heading back into this area will allow us to explore all of these new sections, entertain new content, meet new allies, and face off against new foes. And in addition, we will also see some brand new rewards. Some of the new rewards we'll find within the Maw include this Maw-themed undead horse, and a Maw hand mount that is actually a giant severed hand of domination that you'll ride on the wrist section of in a really creepy and cool manner. And of course, there will be Maw-themed battle pets to collect as well, including your very own minion of domination. But our true purpose within the Maw is not just to collect battle pets. That's just a part of it. The true purpose of bringing all 4 of the Covenants together within the Maw, of course, is to be taking the attack directly to the jailer's doorstep. The central area where the jailer has holed up with all of his main minions is going to be our focus here, as we raid the Sanctum of Domination. The Sanctum of Domination will be a 10-boss raid, and you'll finally be able to face off against the terrible Terragru that I'm sure has kicked you out of Torghast more times than you want to mention at this point. You'll be able to take all of your allies and take the fight directly back to it. We'll also be facing off against the creature that is the actual eye of the jailer and figure out really what is the jailer's eye here. Those of you that were fans of the lore of the Titan Keeper Odin might have some interest in that particular fight. The jailer's inner sanctum, naturally, is a place where some of the worst souls were sent for the jailer's personal torment. And we'll be seeing some of those souls here as well. Really looking forward to hearing who you think will show up in the jailer's personal torment sanctum. Of course, any raid that features minions, servants, and soldiers of the cold dark like this one is going to have to feature our old nemesis, Kel'Thuzad. And finally, the culmination of the raid. At long last, we will be taking the fight directly to Sylvanas Windrunner, the Banshee Queen herself. The finale of this fight is going to change the future of the Shadowlands, but we're not going to spoil that for you today. However, can't wait for you to see what happens at the end. But the Sanctum of Domination is not the only sanctum of the jailer. We'll be seeing additional updates to Torghast, the Tower of the Damned. including the unlocking of brand new, never-before-seen wings. These wings have a brand new art kit, as well as new floors and new floor layouts, and should feel like something you haven't seen in Torghast up until now. You'll be facing off against brand new foes with dastardly ways in order to stop your ascent, new traps to trip you up, and of course, to help us fight against all of these dastardly minions of the Jailer, brand new game-changing powers will be available as well. Moving on to additional updates within Chains of Domination, fans of the Operation Mechagon Mega Dungeon from our previous patches will be happy to learn that we are once again bringing back the concept of the Mega Dungeon. A Mega Dungeon is an 8-boss dungeon, epic in scale, and always has some unique and interesting loot that you can't find anywhere else. The Mega Dungeon for Chains of Domination is going to be focused around the enigmatic traders that we first met in Oribos, the Brokers. The Broker Mega Dungeon is a large broker trading city with portals, an auction house, and various different broker cartels that have made it their home. We're going to be learning more about broker culture and meeting some new and different kinds of brokers that we haven't seen up until now. This is an 8-boss dungeon, and in Chains of Domination will be available as Mythic only for now. Within the Broker Mega Dungeon, we will be facing off against brand new broker cartel members, including dastardly broker assassins and 4-armed broker guards. The second half of the dungeon, as we start to exit the broker trading city, will feature a heist section, as we chase a broker that has stolen an artifact and plans to use it for his own purposes. As we chase this broker through the heist section, he'll take us through a number of different portals that take us to a lot of different, very varied locations where we fight a number of different bosses. One of these fights, of course, is against none other than an infinite pirate dragon. I trust that needs no explanation, so let's move on to the rewards. The rewards of this mega dungeon include things that we will only see within broker culture, some very special broker pets, including a broker-themed cat. We can capture some of the rats that scurry around within the broker trading city, and we'll get to see one of the pets that the brokers actually use as a currency, these strange worms that they found on another world and have scintillating eyes that are gem-like. It's sort of like a living sign of your wealth for the high ends of the broker cartels. You might be able to purchase one of those within the dungeon or fight an enemy in order to obtain one of them. And we'll be able to obtain the broker's special and interesting disc mount, which they fly around their trading city with. In addition, there's going to be a dazzling array of different weaponry for you to collect as well. Now let's move on to updates to some of our Covenant systems. We've been fighting hard to gain renown with our Covenants, gain soulbinds, and additional conduits. We'll be expanding upon a lot of these systems. Some of the ideas that we're thinking about include adding additional conduits, different conduit types, and expanding the soulbind system. Our general goal here is to give you more options in terms of how you specialize your character within your Covenant and how you gain additional power levels. We're very early on in the ideation phase here, and we'd love to hear from you if you want to take to the forums and tell us how you would like to see your power grow within your Covenant. Patch 9.1 also brings with it flying, something that we mentioned a while back, and we're sticking to it. There's no rep grind associated with flying. You simply just need to continue completing activities for your Covenant, and your Covenant story chapters will unlock flying for you automatically. But we're not simply going to be unlocking flying in Chains of Domination. No, we want to do everything heavily Covenant themed, because it's all about working for your Covenants. So completing the flying will also unlock a new, specialized flying mount specific to your Covenant. For the Kyrians, activating Anima to the Eternal Forge has allowed your stewards to once again produce this powerful flying Centurion that hasn't been seen in ages. For the Night Fae, activating Wild Seeds with Anima that were thought lost to the drought will reawaken our powerful ally in the Wolf Serpent. From the Maldraxians, the Necrolords naturally go to their natural environment, throw a saddle on one of the giant corpse flies buzzing around their backyard, and send that on into combat. There's one thing that you do know, they're not going to be afraid of the stench of death. And for the Venthyr, activating Anima within Revendreth has allowed us to empower these Stoneborn brutes, giving us anima-infused Stoneborn allies as our brand new flying mounts. But that's not all. Continuing to advance your Covenant and your Renown will also unlock a set of cosmetic armor. Cosmetic armor sets can be worn by any armor type, from cloth to plate, and they can be mixed and matched with any of your transmog outfits if you want to take just pieces of them, producing a variety of different unique outfit possibilities. The cosmetic armor set for the Kyrian is stylized after a Kyrian courier who might be rushing across the fields of Bastion with a missive. It's very lightweight, it's very airy. For the Night Fae, your cosmetic outfit will be themed around the Forest Defenders and includes many natural wildlife elements, including the horns of the Great Stag and the leaves of the various flora around Ardenweald. As you can see, the colors here are actually themed after the seasons as well. For the Necrolords, we went all the way back to the Warcraft 3 initial idea of the Necromancer in this classically inspired Necromancer set, updated with Necrolord colors. Everybody who's a Necrolord will finally get to also have a little bit of Necromancer in them as well. And finally, for the Venthyr, no Venthyr transmog set would truly be complete without a set of finery, just waiting for the next Venthyr fancy party to break out. Venthyr players will be able to obtain these fancy outfits for whenever you need to head off to a ball. Chains of Domination will also herald the beginning of Shadowlands Season 2, where we will be seeing the addition of a brand new Domination-themed affix for Mythic Plus, an item level increase across the board in terms of available item levels that you can pick up by doing just about anything in the Shadowlands. We'll also be seeing the beginning of PvP Season 2, and something special in this PvP season that we're looking for is an Honor Talent refresh. The idea here is to take a look at some of our unused or underutilized Honor Talents and freshen them up a bit, change things around in terms of the PvP metagame. We'll also be seeing the introduction of seasonal rewards. These include both brand new colors of the Gladiator and Mythic Plus achievement mounts, as well as our new Vicious mounts. In this case, the Vicious mount is the Gorm. The Gorm was already pretty vicious, so slapping a couple of pieces of armor on that and sending them out into combat was a natural thing for the forces of the Alliance and Horde to do. Alright, let's take a second to recap everything coming at you in Chains of Domination. First, we've got some major story quests, including a lot of the main characters of the Shadowlands that are centered most specifically around the designs and plans of the Jailer and his attacks on our allies in our covenants. We will be taking revenge by taking the fight directly to the Jailer in the Maw and forming a permanent presence there with all 4 covenants. We'll be exploring some never-before-seen sections of the Maw, including this new area known as Korthia and its various mysteries. We will be taking the fight directly to the Jailer himself in the Sanctum of Domination raid, which has the final boss as Sylvanas Windrunner. And we'll be making updates to Torghast, including some never-before-seen wings, floors, creatures, and powers. We'll be introducing a new mega dungeon, themed around the brokers as a floating broker trading city, with new bosses to fight there and some very unique loot to obtain. We're going to be expanding upon the conduits and soulbind systems, and adding additional choice and power to your presence within your covenant. And alongside that, we'll be seeing some brand new Covenant rewards, including Covenant-themed flying mounts and Covenant-themed cosmetic armor sets, both of which will be available in a variety of different colors to collect. And finally, we'll be seeing the launch of Shadowlands Season 2 and everything that entails. Thanks everybody for checking out our Shadowlands update. We've got a lot of really cool stories to tell still here in the Shadowlands, and we can't wait to get this content into your hands. From everybody on the World of Warcraft team, we hope you enjoy Chains of Domination, and we'll see you in the Shadowlands.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Blizzcon Line. I'm so happy to have you here. My name is Andrea Toyes. I'm the Senior Casting and Voice Director at Blizzard, a job that I love very, very much. And I can't even begin to tell you how absolutely thrilled I am to be here with you today, to still bring voice actor panels to you despite the madness of the world. I've got some amazing, amazing, amazing friends with me. So hopefully the camera will show you that we've brought together some of our favorite actors from World of Warcraft. So if you're at home, I want you to clap right now because I am thrilled beyond measure to have these great people with me. I mean, we were like wild puppies before the shoot started because I haven't seen my people in so long. I just was overwhelmed with tears and joy. And I think for all of us, we haven't seen each other in a year. Yeah. And so we've all been heavily COVID tested. We've been following protocols so we could be here today to bring this love and this joy to you. Welcome to the World of Warcraft voice actor panel. We're calling this Voices of the Afterlife so we can really dive into Shadowlands and share the great work we've done. So yay for us. So thank you for joining me. Thank you for joining us. I think we're gonna have a great time. So I think we'll just start with some introductions to show you all my great friends that are here. I want to bite them and chew them and hold them so bad. So I might have done an illegal hug. I don't know, maybe. I'm not going to admit to it. But I'm just going to start. I've got my wonderful, delicious, amazing friend, Max Middleman. He plays Erelon in the gorgeous Ardenweald piece and in game. So Max, these are our tribe. This is Max.
Hi, everyone.
Yes.
Hi.
Next to Max, I've got the one and only Sire Denathrius, also known as Ray Chase. Ray Chase, this is our tribe. This is Ray.
Hi, guys.
One of my favorite women on the whole planet, and I so deeply mean that.
My sister.
The fabulous Deborah Wilson, who plays Draka.
Yeah.
So everybody.
Hey, fam.
Yeah.
Hey, fam. Hey, World of Warcraft fam.
Oh my God, it's my girl. I love her. We have the fabulous. Steve and I talked. We couldn't have a panel about the afterlife without our Loa of Death, Buon Samedi, Alex Desert. So there he is right there.
Hey.
Alex, tribe,
What's up,
Alex.
How you doing, tribe?
Yes.
Good to see you again.
And of course, we couldn't talk Shadowlands. There's no way we could do Shadowlands without our fabulous, most beloved, our king, our Anduin Wrynn, also known as Josh Keaton. Josh,
thank you very much.
It's our people.
What's up, people?
Yes.
Good to see everybody.
And then none of this would be possible without our fearless leader, our lead narrative designer, who I also like to call Cuddles. He likes it when I call him Cuddles. This is Steve Denuser, lead narrative designer. Steve, it's our people, of course.
Hey, everybody. It's awesome to be here with you.
Yes. Let's just clap for ourselves since there's nobody here.
And let's clap for the fam.
All of you. I know. Yes. You know, it's weird. BlizzCon, and Steve and I always talk about this. BlizzCon to me is better than Christmas. It's really, for all of us who've been, it's better than Christmas, and it felt so weird. I don't know how you guys were, but it felt really weird to not be there with you. So we're really gonna hang out and chat and just talk life, talk game, and talk about everything we've been through in the last year, because even though we couldn't be with you in Anaheim, we want to be with you here in spirit. So that's what we're going to do today. And hopefully the camera's getting what do you guys think about the set, right? It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Awesome. Can I move in?
I know. Well, I told them, like, now, just so you guys can get this on camera, every year the voice actor stage better look like this or I'm not doing it. I'm just saying. So yeah, welcome. I love you. I'm so happy to be here. I want to talk to Steve first, because Steve and I talked a little bit. You know, this is the first game that Blizzard did in the pandemic, right? I mean, I think March 13th, we got the call that we were all going to work from home.
There's the call now.
Yes. We're going to work from home, and thus we had to figure out, we have to make Shadowlands happen from home. I think at that point we had very little content recorded. And so we did. So Steve, I want to talk to you because I haven't seen you. We've only talked a little bit in sessions. It's the first time I've seen Cuddles.
I know.
So Cuddles, what was it like having to make this game and write this game about the afterlife and these crazy heavy topics during a pandemic? I mean, for you personally, this is tough.
Well, it was tough. And it was a really scary time at first because when this started happening, we didn't know if we could have voices. We didn't know if we could pull it off even. And we had very frank conversations like, is this going to be a silent expansion, you know, or very minimal? And we talked about like, well, could we, you know, go back later after things are normal and record it then and put the stuff in? And you know, we, over the past few expansions especially, voice acting has we've taken it to new levels, and it's become such an important part of the game, and there's been so many memorable performances. And at the end of the day, we decided we had to find a way. We had to find a way to make it work. And thanks to our amazing sound team, our amazing engineers, we somehow pulled it together. And once again, executed at a really high level, and all the new actors who came in who've never been in WoW before, to have to bring everybody in and say, hey, you know, this is this afterlife that we're going to be laying out there for our fans. It was a huge undertaking, but just super proud of the way that everyone came together and showed such commitment to this.
Yeah.
We knew we wanted to do the right thing for the game, and it was amazing.
Yeah, we really did have a talk at a certain point. I remember having a conversation either with you or WoW leadership, I forget, but maybe we have to ship this game with no VO because we didn't know. But before we even go into that, I mean, I know for myself I felt this way. To have to be creative when I was feeling down and blue and having to deliver and create was very difficult. So before we even get into the game, I want to know how all of you are doing. You know, 2020 was hard, and from that I want to segue into what it's like to create under a pandemic from your closet at home, went by yourself, and you're scared about the world melting down. So before we even get into that, I had a rough year, man. Summer almost broke me. I had some dark days, and I'm just wondering how you got through it. How you doing? How's everybody?
I'm doing okay.
You got the wild COVID hair.
Yeah, I got the wild COVID hair.
amazing.
I've gained a few
you have.
pounds.
More to cuddle.
Lot of junk food.
Yes.
Lot of food delivery and picking up stuff and just eating whatever. But yeah, I mean, I have two young kids. They're both in school, so they've been doing their Zoom classrooms, and that's been kind of just the way it's been for the last year, is like having 2 Zoom sessions going there and then having one for recording VO for me. So there's like 3 Zoom sessions going pretty much all day long. But otherwise it hasn't been too bad. I mean, I've always been kind of an introvert anyway, so like just being at home has been okay. I do really miss, like I actually didn't really realize until today how much I missed the human contact, because I saw Max and I was like, what's up, man? And I saw Alex, and I saw Deborah, and I just met Ray, and it just, that's when you really start to realize how much you miss that human connection when you have a little taste of it. And yeah, so I mean, that's how it's been for me. But funnily enough, I got back into World of Warcraft during the pandemic.
Good to hear.
So I started playing BFA again, and I started doing old content, and then now playing Shadowlands. So that's kind of been a cool social thing for me to do, just to go and feel like I'm getting out somewhere, and questing and doing things with other people, and that's been kind of nice for my sanity.
Yeah, so World of Warcraft saved you, that's
Yes,
what I'm hearing.
yeah,
Yes.
absolutely.
I feel like half the reason I do voiceover is because there's the creative part of it, but there's also the being able to see people. So that's really been tough for me, even though it's been nice that I get to continue to record from my home studio, which is just my walk-in closet. I still am missing such a huge component, which is going in and having that interaction. And as much of an introvert as I am, like Josh, I realized in quarantine just how much I miss getting to see people face to face. And like the session we had, it's so much easier to sort of execute, you know, your vision and sort of come together collaboratively when we're all in the same room. But yeah, and you know, I miss that. But Netflix has been nice. And Delivery.
Yes.
And Schitt's Creek.
Yes,
And
great show.
Queen's Gambit.
Yes, yes. So you're doing okay, you held steady.
I'm doing okay. I have ups and downs, but I'm trying to focus on what I have to be grateful for.
Absolutely.
Because when I'm feeling the most depressed, I think about all the things that I do have.
Yes.
So.
I feel like I'm never going to take a hug for granted again. I mean, I mean, when I do sneak in a rogue hug every once in a while, it's so much more meaningful now. I feel like I'll never take human touch for granted again, you know? And to your point, focusing on gratitude, because there's some dark days, man, and then you just got to go, okay, you know what? Just sit down and calm down and eat some potato chips. You're going to be fine. What about you guys? Alex?
I think we were saying before, too, it's been interesting with this whole time that we're living in. It's like, you know, I'll have couple of days where I'm on point. We're good. And then the next day I'm like, oh, this sucks. And then I'll get back to being good. And it's an interesting thing because I thought it was just me until I talked to my friends. They're like, no, that's happening to me as well. So the odd thing about this whole time is, as alone as we feel, we're not alone because everybody seems to be going through the same thing. And I'll honestly say, I've been searching for silver linings everywhere, and I've been finding them everywhere. And I don't know about you guys. Have you guys reached out to people you haven't talked to?
Oh, yeah.
For years?
Yes.
Now talk about, finding some light and some dark. There it is right there. So that being said, I'm grateful for that, and that golf is a social distance sport.
Right.
Or rather game, because if you can smoke while you're doing it, it's a game. So no, I'm really grateful. It's like really finding the little things, and the fact that we get to do this.
The fact that we're here right now.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like when we all got here, like I said earlier, we went wild like little puppies because how lucky we are to be here right now. And when I say we, I don't just mean us, I mean all of you at home. I want you to know that for all of us, we're holding you in our hearts. You're here with us right now. So we all get to do this right now. Ray, Deborah, how are you holding steady?
The interesting thing for me is I don't have children, and I'm not married. So the complexities of having a family, the complexities of being married, and holding those relationships in a different space, I get why people go like, it's driving me mad, or all these things. But I've always been this person who is living her first childhood, not her second, but at my age, living my first childhood. And I've never let that go because I've been honored and privileged to be married but divorced, have my own space pretty much for a very long time, and have scorpions and tarantulas and fish and a dog and do whatever I want and get tattooed and pierced. So there was always this sense of privilege of my own that I've created for myself. And as a kid, I was always that homebody. I never considered myself by myself, but with myself. And the darker stuff for me was prior to any of this in years. It was a dark descent in my own personal life for many other reasons. And I'm talking very, very dark, where it was rock bottom. And because I had hit such powerful, dark rock bottoms, I knew that I would never go there again. And it was important for me to stay spiritually grounded, because I knew that everything has a rise and an emergence, and everything happens for a reason, and everything has to be spilled out to examined and look so that we can discern and disseminate the make and measure of who we are in the center of it all. So when we're privileged and when we're in our bubbles, everything is comfortable, and we find that balance no matter what is teetering in our life. But when something like this happens, it really calls upon us to bring ourselves into a different type of light and to accept our darkness, because that's how we transmute it into light. You know, the light is just not there. The light is already within you, but it's okay. And giving yourself the opportunity to say, you know what, it's okay that I feel this way. It's okay that I'm going through this. I'm fine with this because I'm gonna use this to transmute it into something else. And it took me a long time to do that prior to any of this, in such a dark descent in my life, that I was prepared. And in the process of being prepared, the one thing I wanted to not lose control of, even though I was out of control of a lot of things in the world and what was happening, is I was always going to be in control of my compassion, my kindness. I was always going to be in control of calling the people I love and say, hey, I haven't called you in a while, and the reason I'm calling you is because of this pandemic. And I want to know how you are, and I haven't spoken to you in a while, and thank goodness for Zoom, and thank goodness for FaceTime. And being able to go, all of those things I can now use in such a powerful way to connect, because I was making sure that I stayed connected and bolstered to myself, to my higher self. But it took me, like I said, not so much the pandemic for that to happen, but stuff prior to that was so dark that I just knew I could never go back there again. So when this dark happened, I thought more of other people who have families, who have friends, who've lost jobs, who've lost brothers and sisters and family members, who are suffering right now, who are in pain, who don't want to hear the happy side of my own life. But I want to be able to go, compassionate-wise, this ain't about me. This is about you sharing where you are, so I can step into your shoes and ask you, how can I serve you even from a distance? What kind of love can can I give from you from a distance? What can we share so that you can talk about and completely vomit out everything you need to that's going on in your personal life so that you go, I feel better. Now let's talk about the fun for a moment, and let's get back to telling each other how much we love each other.
Yeah, and amen. And I mean, that's why this sounds like a joke. It's not. There's times, I don't know if I've told you, I'll have a bad day, and I'm not kidding. I go, what would Deborah do right now? I'm not even kidding. I'm not, because I feel like it's easy to go to this kind of dark place, but you are such a bastion of light and power in this world, and that's a great example of it. And I really mean that, because you see things differently in a way that reminds us how to be human. So I think that one of the benefits of this pandemic is slowing us down and connecting us in ways that we've in some ways we forgot how to be connected. We were so distracted with this and that, and now it's slowed us down to stay connected.
Absolutely, because you know what? This is only reflective of the viruses that we haven't killed.
Absolutely.
Killed within ourselves.
I know, that's
our
so true.
complacency.
Yes, all of
our
it.
fear, all of the things that we haven't grown within ourselves, our hatred. Because this is not just about the pandemic, the Black Lives Matter movement, the rise of the LGBTQ community. People who are choosing to really experience and express their authentic self without the fear of violence. And living, and this is the 21st century we're talking about, where people are still being killed for a belief system. And for who they truly are to live their authentic selves. And because of that, there are so many viruses that we have to look at in ourselves that we go, what am I doing in the center of this? Who am I in the center of this? What am I contributing to the center?
All these things to ask ourselves. It's a hard act to follow, Steve and Ray. I'm sorry, but
I don't
I mean, what else can we say?
I played a lot of video games this
So Ray,
year.
it
was really rough.
Ray, how have you survived? So how have you been doing? Ray also has the best COVID hair. I would kill for that hair.
Thank you.
So Ray, how have you been doing? You're supposed to be sitting in the Sardonathrius pose, by the way.
It just happened to be that I ended up getting the largest seat in the room.
So how have you survived all this? Are you doing all right?
We had an odd thing. We got married. We had a very poorly.
Congratulations.
We had a very poorly timed wedding. It was March 21st of last year, and it was originally like a 50-person wedding, and then the week before it was, we can't gather in groups of more than 20. It's now a 20-person wedding, and then it was 5, and then at the very end it was in our backyard, and 2 people showed up. Just her parents.
But so special.
It was really it ended up being special, and we got the cake all to ourselves. So it ended up being okay,
So you made it through all right. That's lovely. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's wonderful. That's great. It's nice, these things that, it's like I feel like these things that happen to us mean more than just a blur in a timeline. Now every little thing matters. Steve, what about you? How you doing? Because you had to keep yourself healthy and then write a game about the afterlife. So how are you? Then start there. How are you? How are you doing?
Doing pretty good. Like everybody else, there's ups and downs, but it's, the important thing to remember is that none of this is an equation to be solved. Like you don't just figure it out and go, okay, I'm good now. It's fine to have those ups and downs, to have good days and bad days. That's natural.
And just weather the storms.
And just weather the storm and just, keep pushing forward. But
so what was it like then? It was just so weird that we're this game Shadowlands and the themes of it while there's a pandemic going on. So did you have to meet with a team to kind of go, okay, we're going to go into this dark place while the world is kind of dark? What was that creative process like?
Well, it was, we were already had things underway. These expansions take so long to, from first conception to agreeing upon, the basic ideas to developing those out. So everybody knew what we were going to be doing. Everybody was already kind of bought into that. But, the crazy thing is that so much of my job, like I have 2 major phases of it, and in the first phase is like getting people together and jamming on ideas and sharing story ideas and going back and forth and kind of honing out so those best ideas rise to the top. And that's it's always been a very in-person thing. It's people gathered around, we're all sitting around a table, we're all jamming on stuff and just feeding off one another's energy, and that face-to-face connection was super important to that. And then another part of my job is, after those ideas get distilled down, is kind of like preaching it to other people, like going to different groups, to the engineers, to the sound team, to whomever, and saying, this is what we're doing, and getting all excited about it. Again, a very face-to-face thing, and feeding off people's energies and seeing how they're reacting to, what are they raising their eyebrows at? What are they nodding to? all those kinds of cues that are so important in this physical space. And when we first all went home, and we didn't know how long it would be for. Will it be for a couple weeks, for a month, for who knows? I remember that first week, we started having Zoom meetings and stuff like that, and I just thought, oh my God, this is not going to work. I'm a failure. I'm gonna lose it. This is where the rug gets pulled out, and this is people figure me out now that I can't do this. And that first week was really hard, and I questioned myself, and I just doubted whether we could do this successfully. And then the second week, it got a little easier, and started making those connections. And some of those meetings were like, man, that was really good. Like, had some of that same energy. And by the third week, I didn't have any doubts anymore. I knew that we could do it. I knew it would take longer. I knew that it would be harder, and we would have those ups and downs, and we'd have fits and starts and all that sort of thing. But from that point on, I never questioned that we would make something great.
Yes, that's great.
Because even through the screens and through the wires and this distance and everything, I still felt that connection to the people that I'm in the trenches with every day. And we carried that forth from the game team to these acting sessions, the voice sessions, and just that energy and that power and that trust was super important, and that's what got us through.
Yeah, I think that's beautifully said. I feel like for myself and probably all of you, but for Steve and I working at Blizzard on this game, it's like a mission, a goal. You know, we knew we had something bigger to work on it, and rather than, there's sometimes I didn't want to get out of bed, and I didn't, but then there's days when I'm like, we got to get up, we got to do this game, we got to commit. So even though we were distant, because Blizzard very much is a tribe, it's really palpable, but I think to your point, there was something greater than ourselves that kept us going. Yeah. And was it, I mean, these are some dark tones in this game. I mean, did that come up? I mean, you had to write some heavy content.
It is, but I think of Shadowlands as a very optimistic expansion.
Yeah, what's your take on the game? I want to hear.
Yeah, I mean, it was great to have essentially a blank canvas to think about what does the afterlife for World of Warcraft mean. We've gone to all these crazy places. We've gone to hidden places on Azeroth. We've gone to other worlds, time-wiminess, all that sort of stuff. And this was a chance to go to this entirely different reality, basically. That had only been hinted at before. We'd only talked about Shadowlands as a concept, and we'd had some characters like Bwansamdi who had given us little footholds and dipped our toes into the realm of death before, but we had never fully immersed ourselves into it. And one of the things that I kind of fixated on early on was this idea that humans, we think of death, we think of that as an ending, but for the Shadowlands, death is just a beginning. Death is a source of energy. Death is a source of existence for all these people. And there's lines in game where some of the characters who exist in the Shadowlands, even though they are of death, I always say it's death with a capital D, death as an energy, death as a force.
Death as an energy, that's heavy.
Death is a kind of magic that animates all of these things. So the irony is that even in this realm of supposed death, things are very much alive, and there's characters there, people that you make connections with, as many of the characters here on this very panel. Players feel just as real a connection to someone like Erelon, or when they're in the raid against Sire Denathrius and all the things that he said. Like, those are real connections, and it doesn't matter that this is an afterlife setting. It's still World of Warcraft, and at the end of the day, that's what people come back to and are drawn to.
Absolutely, and I really want to talk about all the work that our actors did, but I want you to talk about one thing you were talking about before the cameras rolled, and that was, we were saying Josh is a big WoW player, in case you guys don't know. I mean, you can talk WoW probably more than Steve.
He's after my job. We all know.
Totally. Well, we don't really need you anymore. He's got better hair.
Yeah,
so
I know. He's got hair.
But we were talking, you were saying how in Shadowlands, and I know from having to cast 1 million races, that we have more races than ever, and I want you to talk about how you approached writing it with all the realms and the post-it notes, and because that's bananas. I want to know how you got from that crazy writing process to these great people here today.
Yeah, well, it is, creating this is no one person's job, first of all. To make that clear, like, I work with tremendous people. Yes. We have tremendous designers and artists and engineers and just a whole team that lives and breathes this world and this story. So everything I do is a collaboration. I don't do anything on my own.
Yes.
So we lift each other up, and when people have good days, they help everyone, and when they have bad days, then they lean on other people, and that's super important. But for my part of it, I'm always try to focus on the big picture and, like, what does Shadowlands mean, and what are the themes that we're going to be exploring as we're telling these stories. And so I literally mapped out this corkboard that once we had settled on what our realms would be, the realms of death, Revendreth and Ardenweald and Bastion and Maldraxxus and the Maw, I started making little notes about what words are associated with these places. So places like Revendreth, that was about pride, but also about redemption in ways, and sin and arrogance, but also finding a path to pay for those sins. Maldraxxus was about struggle, it was about chaos, it was about rising up a ladder to prove yourself. There are good qualities in that as well. And so it was about finding all of those themes for all of these different places. And then I could look at that and see how a theme in Bastion connected to a theme in Maldraxxus. And then that's a great fodder for a quest designer to go in and say, oh, I can build a line that takes me from this place to this place. And then now I have characters that have something in common that they can interact. So places that on the surface looked very different from one another actually have a lot of threads connecting them. And I think that's one of the hallmarks of WoW, is that kind of storytelling where there's so many threads that are connecting characters and connecting points in time and connecting places. It just makes it feel like a lived-in world, and we wanted that for the Shadowlands as well.
I was teasing Steve saying that he probably looked like a serial killer with his little, no, it's the cops who do that with the boards and the thread and the yarn and mapping it all with crazy scribbles all over the wall. I wish I could see a picture of your house during Shadowlands, just of all these crazy notes and things.
Yeah.
Okay, so Revendreth was sin and purging. Maldraxxus was kind of survival. Ardenweald?
Ardenweald is about renewal. It's about, there's a side to it that is sleep and restoration. But then there's a part of waking up too. It's part of a cycle. That's the key thing about Revendreth. It plays a unique part in the Shadowlands because it is where life and death intersect. And there's a lot of, we're going to be exploring that in that relationship in future content as well, because it is a key thing that death doesn't stand on its own. Death and life are intertwined, both for our players' characters who are living mortals, traversing the realms of death, but also for these forces that are in this realm of death themselves. They know that they have this connection to this other force, life with a capital L, if you will.
It's just so powerful to talk about during these crazy times, right? But the million-dollar question for me, which I was teasing you about, but I want an answer, if you die in the afterlife, you're double dead? What are you? I just want to clarify.
The answer is
if you die in
different
the
depending
afterlife.
on if you're living more. Let's just not go into
Okay.
that's for a more deep dive.
Can you work on that for me? I need you to work on that for me.
I'm happy to answer it for
I love when I see the tweets going, yo, I'm dead in the afterlife. Does that mean I'm
double dead?
Double dead. Double dead.
If you want the real answer, it's our player characters, like, as Josh knows well, when they die, something nudges them back to life, some force, some tether, some connection. And that is because our heroes, our player characters, are tied to the life force of Azeroth itself. And it's that connection that keeps them going, even when the odds are against them.
It's really beautiful. I mean, it's just really beautiful how what you're talking about is a video game, yes, but so much of it can apply to real life and death and the connections in death that stay with us and push us forward. That's what was so heavy in these moments of recording Shadowlands. I myself, we've had several sessions, many sessions, I would argue, that really brought us to tears, that were heavy, that were intense, and all of that. So I think that's a great segue. I'm going to kind of go around for our fans at home. I'm going to talk to each actor about their roles. We've got some great footage of everything they did, because we really did have some magical moments, many magical moments in the recording of Shadowlands, I would say. And one of the first that I can recall is my beautiful Erelon in the Ardenweald piece. I mean, I got to tell you, our cinematic director, Mark Messengers, that was his piece, and I told you this, Mark had to leave Max's session when we recorded for Ardenweald because he was crying so much he had to walk out of the booth. Because even when I watch it now, I've directed you in that piece, and I've seen the piece, and it still gets me.
Yeah.
So I remember that day like it was yesterday. Let's watch some footage of it first so we can remind everybody. Then I want to talk to you about it, because it's just delight. It's just poetry.
Great.
So we're going to see Erelon in the Ardenweald piece.
One last time, you serve the wilds. You will not be forgotten. Forgive me, friend. I will hunt for you, my queen. For Ardenweald, and for the souls we can yet save. I swear it. I swear it.
It just gets you, right? It just I can't make it through that piece. And we recorded this before COVID hit, and watching it now, I feel like I see it even deeper and more profoundly because, I lost my 19-year-old cat last Christmas, and when every time I watch it, I think of any loss that we have, and the grief yet beauty in it. So, do you remember that? I remember that day.
I do. It's such a heartbreaking story. By the way, something I just noticed is that the Winter Queen gets teary-eyed in the visual, which is like, whoa, for her to. My mom actually, when she watched this, she never cries at animated stuff, right? But she called me and she was like, I just watched your. I was like, yes. But it's a heartbreaking thing that he has to go through. Yes. He's sworn this oath to protect his grove, these souls, and he's given a choice where he can continue to protect the one soul that's left, or he can serve the greater good. He can sacrifice this soul for the greater good, and he chooses the greater good. And it's a Sophie's choice. It's
absolutely
just so heartbreaking.
Yes.
But I remember going into that session, I was in a weird creative rut in my life, in my acting career, and which can happen to all creative people. It can happen to writers, it can happen to singers and musicians and dancers and everybody. So I was in that place where I felt like I was doing the same thing sort of over and over and over again. And rarely do you get to work on something that is so filled with this, it's so well written, it's got so much for you to grasp as an actor. The lore is there's so much there. And I remember leaving that session feeling the complete opposite going into it. I felt so fulfilled. And I told you, it was such an honor to be able to do that. And you only get to really do this kind of thing with video games, I feel like, for voice acting. Or it's rare that you get to do it with other forms of voice acting. So I was just so thrilled, And like, part of the reason that, like I said, that I'm able to feel this way is because the writing is so good. Like, I can go in and, I don't know about you guys, when you're creating a character, when you're auditioning for a character, I latch on to like adjectives because it's the easiest thing to use. So for Erelon, that's he's loyal, he's dedicated, he's compassionate, he's strong-willed, and all these things create like one layer of a character. But having the writing be so rich, when you get to the session, you learn these other things about the world and the character and how he relates and these threads that connect, it adds a whole nother layer, and I think that's what you need if you want a character to be compelling. So, it's just such a joy as an actor to be able to work on this kind of thing.
And I remember talking to you in the kitchen that day because we got a lot of auditions in for Erelon, and yours was just, if we had used your audition for the piece, it would have been perfect. And we talked about your preparation, like you put work, maybe like you're saying the adjective. So what, for a character like Erelon, how did you prepare to audition? Because your audition was perfect. Do you remember what you did?
Thank you. It's with an audition, it's tough. There was an image in the audition. I remember it said something like, a picture is so helpful. To see a picture, I don't even think it was finished.
Right,
it wasn't
correct.
The real thing. But it's very helpful to have a picture and sort of the adjectives together. There was a little backstory, so I could latch onto that as well. But you're taking big swings. So, I don't really have the answers when I'm in the audition, so I took some swings, and luckily,
it was great.
It worked.
And for me, I think Erelon, and Steve, what do you think? I feel like with Erelon, there's such a juxtaposition of raw vulnerability and delicacy, but yet power and strength and courage. So for me, Erelon's one of my favorites because he does balance out those two things. Is that how you perceive Erelon? I mean, he's just such a magnificent character.
Yeah, and for people who, a little insight into our process, typically the way that it works is we'll write up on our side, we'll write up like a casting sheet for this is who the character is, and this is what role it's going to play in the game, and this is what is important about it, and we give that to you, and then you'll usually doctor it up so that you're not revealing any of our secrets in the lore deep dives
throwing
and
some
stuff. but
actor speak into it.
you're giving the actors what they need to be able to pull from that. And so, yeah, those were the things that were super important about Erelon. And then you deliver a batch of auditions, and we listen to them together, and I give you my thoughts on those.
And like, ignore everything you tell me.
Yeah, yes, exactly. But we find what that core is, and like, what are the things that stand out about this audition that really hit home for that character? And that was the thing. It was Erelon needed to be sincere. He needed to be someone that you could tell he cared about what he did. And so that was what was so crucial about that performance, and it just nailed it perfectly. I've seen that cinematic from because it was made by our story and franchise team, but I'm in the room from like the first script and going over the notes and everything, and storyboards to like early animatic to the art pieces coming in, temp voiceover and all that kind of stuff. Every time I cried with that, like every time I could see it. And then when the final performance came in and the music came in, freaking lost it, man, because it was just so perfectly done. It just brought everything together.
And I'm going to tell you something I didn't tell you. Whenever I sent the casting doc out, I listened to everything and I gave everybody a chance for sure, but I knew it had to be you. Because I always look for actors. All of you here to me represent, I always look, successful casting is when the person themselves really connects with the character. And you are so full of love and light and beauty and strength and endurance and power. So I knew that your heart would come through so powerfully, and it did. So I love you so much. Erelon was such a beautiful piece, and I treasure that session so much.
It's one of my favorite things that I've ever done.
Yes, it's wonderful. Well, great. Well, so happy to have you here.
Thank you.
So of course that leads us to Sire Denathrius, and I love that I said I look for actors who connect to their character. So clearly,
pure evil.
Pure evil. When I think about Ray Chase, it's pure evil.
Yeah. I've known him for a long time, and I can confirm.
Pure evil, pure menacing evil.
Not nothing, but good looking.
Yeah, very great hair. Great hair.
Something someone evil would say.
So before we talk to you, I mean, this Denathrius piece, I could all of your pieces I could watch over and over, but Denathrius, what a nasty person to love.
Yes, absolutely.
So let's watch the lovely Revendreth piece. Let's watch that.
To the good people of Revendreth, it is with optimism that I address you today. Though these are challenging times. Firstly, I assure you that our holy mission to help the most violent and wicked souls atone for their sins is and always will be our utmost priority. Our rituals are effective. Our judgment keen but fair. We, Venthyr, remain committed to bringing eventual redemption to all who desire it. It is through your faithful work that even the most evil and prideful beings may ultimately be spared an eternity in the maw.
God, it's so good. Wow. It's so good.
Wow. Just the juxtaposition of what
I know, and I'm like, that voice is coming out of this person.
Know.
It's crazy.
Wow. That is my natural speaking voice.
Yeah, if I were you, I would talk like that all the damn time at the drive-thru. You name it, I would talk like that. But I remember your session so clearly because I remember we played classical music in your cans.
Yes.
And you had like a cup of tea.
I had a tea,
Yes, and you just so delicately drank the tea. Oh. So talk to us about, I want to know, where did this voice come from? He's amazing. So tell us where Denathrius came from.
Coming from being just, I just wanted the most, we use that word a lot, delicious, to talk about this character, but just a nice, silky, deep voice. And of course, it has to be British. I'm really glad, I'm very thankful to you, Steve, for letting me say Revendreth a lot, because it has two R's that I can roll. Revendreth all the time. It's so nice.
It's so good.
And I'm glad Max didn't snipe my story, but we both did our sessions the same week, and we called each other at some point to check in because we were always talking with each other, and we both said at the same time, I had the best session I ever had, and it was, and both of us just said, yeah, it was these for Warcraft. It was incredible. Just the directing, the writing, the characterization, and that was
another thing I forgot that. you do this. I don't think anybody else has done this, where they play music in your cans, and it
changes
such a
it.
delight. It
Oh,
changes
God.
everything.
Yes.
That's so cool that there was classical music.
Oh, yes,
playing.
it was so
It was the
perfect,
music
this
from the
tea.
trailer, yeah.
Yes.
It was perfect, and then you had me drink tea before saying every single line because he's in that drinking anima from a glass. It was perfect. I first met you at a casting workshop 7 years
That's
ago.
hard
and
to believe.
I remember you saying that that you always are looking for creative ways of getting performers to do their job.
Mm-hmm.
And being able to work on this with all of the cool bells and whistles, the Andrea Toyas toys, I guess, it really, really worked. It was super, super fun. I absolutely loved it.
It was great. So where did you, this voice, is it just vampire lore? Well, I think for us it was easy because smug politicians, you know, it was such timely content to draw
I couldn't
from.
believe it, and this was before COVID. I
Yes.
address you today through these challenging times.
Yeah,
Perfect
totally.
timing. It was crazy that so much of real world stuff was reflected in this.
That's crazy.
The big lie, saying the thing that accusing somebody else of doing the thing that you are doing, which is all that speech is.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it was very timely and interesting.
So where did you was it thinking about politicians? I think we were thinking about World War II propaganda. I forget what was in, how did you think you created him? Like, what would you base him on if you had to kind of piece him together?
Oh man, I mean, big and blue.
Yeah.
And really, just, I don't know. I think that he loves himself more than anything. That's why he'll put himself before, you know, he's supposed to be in charge of this place, but all he's doing is farming all of this anima and using it all for himself and his cronies. I think that's really what that character is about. And he's got a cool sword that he doesn't even have to swing himself. It just goes on its own. I don't know. I just think he's such a well-designed character.
He's wonderful. Every time he talks, I think everybody stops because that voice coming out is amazing.
Yeah.
So I just think you did him beautifully. And I'm just so happy to bring you here to celebrate you because all the feedback, people went mental over Denathrius because I don't know, like you luxuriate in your consonants, right?
Yes, exactly.
It's just amazing.
Yeah.
And I do want to point out that Ray did choose the biggest chair for himself in this whole set. We got to choose our own seat.
It wasn't like a hesitation thing. It was just like, no, that's mine.
Oh, my throne, thank you.
Yeah. And again, I'm casting people who connect with their characters a little too well. So
Yes, no, I have no problem.
Oh, we love him. He's just fantastic.
Thank you.
Leader of the vampires. So it's so great to really celebrate the pieces that we did: Ardenweald, Revendreth, and now Maldraxxus, with our fabulous orc queen goddess that is you. And I still remember your session. Working with Deborah is magic because Deborah, I will watch Deborah and she physically, you can watch her, you haven't been to session yet with Deborah, she physically transforms. You just see like, zzz, and then it's just Draka. And the power that you bring to her is amazing. So let's watch a little bit of Draka to celebrate your magic and then we'll come and chat.
In life, I was Draka of the Frostwolf clan, a warrior who gave everything to protect what mattered most. But I was not done fighting. I am Draka, once of the Frostwolf clan, now Baroness of the House of the Chosen, and most of all, a protector of Maldraxxus.
So good. I tell you, to have such a strong, powerful female character that doesn't mess around is so inspiring. And I remember, Deborah, when you were in session recording this piece, I mean, you always stand upright, but I remember you just, the power and the steel in your spine when you recorded was, and your eyes were so focused, just amazing. So talk about that voice and how you brought her to life and what she means to you, all of that, because she's phenomenal.
Draka is powerful because she's been tortured. Tortured emotionally, tortured psychologically, tortured by death, tortured by life. And as an orc, that has to be used from the deepest part of one's body because nothing will ever get solved. It's an evolutionary process of saving and saving again and building your integrity and building your strength and building your character based on all the pain. And so the pain is important because it doesn't overwhelm you as a feminine or female energy. It only empowers you as what most people would see in society would be masculine. Mm-hmm. And it's not masculine. It's feminine energy. And that feminine space that she comes from is the loss of a child.
Yes.
And so she could either curl up and die, but that's not the orc way. Mm. And she uses that as something to push past the pain, drag it with her into missions, drag it with her into the statement of who she is and every experience that will take her on this journey. But doesn't use it as a reason or excuse of anything. Just keeps it for herself. It's almost like wearing a talisman and keeping that talisman inside your clothing. And no one needs to see it and no one needs to know that it's there, but it's close to your body, it's close to your heart, and you wear it on the inside, but never on the out.
I love it. So what part of you do you connect with? Like, what part of Deborah do you see as
all of it?
All of it, absolutely.
All of it. And the reason is because we're telling their orcs and their demons and their creatures and their characters and their vampires, but it's important for me when I go into a booth to tell and transmute the experience in a human story in terms of why people want to relate. And unless I'm putting something very personal in it, it's going to be a challenge for people to relate, and I will miss an aspect of authenticity. And for me personally, I can't afford to miss the authenticity because the story is much greater than me. The epic journey that you created for this character is a huge responsibility. And in taking on that responsibility, the part of the luggage that I bring with me, the part of the stuff that I have to bring with me is my own personal stuff, whether you know where it's coming from or not, or whether it's coming from those spaces that were created ideas and identity to build this being. I have to make it personal. I have to go deep, and I have to bring that to the surface of everything. My anger, my pain, my fear, my desire, my drive, my intention, because unless I'm doing that, then I'm missing something. And I'm trusting that you hired me because I refuse to miss something.
That's right. That's right. And talk about your physicality, because every character, Deborah has voiced a million amazing, there's no small role for you. Every character we give you, it just becomes something much bigger. But one thing I love about you is you physically transform. You commit your body, you commit your spirit and mind and your body to the character. That's a big thing. I see you physically shift. Talk about, because you've got to kind of feel her skin, right?
I have to. I have to disappear. It's what I call immersion. I have to be completely immersed in that experience because I'm not in a booth. I don't exist anymore. The world has to be around me, and so even if I'm home in a booth or even if I'm in a studio, it has to disappear. And it has to disappear because I'm focused on every relationship. I don't call it a relationship, every relationship. And in relating to everything, the environment, the temperature, what's below my feet. I'm grounding myself because I'm not wearing shoes, so I'll take my shoes off so that I can feel the expansion of what my orc feet would be on the ground. The air, am I seeing breath? Am I hearing things behind me? And the microphone disappears, and that becomes the being that I'm talking to. So when I ask to do another take, it's because they responded differently. And I need to say this again to them because they shifted away. Their eyes changed. They looked down. They are paying attention. And so each time my intention begins to grow and layer because they did something different as I see them. So that's why when I have a tendency with Andrea to do this. Because I noticed they looked different. They had a different shift in their body. And when I recognize that shift, it helps to layer it. And at the same time, as I'm doing voice, it helps to give you different choices as well.
I love it. I mean, all of you, I feel like you so physically connect. Were you going to say something?
Yeah, and this is why it had to be Draka and it had to be Deborah, because when we're dealing with this place Maldraxxus, this afterlife about contention and strife and proving yourself, We had a million characters we could draw from. There are any number from the past of World of Warcraft that we could have plugged into Maldraxxus, and it would have been awesome. It would have been great. But Draka was important because her story is among the most human of stories. It is, like you were saying, it's a story of loss. It's about building yourself up, proving yourself up, and having it snatched away from you. And we all know what that is. We all have experienced that at points in our life. And Draka has a chance to take all of that and build a new future for herself and for this place. And so to be able to do that, you need a special actor to bring that to life. And that's what you have done so masterfully in this.
So powerfully. All of you, I mean, I really feel like all the casting we've done with our lead characters, all of you emulate our characters. So much of what our fans at home might love about these characters, you're actually loving the essence of these amazing humans on stage. I mean, honestly, it's just such a beautiful thing to behold, and we're so lucky to have you here. So we couldn't have a story about the afterlife without our Loa of Death, who, Steve and I think we're personally both in love with Alex, aren't we? We do talk.
Absolutely.
We are so
This
completely
guy.
we have like Alex. No, Steve and I have shared like, I love Alex. No, I love him more. No, I love him more.
Seriously, texting videos back
Oh
and
my
forth.
God.
Did you see this performance?
We love him so.
Yes.
We love you so much.
gosh.
So let's see why we love you. A, you're so dapper and handsome, but let's see your footage as well because
My
we love
ears
you.
are red now.
Well, this is a surprise. You're looking pretty good, Your Majesty. So, why have you come to see me?
I need your aid.
I see. You want to make a deal with me. Go on, go on.
Become my Loa. Grant me the power to recover my kingdom, and I will elevate you above all Loa.
Yes, so you get your kingdom back. All very nice. But soon you'll tired of old one Samdi. You go back to the living Loa, the one who bring the rain, makes the crops grow, not wither and die. No. I need more than just your word.
Got so good.
What the heck?
You know, it's so hard. I had to choose a clip, and I'm like, okay, I'm just going to choose like 10-second clips. I couldn't. For all of you, I'm like, no, 15, 20, 30. Okay, 2 minutes. I need 2 minutes of the footage. It's so good.
Oh,
I know you were on a panel before, but where does he come from? I feel like I'm watching a gangster flick every time he comes on screen.
Well, first off, I want to say that I'm very jealous of his gun. I got to work on that. No, Bwan Samdi. Actually, no. What I do love about Bwan Samdi is that I get to tap into something I never get to do in my other acting career, is to be the mischievous, devilish, evil, but lovable guy. To me is fascinating. Initially, I think I got the idea for what I wanted to do from watching an old movie called Rockers, this old Jamaican movie. And there's some old Rastas in there. And the way everything them say is so deliberate. And then somehow when we got in the booth, we started playing with it and made them lighter and darker at the same time. And I don't know how we caught it, but it was that thing where you go, there it is, let's go. And really, I say this in all sincerity, this is one of the joys of my life, is when I get to play.
We love him so much, and I think, Steve, you can attest, the fans are nuts over Bwan Samdi. And I think I talked about this on the last voice actor panel with you, but every time when we record in session, Alex doesn't stand behind the mic and record. He kind of does this like dapper.
Kind of got to lay.
Yeah, he kind of just lingers on his music. We have to keep moving the mic because Alex just kind of lingers and like, what do you want? Oh my God.
Well, it's
He's
interesting. It's
amazing.
great hearing this too, like what you were just talking about, and just how the physicality helps you.
Absolutely.
It helps you so much. And yeah, this cat's laid back, so come on, bring it.
So good.
You know, so much fun.
Yes. So what do you think he means when you create him? Is it kind of tapping into those old Rasta and?
Yeah. Started with the Rasta, and then Bwan Samdi, and I was like, oh, Bwan Samdi. Oh, we're going to Haiti.
That's right.
And okay, I've heard about this stuff, and so I was tapping into that. Yes, Jeffrey Holder was also in my brain, but yeah, it was just tapping into that and the idea of the darkness, but also not darkness, mischievousness.
Yes.
And it's how mischievous can we get? How can we ride that line? Just get right there.
Right there.
And I just love being able to just, don't mess with me. It's really.
I think you're right. I think he really is dark and light. And Steve, every time we're in session with you, Alex, we just laugh and laugh. Like you just find these interesting peaks and valleys and deliveries, and it's just, he takes these lines and suddenly it's like a whole other thing. I mean,
well, the joy is that, yes, we knew going into the sessions for Shadowlands with Alex, like we're so excited. We're like, oh, we can't wait to get Alex in the booth. It's going to be magical. But you never know when the magic is going to come, because you can write the lines, you can think a certain thing and plan for it, and then he finds just something else, and it's just delightful, and we collapse on the floor laughing. Do that again, do that again.
My favorite is this. We'll do the line, be like, wait, hold on. I want to try it this way. Hold on.
And just through tears, like we're saying it through tears because we're laughing so hard.
It's like, did Alex?
I know. It's amazing.
Take it. We're like, I don't care if it's a totally different line, take it.
Yep.
So right now, the line that Steve and I love most, can you just read the one on your card that's our most favorite? You know which one it is.
Which one?
The fussy.
Oh, hold on. I forgot my readers.
This is a line that when he did it, Steve and I are like, we don't care. We're changing the whole damn line.
I'm doing it's such a fussy pants, man. I got some here you're going to want to see.
We're like, did he just say fussy pants?
Right.
Yes, he did. Print it.
Yes, that's the thing. Like most of the time we go into a session, we got our script printed out, and occasionally, sometimes things happen in the booth, and you're like, oh, let's make a change here. But they're not huge changes most of the time. But with Alex, it's like we'll just throw some lines out there, and I know they're just going to be rewritten on the fly. I've got the editor open. I'm in there just typing like crazy. I can't believe he said that. Let me throw that in there because it's just so much more delicious.
Yes.
Because it's just jamming together.
For Alex in particular, the script is just a suggestion. Here's what you're thinking, Alex. You do what you want to do.
And I thank you for that.
Oh my God. And I love it. And that's what I always say too, it's nice when we as the devs come in and know what we want, but we have to give space for Draka, for Denathrius, we give space to you because it's you as a person, your life story, your ideas and your thoughts that you want to try that really bring it to life. And Bon Samedi is like, he's just so delicious. I could listen to him all. We need like an audiobook. Steve, can we do a Bon Samedi audiobook?
I think that would be amazing.
Yeah, I think we got to do it. It'd be great. Or what if like just reading a user manual or something? It doesn't matter.
I'm with it.
Wow, we
love songs by Bon Samedi, like you were saying.
We love our Bon Samedi and the
What
fans.
the world needs now is love, sweet love.
Oh, God, it's so good. And I think I've seen a lot of romantic offers made to Bon Samedi on Twitter as well. I don't know if you see this. I'm like, there's a whole lot of fan fiction going on in your area. So well done, you. He's beloved. So, oh my God. I don't even know how to talk about Anduin. Let's watch some great Anduin footage because we're like sassy Anduin is all a go. So let's watch some Anduin footage to celebrate your greatness, Josh.
There she is again. You know, these endless lectures of yours
have failed to convince you. Regardless, the conversation is over. One way or another, we will have you. So I will offer this one last time. Join our cause, or be made to serve.
What kind of choice is that? Why even give me? It's the choice you never had. Despite all your grand designs, there's still some shred of your mortality haunting you. As if the Banshee Queen hasn't entirely eclipsed the Ranger General.
Don't.
Now I understand why you brought me here. Why you've tried so hard to persuade me. Because if you can get me to let go of hope, you finally can too.
Enough! Submit! You are only making this harder on yourself.
Not harder on me. Right now, you hold all the power. How will you use it?
I've not come this far to falter now.
Then why do you hesitate? Make your choice. Sylvanas Windrunner.
Kind even cut that. There's no cut point in there. Oh, so good.
Yeah.
You're all hangry in that video.
Yeah.
Kind of pissy. And what's going on?
I mean, he's been in the maw for all this time, and
know.
he's, having to listen to Sylvanas wax poetic about everything. And
we were talking before the cameras went live about how he's just, we get to see Anduin, he started off very formal and articulate, and now he's just like, I'm over it. I'm over you, I'm over this, let's tangle. So what's your take on him now?
Well, I mean, he's been through a lot.
Yeah.
He started out as the little kid that was in Stormwind and got thrown into being a king. I mean, losing his father in a horrible way, and now being expected by everybody to rule and lead the Alliance, and he's still kind of just a kid.
Yeah.
And he's having to figure all this stuff out, and he's been through a lot of bad things. I mean, he's seen the home of his friends, the elves, completely burned to the ground by Sylvanas. He's had his own military strategies and campaigns fail, and have to see more and more of his countrymen die. Not everything has gone well for him, and at the end of it all, he still kind of has this belief, this unshakable faith in the light, that kind of really just lends to the optimism that he does have. And sometimes, I mean, it's kind of shown itself in the past to be somewhat naive, and he's having to deal with that. He's having to deal with the ramifications of these choices that he's made of perhaps trusting too much. And now we see that in here, where he's basically imprisoned, and having to find that strength, where he's still maintaining his faith in the light, and having that belief, and drawing so much strength from that. I mean, you could see at the end of that clip where his hands are open. I mean, his chest is exposed. He's offering himself up, and he's saying, he's basically telling Sylvanas, you're going to step to me, then let's see you do it. Bring it.
Yeah.
He's finally, I mean, over the last couple expansions, he's gone from Anduin to Manduin.
Yes, yes.
And I mean, we really see it right there, where he's just done with her ish.
Absolutely.
Even in the beginning.
Absolutely.
In the beginning, where he's just like,
my favorite's when he's just like, oh, Jesus, you again.
There she is again.
So for you, what part of Josh do you think is an Anduin? Like, where do you think the two cross over?
Well, I grew up as a child actor.
Right.
I had very strict parents. I wasn't even allowed to watch like PG-13 movies. Like, I was very sheltered. And so I would say that. I mean, Anduin also grew up in a very sheltered life. And then when I finally got out on my own, when I finally kind of, cut the umbilical cord and moved out of the house and tried to have my own life, like, life was there, and the world was there, and I was vastly unprepared for it. And so I definitely feel a kinship in him with him in that sense, in the sense of now having the world thrust upon you and feeling completely unprepared, but still having to rely on whatever optimism and hope that you have, that you can make this work. And so, I mean, that's pretty much what my own personal past that I draw from when I'm voicing Anduin. I mean, I've definitely, grown since then, and grown into my own shoes. But yeah, I mean, a lot of that.
That's beautiful. I think there's a resilience there that we can all relate to, because I think all of us think we're prepared for life, and then we find out that we're not, and we just have to keep going, and life keeps throwing hard things, and we just have to keep going. So I think we can all relate to that. So you did him so beautifully. Steve, any thoughts on the Anduin journey so far?
Well, it's certainly a centerpiece of Shadowlands, this relationship between Anduin, Sylvanas, and how the jailer, his shadow, looms over that. It's been a lot of fun. The cinematic that you chose is it's definitely one of my favorite cinematics we've ever done. And Anduin is so great in that, because you look at what's going on in there. Sylvanas is holding the sword to him, but Anduin has all the power in that scene.
Right.
He's the one who's saying, he's putting it on her and backing her into the darkness where he's standing in that light. These are all very deliberate. That we've talked through this cinematic. Again, I work on these with lots of different folks. But Taryn Gregory and Christy Golden and I worked very closely on this one in particular. And that was just that theme, that juxtaposition of power and who's got it in that scene was just so crucial and so fun. And you and Patty just delivered that so beautifully. It was amazing.
Well, I just love you all, and for all of you at home, I mean, I feel like you're all sitting here with your shoes off, drinking tea with us, but all these actors, I mean, I feel like we have like about an hour today, and it's just not enough. I want more time because there's so much to talk about, you know, our life stories, how they come to it, and the craft and all that. Maybe someday at Blizzcon, if we can all force them to give me a 5-hour panel or an 8-hour panel, I think that would be great because I can feel it. There's just, I feel like
sleepover. Yeah. There you go.
Blizzcon slumber party. Blizzcon slumber party.
I'm down.
Oh my God.
I've been living in pajamas all year.
Let's do it. A Blizzcon slumber party with like snuggies and snacks would be great. Well, we've got a little bit of time left. What I want to do now is I want all of us to, everybody's got cards with some of their lines on it. So I want you to go around. We're going to read your lines. And then we're going to be bananas, and we're going to switch cards.
Oh.
And be so silly. So just read a couple lines to start, and then we're going to switch it up, and then we're going to give some words of love to everybody before we go, and then we're just going to peace out. Okay. All right. I don't know. Deborah, go.
Any line? Or
any line. Just choose whatever you want to do. Couple, like 3 or 4 lines.
I am Draka, once of the Frostwolf clan, now Baroness of the House of the Chosen, and most of all, protector of Maldraxxus. Step forward, mortal, and raise your rune blade. The House of the Chosen stands with you.
I just want Deborah to read. The rest of you I don't care about right now. It's just going to be Deborah. Wonderful.
I'm really paying attention because I don't know if I have to play her next time.
Well, now you said it. Now you just said it. Now you just said it. Let's hear you. Let's hear lovely Sardonathrius.
It's funny how sassy he is.
Yes.
I love him.
Restrain yourself, Ramonia. This is Revendreth. We do not butcher, we educate. How exhaustingly predictable. But then I suppose failure comes naturally to your kind. Defy Revendreth? I am Revendreth!
We get paid to do this. This is bananas. This is bananas.
You pay me to do this.
Sorry, I pay you to do this. I love it. I just never so lucky. Erlon, let's hear it.
Sure. I shall protect these souls through their winter. I shall see them reborn in their spring. No matter what trial I face, I swear it, my queen. I swear it. Anyone who threatens my grove is my enemy. For Ardenweald.
I love it so much.
Wow.
All right.
I will not become an instrument of death. Everyone suffers, Sylvanas, but destroying everything will not take away the pain. Do you expect me to believe that all this time, you've been fighting for justice? Look around you at what and who you've joined. What makes you believe you're not just a weapon to achieve his ends? I thought you believed in free will, Sylvanas.
God, I do this all day, all day. Oh my God.
Oh.
Wow. All right, Bonsamdi.
Hey, well, you say Ice Queen, it's been a long time. But this tree looking good. Yeah, I like what you done with the place. You better watch your tongue, little thing. Bonsamdi, the boss man now. Another day, another deal.
The best part is watching your faces because your faces change. Okay, give me your cards. I want to mix them up. Give me your cards.
Sweet mother.
Give me your cards.
Oh, boy. What are you doing?
And we're gonna, give me your cards.
All I got is one.
Give me your cards.
That's all I do.
Okay, you gotta do it.
I could not do that actually.
What if I get the same one?
Okay, don't tell me if you pick the same one.
Can
Okay.
you just read
Here we
everyone
go.
else's
Okay, here we go.
yeah. character?
I think that would be great. I think I'm
Don't tell anybody what you got. Okay.
Oh no!
All right.
I know who got Bonsamdi.
Do the other lines as Bonsamdi?
No, as the character you just heard.
Oh no.
Oh, you can do it either.
Oh, whatever,
They can
however you want to do it. I'll let actor's choice.
I get?
Actor's choice.
You
All right.
fathers.
Okay. Who wants to go first? Who's ready? Actors?
I'll go.
Okay, go ahead, Ray.
Here's the character Anduin Wrynn, Warcraft, originated by Josh Keaton, but now it's played by me. I will not become an instrument of death.
That's pretty damn good.
Everyone suffers, Sylvanas. but destroying everything will not take away the pain. I thought you believed in free will, Sylvanas.
Good
Ooh.
job. That was
Get
pretty
one.
good. That was
Very good.
Maybe Denathrius is a long-lost brother. It kind of sounds...
You know, don't spoiler.
Oh, sorry. Who's ready next? Okay, Alex.
I am Draka. Once of the Frostwolf clan, now Baroness of the House of the Chosen, and most of all, a protector of Maldraxxus. But then, the House of the Chosen stands with you. For crickets, for Akari!
Yes.
All right, who is next? Josh?
I guess it's me. I got Sire Denathrius.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's hear it.
How fortunate you are to witness the splendor of what is about to unfold. Every precious drop of anima, so painstakingly wrung from the tortured souls of lesser beings, now paves the path for the banished one to reclaim what was his. Defy Revendreth. I am Revendreth.
Oh, good.
I think we should recast the whole game.
No.
Let's recast. Well, that means... Let's hear it.
I was so hoping I didn't
What you got? Look, don't mess it up now, Max. You better be perfect.
What I love is that it's the way the accent is. It's written in for me.
I'm sure it's gonna sound very authentic.
I can do this, right?
Okay, yeah, totally.
One Sunday got oysters under Larry praising me. Without the jailer, you just be a poor forgotten hour.
Wow. That's great, man. Okay, maybe we won't recast all of it.
That's great. We can make him a background troll. That's fine.
That's great.
Oh my God. Let's just clap. I love you guys. Let's everybody at home. Let's clap for our actors. I love you guys.
Oh, did you go?
Oh my God! I got so excited by your Bonsomni. I got so excited.
Because that's how we should have ended it.
I'm so sorry, Deborah. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry. My name is Deborah.
I know. Sorry, you
mean
are
Max.
Yeah.
I'm Max Middleman. Read this. I shall protect these souls through their winter. I shall see them reborn in their spring. No matter what trial I face, I swear it, my queen. I swear it. Anyone who threatens my grove is my enemy. I will hunt for you, my queen, for Ardenweald, and for the souls we can yet save.
Oh my God, that's the way we were supposed to end it.
Hey, guys, I just have to say real quick, I grew up watching Deborah on TV.
And she's
that is like such a huge honor for you to be doing my character in front of me. That blows my mind. Thank you.
Oh my God, that was perfect. You guys are amazing. This just shows the versatility as well. I mean, maybe you could work on the accent a little bit. Everybody else was amazing.
Yeah.
It's cool. I got to work on my dwarf.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Well, we are basically almost out of time. So what I want to do is close with just, a reminder to our fans. We'll go around quickly and just our parting words to all of us out there. You guys can start. Steve, I don't know who wants to start. I love you all. Alex, you ready to start? Just a parting farewell to our lovely tribe.
So grateful to be here. So grateful that you're here. And just remember, be good to you and be good to those around you. Everything else will come together.
Amen.
Beautifully said. Steve?
Thanks for being part of BlizzCon Line. Can't wait to be back with you in person again and share this magic, this energy. It will happen. Stay strong.
Yes.
Thank you for being with us on this panel. Thank you for playing Shadowlands and World of Warcraft. And when things seem the darkest, the light is always with you.
Oh my God.
I don't know
much.
I will say, my grandma always told me, she had this phrase, "This too shall pass." And I know that even in the darkest of times, we will get through it. We'll get through it together. It's easy to lose sight of what we do have, so stay grateful, and that's how we can pull through.
Yes, beautifully said.
Hang in there, you guys. Keep playing World of Warcraft. It's a great way to get through this. And especially thank you to Blizzard for letting me take home that wonderful piece of art. so kind of them.
Yeah.
So thank you, Blizzard. Really appreciate it.
I always love to say this to people, and I mean it when I say it every single time. There isn't a time when it doesn't mean something to me, so I really hope it means something to you. Be blessed, be well, be happy, be healthy, but most importantly, be you, because you are beautiful.
Oh, God, I love you guys. And I'm just going to say, I love you so much. Thank you for joining our World of Warcraft voice actor panel. We love you. We did it for you, and we're all going to be okay. Take care. Till next time. Be well. Bye. Bye.
Bye. It's like Zoom. Is it on mute?
So is it cut? Is there a cut?
And then it just ends.
Can we get like some?
No, it's like a news broadcast. We have to talk to each other.
Oh, yeah.
But don't
hold on.
I totally.
Hands together.
And we're out.
Good afternoon and welcome to the World of Warcraft Q&A panel at Blizzcon Line. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm your host, Scott Johnson. It's my second time here, and I have been podcasting for nigh on to 15 years. Been paying a lot of attention to this game, and there won't be any big surprises to the World of Warcraft development team that I'm here to ask the questions submitted by the WoW players around the world. So thank you so much for submitting your questions. There's some amazing ones in here. Can't wait to get to them. I'm sure they're used to getting questions from me by now, so we're going to go ahead and get started here with announcing who our team is. Speaking of the WoW development team, we have 6 of their leaders with us today. Executive producer John Haidt, game director Ian Hazakostas, lead producer Holly Longdale, art director Eli Cannon. We have lead narrative designer Steve Denuser, and lead software engineer Brian Birmingham. Thank you all for being here. All right, let's get started. It has been a very exciting con so far, and I'd like to start with Steve. A lot of players want to know more about Sylvanas and Anduin. Today was shocking for many of us. In your first looks at the Chains of Domination, we learned that she's going to be a boss in the next raid, and the Sanctum of Domination is what that's called. And in the cinematic for the patch, Anduin went a little nuts. Everybody wants to know more. Can you elaborate on what we saw and tell us more about what you have in store for us with these characters?
A little nuts. Wow. Well, yeah. So the story of Anduin and Sylvanas and their relationship with the jailer, that triangle is really foundational to the story of Shadowlands. And it's something, obviously, that unfolded from the very first moments of going into the Maw, all the way through our ventures into Torghast, trying to free our allies. And it really culminated in the 9-0 time frame with that cliffhanger moment of Sylvanas holding the sword out in that pose, and Anduin challenging her, saying, "This is, the power's in your hands. What are you going to do with it?" And we wanted to leave it at a cliffhanger there, but not for too long. And so it's awesome for BlizzCon Online to have that chance to now show you what happened. And so we learn what happened, right? We see that Anduin was in fact dominated, and we understand now why the jailer was looking for someone with those qualities. They needed to be someone who could walk in the front door of Bastion and meet the requirements of that. So they needed to be that hero. They needed someone with Anduin's heart to be able to do what he did. But of course, Anduin wasn't in control of his actions there. And so we see him attack, speaking with the jailer's voice. But in that moment, we do see, as the kind of sigil is drawing out from the Archon, we see that moment where Anduin does regain some control, and he's horrified by what he's doing. So, that tells us that Anduin's still in there. He's not gone by any means, but then we see the jailer's influence kind of tighten the leash again and have him complete his mission, which is to bring that Covenant sigil to the jailer, and we find out that that's a key that he needs. And as we play through Chains of Domination, we'll find out more about what that entails and how that fits into the jailer's ultimate plan.
Oh, sorry, there was this moment when that was happening. When you just described it, when Anduin kind of comes to himself again, looks horrified about what he's done, and then the jailer remotely sort of amps it up again, and you see those runes on his armor kind of ignite, and he goes back into that sort of place that we just saw him in. And my question is, when he walks past Uther on his way in there, or Luther as everybody calls him.
We call him that
Uther
too,
know
so
this?
it's fine.
Can you speak to that at all? Did Uther know what was happening there? Or is Uther just feeling bad because he knows Anduin and, is having a little guilt there?
Well, there's a couple things going on there. So there's number one, there's just the look on Uther's face, which I've already seen 100 memes about, and that's awesome. But you see what his hand does. He reaches up and he touches that wound that's on his chest, the wound that was made by a weapon of the Maw. And so on some level, Uther recognized that power. And I'm sure it was not lost on him as well that there was this kingly figure walking in with long blonde hair, and that certainly stirred some memories in him as well. So all of those details, those are the things that we just pour over as we're creating these cinematics, and we have an awesome cinematics team. Taryn Gregory and his team just doing phenomenal work. I think the quality of what they've done in Shadowlands in particular has just been amazing, the little nuances. And so you see those moments of Anduin being horrified. You see when Sylvanas looks at him and kind of is in her eyes is pondering what's going on. So even though we find out that she did the thing that she did, it's clear that there's a lot more going on the surface, and that will be explored more fully throughout the course of Chains of Domination. And yeah, it does lead to that final conflict within the Sanctum of Domination, the Jailer's Stronghold, where Sylvanas is the last boss of the raid. And I'm not going to give any spoilers, but what I will say is that confrontation, I can say that I think it's going to be one of the most epic moments in our rating, because it has so much story behind it. And we've spent so long now getting to know Sylvanas, seeing all these facets of her, the hero, the Ranger General, the Banshee, now this Maw-empowered form that was able to go to the top of Icecrown and throw the frozen throne at Bolvar. All of those facets will come into play in this encounter, and it's not going to be a simple matter of walking in there and playing our swords against Sylvanas. There's a lot of story wrapped up into that, and it's going to be a super exciting confrontation.
Yeah, maybe she'll have a moment to have that eye looked at. She hasn't had anything done to it since it got cut. I hope she's okay.
It's, you should count the number of characters in Shadowlands who are carrying one kind of scar or another, because it's a lot of them.
Well, they are their scars, as one famously said. Holly, let's move to you for a second. Classic is now going to get Burning Crusade right along with it. Burning Crusade Classic was announced today, and we got a great opportunity, or yesterday rather, a great opportunity listening to you talk about it. Many players are asking a lot of questions about that. So, for example, when moving from Classic to Burning Crusade, while keeping a copy of my character, let's say, on Classic to play separately, what's that going to look like for my gold or my items in the bank? Am I going to see any differences when I first log into that character on the two different realms I'm then on? And will they then go off into their own separate timelines, never to join again?
Great question. So I'm going to do my best to explain this simply because we weren't able to get into a lot of the details. So for you, I'm going to give you an example of how it's going to work. In my case, I'm going to use my very original character named Holly on Wormrest Accord. And I've got we'll assume I don't play a lot of alts. Let's just say I have two characters. So I've got a level 60. When I log in on pre-patch, I will log in at that moment in time. We are taking a snapshot of the character when the servers are brought down at pre-patch. That snapshot is going to be copied to Classic Era and for Burning Crusade and the current server you're on. So when you log in, I see Holly on Wormrest Accord. I'll see an option when I select Holly. Do I want to move on into Burning Crusade Classic, or do I choose to play in Classic Era? If I choose to move on into Burning Crusade Classic, I click the button, I'm off and running. So if I select my level 30, also originally named Halia character, and I decide, okay, this is my character, she's 30, I'm going to go to Classic Era and continue leveling up and enjoying my experience in Classic with my friends, I select Classic Era. So what that's going to look like for me on Wormrest Accord that's moving on into Burning Crusade Classic is that character will look inactive. Then I will go to the Battle.net app, I will install Classic Era, then I will log into Classic Era to Wormrest Accord, the same server, and then I will be able to play Halia. I will have the same gold on both. I will have the same friends list on both. Everything will be completely the same. And then I will also have the option to play Halia on both. I can pay a fee and activate my clone on Burning Crusade Classic in that case and play both. And they will both have the same gold amounts that we had in the snapshot, same friends, etc. So it should feel the same and feel seamless. We're making a lot of effort to make it as smooth and as simple as possible.
Well, it seems like a lot of care has been taken to make that happen. And the first thing I thought of when it was announced was, all right, how are they going to handle this? They got these players that want to stay in vanilla forever, and there are some that clearly want to keep moving forward. And who knows how forward that ends up being in the future. But for right now, for Burning Crusade, it running through my head was all these ideas I could think of that you guys might try to make those people happy or to keep them happy where they are. And it sounds like this is the right way to do it. And you guys feel like you've explored as much as you can, or I guess the game's not out, so maybe there's still time to explore more and get feedback, but you feel pretty good about how that's going to launch in that state?
I think we feel pretty good, but of course, beta will tell us a lot more. So that's coming around the corner pretty soon. And we'll be looking for feedback on some of the decisions we have made. And of course, where we can, we'll improve it and make it the best possible experience as we can. We do expect the majority of players are going to go into Burning Crusade Classic. So we are putting a lot of effort on both sides to make it as smooth as possible so that you can just jump in and play.
Brian, I got one for you. It's somewhat related. How will high population numbers be handled in the Burning Crusade Classic? The zones are small, and funneling everyone into a single location has been less than optimal for the release experience anyway. Exactly how do you handle all the bottlenecks, as well as heavily shared mobs and questing areas, dailies, that sort of stuff?
Well, to a certain extent, there's a desire, I think, to recapture that challenge of fighting over contested spawns. That's part of the gameplay. But at the same time, we do recognize that this is, a high population of players, and we want to make sure that the experience is enjoyable. And so we have made optimizations and improvements to make sure that the servers are stable. We were able to leverage those to make sure that Encourage is stable and make sure that we can support high populations of players and make sure that the game is playable. But that experience of there's a spawn like of a mineral node or a rare herb or a netherwing egg, and I want to get that and someone else is competing with me for it. That's part of the goal of the game. And so we don't want to make any major changes to that. But to the extent that we have higher populations than we normally did, we are willing to make some targeted changes if we see that there are problem areas. We did this with Black Lotus during Classic, and so if we see that there's some particular problem area, we will take a close look and see if there's something that needs to be adjusted for the fact that we have large populations.
All right, let's jump back into Shadowlands for a second with a question from Bull Rin from the Deep Pockets Guild. I could use some gold. Maybe I need to go there. Will we be receiving more race/class combinations given the customization is such a major theme in this expansion? Ian, let's go to you.
Sure. So, I think player agency and choice are certainly a major theme of the expansion, and one of the ways that's expressed itself has been customization. We've seen a wider than ever array of cosmetics and other options for players to choose among. But part of what we've also been trying to reinforce and maintain is differences, is a world that consists of different paths. And whether it's everything from class design and the return of abilities to us carving out spec niches, we want to maintain a world where there isn't exact symmetry. Things are cool, but they can be cool in different ways. Now, we've, over the years, gone back and re-examined race-class combinations periodically. We've certainly reached a much more permissive open place in the modern game than was the case in Classic or Burning Crusade. And for now, we think we've gone about far enough. I think there are cultural differences, there's elements to these races' histories that preclude, for example, certain races from being demon hunters or certain races from being warlocks. And those are not lines we're looking to cross. But it's something we always re-examine going forward. So I think we don't have any plans in the middle of Shadowlands to change anything there, but I would never say never about any of these.
I think some people are surprised that that whether you're wearing cloth or plate, that you're going to be able to wear your Covenant's appearances across the board. That surprised a few people. Surprised me. Does it surprise you that you guys decided to go ahead and make that a little bit homogenous per Covenant?
I think that's one of those things that is a reflection of identity that we started really to broach with heritage armor. That was one of the first sets of armor that could be worn regardless of your class, regardless of material type. And when it comes to pure aesthetic expression, we want to give players more and more options there. And if you're someone who's looking for, you're a plate-wearing warrior, but you want more of a flowing robes vibe as you're going into combat, we have gameplay reasons why we don't want to let you transmog the entire range of cloth. But for these cosmetic sets that we introduce, the more options, the better.
Well, I love that stuff. Cynthia Lee wrote in, I think this is a good one for John. And this is very interesting. And I think, actually, I got a lot of this on the side, people saying, hey, you should ask this question. I'm like, well, I'm not really going to ask anything that I can't approve first, but it turns out a lot of people asked it. World of Warcraft basically got me into the gaming industry, says Cynthia. I am super interested to know, how did your workflow change during this pandemic year? John, how did that go?
Wow, that's a great question. I think maybe first I'd like to start with how it changed us and maybe the way we think of what we do. Like everyone, this all happened very suddenly for us. One day we're working towards getting the next drop for the alpha out and looking forward to getting Shadowlands complete. And then the next day we're all hustling to quickly get things packed up and move to home. And I think at first it was just sort of settling in and trying to connect with each other through Zoom or, whatever medium we had. We had really great response from our IT team. And then the team kind of reached out to each other, to find comfort and just feel connected in some way. But I think the most important thing for us is, as we saw, the horrendous events that were happening around us, and the isolation really that was happening, not only to us, but to everyone, and certainly to our players, we found a purpose for ourselves. It's like, hey, we can connect people. This is what WoW started with. This happened before, social media and Facebook. And we have a way to bring people together, give them something to do and to pass the time, and hopefully reconnect with friends. And I think it was really cool in a way to know that we were able to do something that was actually going to bring some peace and solace to people in a time that was pretty troubling, and still is, for many folks. And we certainly feel extremely grateful for the ability to do this. In terms of, how other things has changed in our workflow, I think that we're all considering, well, when this is over and we can all get back together, what will that look like? And there's some aspects of being at home that we enjoy. For many, the long commutes aren't there. The ability to easily connect with your family and friends is really cool. And so I think we'd like to have some aspect of that, as I'm sure a lot of folks would. The hard parts are really, I would walk down the hall and, Brian's literally like 3 doors down from me, and I could walk into the area where he and his team work and ask him a question or tell him some really cool news about what was going on, in terms of our players. And I can't do that now, or more than likely with me, because I forget, I'll ask a question, I'll go to Ian and he'll give me a very studious answer, and it's awesome. And then I'll be walking down the hall, I'm like, oh, but you know what? I should have asked him this, and I'll turn right around and I'll ask him. Now it's like, well, I just hung up the Zoom call. Do I really call him back up again? And I'm sure, our whole team sort of feels that way. And, especially the new team members, Holly hadn't even been with us that long before. We're like, okay, you're now working from home. Don't worry about moving.
Yeah, that must have been something else. All I know, as from a player and as a fan and somebody who pays a lot of attention to this sort of stuff, to see you guys launch a full expansion, and not only a big expansion, but one that was expected to break records given how many people were home, and an opportunity to get back into WoW, and have that happen with so little hitch. I was shocked that day. I said, well, I'll be in queues all day, or it won't be up, or authentication servers will be down. I had all kinds of bad attitudes about what was going to happen. And you guys nailed it, and I'm still not entirely sure how you pulled it off, given all the circumstances you just described. But I assume you and the team are pretty proud of how that all went down.
Amazing team, Scott. I've been in the industry a lot of years, and this is truly the most professional team I've ever worked with. They love this game. We all came to the game because we were players and we loved it, and they just plowed on, especially everyone on the team is awesome. But I think especially, in finishing things, you look at our live ops team, not only did they successfully get Shadowlands out without a hitch, and, we certainly had some hitches. I certainly goofed by predicting the date a little bit ahead of time, but, I think we did the right thing. We took the time to make the game right and really, tune that in game. But the live ops team had to support not only that and the shifts that were going on there, but they went ahead and got Next Ramos out, for us during that time. Because we didn't want to let down the classic players just because Shadowlands was running a bit behind.
Well, it's a really impressive feat. Speaking of impressive feats, we've got a lot of people wondering what happened to the Archon. And we have one in particular. Arthurius asked, what happened to Archon? Is she dead or is she just wounded? Steve, let's throw this one to you.
Yeah, we again, when we're reviewing these cinematics and talking about all the details, we actually I talked about that with Taryn Gregory, our director. I'm like, we should put some indication in there because we want to make it clear that she survives this. And so you see her hand kind of move. It's subtle, but it's there. But yeah, the idea is she does survive this attack. And when you come in to start playing Chains of Domination when it goes live, you basically pick up the story in the aftermath of this attack. And as you can imagine, once the Covenants all hear about it, that's going to put them into action. And so that kind of drives the impetus of the story. And if you think about the implications of the jailer sending someone to acquire the sigil from the Archon, the natural question is, well, who else out there has a similar sigil for their covenant, and are they a target as well? So that's the story that's going to unfold. It's super exciting. We're really looking forward to telling that story.
Excellent. Ian, I've got one for you here that turned out to be one of the most common questions that we received. Saressa from the EU Guild Worst Company says, do you plan to address the faction imbalance soon? Alliance guilds are really struggling right now and could use some help. Also, what happened to cause this?
So this is something we talk about a tremendous amount. We know there's a very real problem, in particular at the high end of the rating and Mythic Plus scene. This is something that has been a growing issue over the past, really, I would say, 6 to 8 years. I think as to what caused the problem, it was an imbalance in racials between the factions that was allowed to persist for a little bit too long. I think we saw over the years many top alliance guilds switch to Horde, particularly the Mists of Pandaria era, a couple more in Warlords, a couple more in Legion, driven by Orc and Troll racials that simmed better, that just yielded higher DPS outputs or had specific advantages on fights. At this point, we don't think the racials are imbalanced. In fact, in Castle Nathria, Alliance, not even arguably, I think, had the all-around racial advantage. But the thing that keeps people on one faction or makes them tempted to move is the social dynamics. It's the feeling that if you're a raider looking to join a top-end guild, there are simply more options. And if your first choice doesn't work out, there's others to explore and fall back on. If you're looking to run high-end Mythic Plus dungeons, there are more people looking to do that content there. And that's a challenging problem to solve because really, we can't undo this movement that's happened over time. And it would take something tremendous to make people who had switched from Alliance to Horde want to suddenly switch back. We'd have to massively buff Alliance racials or something to the point where they were so overpowered that it really felt like just bad. It just felt like it was game breaking, and we were really telling people that they should play the other faction. We've looked at where we can offer bonuses for the underrepresented faction where possible, but fundamentally, this is a social issue that's likely to need a social solution. We don't have anything super short term that we can do about this, but it is a top priority for us. Personally, in the past, on stage at BlizzCon, Alliance and Horde those are pillars of the Warcraft franchise. Those are pillars of what makes Warcraft Warcraft. And that's not something that we can just brush away. But we have begun to ask ourselves where the edges of that tension lie. We have something like mercenary mode in Battlegrounds that allow players to effectively, disguise themselves as a member of the opposite faction and play there to solve what were major Battleground queue imbalances back in the day. It's essential to us that identity and faction matter in Warcraft, and that years from now, no matter what we do, when we're all together in Anaheim at BlizzCon, and someone, whether it's the successor of Chris Metzen, whether it's John, whoever, is up on stage rallying, where's the Horde at for the Alliance, that there are roars coming from the crowd for each faction. If we lose hold of that, we will have lost hold of something precious. And so that's the thing that we need to preserve at all costs, but not the cost of people's enjoyment and feeling at home and feeling like they can form and maintain friendships and WoW and do the content they want to do. So that's what we're trying to navigate. We don't have any specific answer to announce right now, but that's the problem that faces us and how we're thinking about it.
Do you ever see, this is a bit of a follow-up for me, but have you ever seen a swing in either direction, either faction population direction, due to story elements? Has an expansion come out like, I don't know, Warlords, and everybody suddenly went, ooh, that's very Horde focused, I'm going to be Horde this time and level a Horde tune or whatever. Does that have any impact on this problem of faction imbalance?
A little bit. I think, to be clear, across the game as a whole, faction balance is actually solid, right? Alliance and Horde are relatively even if you're looking at the entire player base. It's when you start to look specifically at Mythic raiding guilds, specifically at the number of groups that are doing Mythic plus a certain level, above a certain level, that imbalances increasingly emerge, but those are also key socially driven activities. We certainly have seen, though, for example, in Battle for Azeroth, more people made cross-faction alts than ever before because they wanted to see both sides of the story. And there were compelling differences to the war campaigns on each faction. But at the end of the day, that's not going to make you leave the group of friends that you've played with for a long time or your longtime guild. There's a bond there, and that bond is essential to Warcraft, to World of Warcraft.
Gotcha. Well, Brian, I've got one from you, or for you here. This is from several WoW Classic players, and they ask this. After I play Burning Crusade, when I decide to play my main character additionally on a Classic Era realm at 60, will you have my name reserved for me there, or is there a chance I'll have to rename my character?
Oh, that's a great question. And I think, kind of building on what Holly said, it really is like a snapshot taken at the time that we launched the patch. And so at that point, you do have your name in both places. Of course, part of the reason that we want to make people make a choice here and encourage them to choose the place that they want to go is so that we don't have people parking on those names forever. So at some point we might decide to relax that and let those names be unreserved. But if you decide on launch day that you're going to pay for the clone and you want to have that clone in both eras, you'll have your name in both places. One of the things that we are also concerned about, though, is what that looks like in Classic Era, as we expect most players to go to Burning Crusade, and we'll probably have to do something to resolve that. Our current plan is that you'll be able to keep your name, but probably have something similar to our Connected Realms that lets you have the realm name on the end so that we can resolve any conflicts if we have to do any mergers like that.
Interesting. So on some realms, there seems to be a mass exodus to higher population realms, and Nimbly from the Excessive Guild points out, are there any plans to connect more of them? So Ian, this is back to you. What happened last year with Realm Connections, and will that help any of what you talked about earlier?
Yeah, so I guess speaking of past BlizzCons, I think, a couple of, the last time we were all together for a BlizzCon, I talked about Connected Realms and answered a question there. And it was a massive undertaking, again, on the part of our heralded server and live operations team that John was talking about earlier, to really do just a survey of all of the realms across the world, their population trends, their faction balance, and come up with pairings and a series of connections that they worked through. And this is a manual process because we are effectively copying an entire realm's database of characters over to another realm. We have to deal with auction houses, mail, banks, all the rest. And so it's not something where we just flip a switch and make it happen. This is painstaking work. And we were able to address the large majority of the lowest population realms that over the years, we've seen people move to realms to be with their friends. Larger realms tend to be more attractive than smaller ones, and that's an ongoing process. We paused that process when Shadowlands launched for a couple of reasons. First off, launching Shadowlands and having a smooth Shadowlands launch had to be this group's #1 priority. Second, Shadowlands actually had huge effects on server populations. One of the things that made us gun-shy about doing realm connections in the past was that last time we did them was actually right before Warlords of Draenor. We connected a bunch of realms, saw people come back for Warlords, and suddenly these realms that had just been connected now had massive queues and instability to deal with. So we wanted to make sure that we saw how populations were going to settle down, And it's a tool that we continue to have that we will employ when realms feel like their population levels are too low to sustain healthy economies, healthy groups of guilds. But we also want to continue to look at what changes we can make to the game itself to make playing on those types of servers more attractive and just a better place to be. Because even if, having connections happen is disruptive to those communities and to those realms, even if it's better than feeling like you're isolated. But things like cross-server gameplay over the years have, of course, significantly reduced the burden or the downsides of being on another realm, of being on a smaller realm. But we start to look at things like auction house economy and the rest, and there maybe is more that we could do there.
Well, and I know the answer to this already, and it's eternal to the Q&A of BlizzCon every year, I swear. But you're never going to let Horde and Alliance raid or Mythic Dungeon together, are you? That's just not going to happen. Like, that's never going to be a way to help this or the population issues we talked about before. Like, we're never getting that.
I honestly would not say never. I think that's kind of what I was getting at with my answer earlier. There are a ton of reasons why it's essential to retain faction identity. But, for the sake of Rated Arena, from day one, Alliance could fight Alliance and Horde could fight Horde, right? When Burning Crusade launches, when Burning Crusade Classic comes out later this year, that will be a thing and that will be a competitive activity. And that was one of those areas where the gameplay and the need for matchmaking was the top priority and had to be. And so in an ideal world, all these priorities would coexist. But at the end of the day, an MMO like World of Warcraft is about being able to play with your friends, being able to play where you want to be. And arguably, there's greater strength in the faction identity if you feel like you can truly choose the faction that you identify with, that you feel like most a part of, and not have to sacrifice that because, you need to be with your group or you want to join a higher rated guild. I mean, I have coworkers who are lifelong Alliance players who now play Horde, who really wish they could be Alliance, and they're doing it for guild reasons. And I know there are tens of thousands, maybe more, in that exact same boat around the world. We'd love to do something for them.
There's plenty in our guild that are in that boat, and I wish them well to stay with us. Let's stay with you for a second, and let's get into some anima. Reminar from the Ministry of Pain Guild asked this important question. Will our amount of anima be increased later? Is it possible for each of the Covenant Sanctums upgrades to be unlocked account-wide? There's a lot of collectibles across all Covenants, and to get them all would be a gargantuan feat at this point.
Well, so we have been tuning the anima economy since Shadowlands released. We recently hotfixed anima drops from raids and dungeons. We will be looking to add some new sources of anima going ahead in Chains of Domination as there's new world content and as the story advances to make that make sense. And we're overall looking at the costs. That said, the cosmetics themselves are generally account-wide, as cosmetics tend to be. And the anima system itself is a progression that is designed to span the bulk of Shadowlands. We have some new rewards and some new cosmetics to earn and goals to chase coming in Chains of Domination, but it's not like you're going to feel like you're falling farther and farther behind over the course of the expansion. We want people to feel like they can close in on those goals and reach a point where they have everything they want from the Venthyr Covenant, from the Curian Covenant, and can turn their attention to alts. If it feels like we're hearing feedback and we're looking at our data, if that progression isn't happening at a rate that feels satisfying, we absolutely will make adjustments.
All right, we're going to throw a question out here from Becest, who asked a question about Sire Denathrius. As we know, he is an Eternal One, and Sire Denathrius is imprisoned by us after Castle Nathria. What will he do? Will we see him again, or is he forever trapped in that sword of his?
So this is a kind of fun story because it shows how our best laid plans can kind of adapt based on how the game develops. So I'll give you an example of during Battle for Azeroth, we had intended for this character called Bwansamdi to be one of the Loa to make kind of he was going to be there, but it was no big deal. There's a bunch of Loa in there. But once we heard the great Alex Desert give his performance as Bwansamdi, we were like, oh man, this character's awesome. We need more of this character. And so then we were like, yeah, we could do this with him. We could do this with him. And of course we carried him into Shadowlands, and he's got this whole dungeon, the other side, that tells more of his story because we love him so much. And so as we're planning our heroes and our villains for Shadowlands, we're like, yeah, Sire Denathrius, he'll be this boss in the Castle Nathri raid, and you'll kill him, and cool, blah, blah, blah. And then we heard the actor Ray Chase give this performance, and from the very beginning, when we first heard like his performance in the Revendreth animatic, we were just like, well, this guy's awesome. We love Sire Denathrius. And I think probably at some point along the way, as we're getting more VOs coming in, we're having sessions and we're loving them, I probably went to Morgan Day, one of our lead designers who oversees encounters. I'm like, you know what? I kind of want to leave Sire Denathrius alive at the end of this, because he's just too good. And I'm sure that we will find some other route for him to take in the future. And so
I'm really glad to hear that.
Yeah.
I'm glad to hear that. But also, I love that Wamsamdi got similar treatment. That was such a treat to run into him in this expansion and go through that bit that I went through during the leveling process. I just thought, well, it's good to see him again. I hope he never goes anywhere. So, all right, good news.
Yeah, and
Sire Denathrius probably not gone for good.
Yeah, that's one of the things that shows. Again, we watch fan feedback too to see what the community is responding to, who these characters are that they really gravitate to, and like the memes for Sire Denathrius, of course, are profound and many. So I won't give any spoilers, but he is in that sword. And there may just be allies of his that would be interested in liberating that sword from the Naru's grasp. But we'll just have to see what happens.
Have to wait and see. Well, all right, we've got a great question here from Ultravarius from the Guardians of Fate Guild. This is for Eli. When will we see more heritage armor? There are a few races who are still missing theirs. So what's the deal with that?
Yeah, the heritage armors are awesome. As each one of them was, released into the game, I think we got more and more excited for not only the response, but just how much they enhanced the feel of the races in the game, and really, really did grasp the fantasy that we had set forward for those races over the years. So certainly we're working on the additional missing ones, and they will be released over time in near future content updates and some others that are a little bit further off. But yeah, they're definitely coming. We're really excited to share them with you.
That's great. They won't be missing forever. They're Ultravarius, however you say your name. Hey, we got one here for John again. This is from Prickle Pants from the Zul'jin realm. Fantastic name. John, he asks you this, John. Do you have any plans to bring the auction house back to the mobile app?
Well, not as you know it, per se. The auction house, unfortunately, on the mobile and website had kind of turned into a place where a lot of automation had really taken control. And so when we revamped the mobile app, we used that as an opportunity to let's get rid of the mobile auction house. Let's revamp the auction house in the game itself to make it, more fun, more accessible. It's really about players being able to trade with each other, to make crafted things for each other, and not necessarily for the accumulation of gold by automated systems. That being said, we recognize that there was a convenience factor for a lot of our players. I myself, back in the days when we used to drive to work or whatever, if I knew in my commute I had to be, on a tight timeline to get to my raid, it was kind of convenient to be able to, buy up, whatever potions or food that I needed, and then get in the car and head home and be ready to go. So I think the things that are important for people to have and to be able to trade, we're going to consider putting that in some form so that they'll be able to do that. But you won't see a wholesale return of all things in the auction house to the mobile side.
Well, and as you mentioned, the auction house in-game has gone through a bit of a revamp itself. Do you feel like a lot of that is sufficient enough to sort of, fill whatever hole that the mobile app won't?
Well, honestly, towards the end of the mobile app, there was very few people actually using it as intended. As I said, I think that we're seeing a lot more people participating in the app in the game, or excuse me, in the auction house in the game. And again, we want people to be in the game and interacting with each other. That's super important. But we don't want to take away the convenience of having them get access to things that they're gonna need when they're about to get into the game. And selfishly, like I said, I'm one of those commuters that needs to be able to get my things ready for the raid. So we recognize that, and we want to provide that.
Sounds great. Huntmaster Averi from the Far Striders realm wrote in, and Eli, this is back to you. Will there be more new character customization options added in Shadowlands?
We're not going to add more character customizations to Shadowlands. Let me explain that. So the breadth of character customizations that we did add, we felt like was pretty good. And, we tried to add things for most every race. There are a few we didn't get as many customization options in for. And those are the kind of things that we'll be looking forward in the future, to what can we do for the races we maybe didn't do as much for, what would be the right choices there. We try to be really thoughtful about this type of thing. And these types of features tend to be fairly big projects. We want to make sure that we put the time in, that we're very thoughtful about it, and that we release new customizations when it's going to be really good for the game, really good for the players, and it's still going to, happen in parallel with getting new content out too. Like that's always our primary goal, is making sure that you have new content to play, and we'll do these other things to enhance the game along the way, wherever they make sense, and when we have a really good plan for it.
I don't know if you guys got a lot of this feedback or not, but I can tell you that the thing I had the most fun with the pre-patch was going and getting those customizations done to myself, heading into the barber and going, are you kidding me? I can now have a scar that runs from my eye down to my lip, and half my tusk is broken, and whatever. Like, that stuff turned out to be really great. Did you overall get really good feedback about that? Do you feel like, giving those extra options was worth it to the players?
Oh, definitely. And I remember even, when we announced that this was happening, and I might have even been in a Q&A actually, the outcry and the sort of support for it was huge then. We've seen, tremendous support and tremendous outcry from the community, just how happy everybody is seeing this. And of course, as players of the game, we're super excited about it too. The first thing I did on every one of my characters was go in and start customizing them, as well as get into the character create screen and just look at all the options, hit the random button over and over and over again to just really get a sense for what's in there. So I think it's a really exciting feature, and it's certainly something we want to invest in a big way going forward when it makes sense.
Yeah, those are fantastic. Radium from the guild Inertia has a question for Ian. What are the actual requirements for flying in Shadowlands? Where can we fly? And can we fly from one area to another? For example, from Ardenweald to Oribos. Follow-up. You know what? I'll save the follow-up. Tell me how that's going to work.
Okay.
When flying is indeed available to everybody.
So short and sweet. Shadowlands Pathfinder, which is coming in Chains of Domination, will not require any reputations. This is different from Pathfinder achievements in past expansions. It just requires completing your full campaign, the Covenant campaign, and the new chapters that are being added in Chains of Domination. Once you've done that, you have mastered the outdoor world of the Shadowlands, you've restored much of the flow of anima, and you can earn the ability to fly within the Shadowlands. Now, you cannot fly directly from zone to zone. I can give you the technical reason for this, but it actually also matches the in-world reason, which is these are not zones that are just next to each other, right? When you go through that portal in Oribos and you're streaking, from one area to another, and you have this energy rushing past you, you're actually traveling vast distances. Even if we said, you know what, we don't care that it looks janky, we're going to let you fly, you'd actually probably have to auto fly for something like 30 or 40 minutes to get from one zone to the other. You probably don't want that. Use the fly paths, but then once you're in the zones, you can traverse them completely freely.
That's really interesting. I didn't realize that there was that much. I think maybe what throws people off is the map. They bring up the map and they just sort of, in traditional WoW fashion, see that everything's sort of spaced around like it would be a normal map or whatever. But that's a really interesting way to look at it. So here's the follow-up. What about their alts? So after you unlock flying, can their alt fly at 50, or is there still a requirement to level fully up, go through those, go through all the rigmarole to get it, or can they just do it?
Yep. Pathfinder is an account-wide achievement, and so when you can fly in the Shadowlands, you, the player, have earned the right to fly in the Shadowlands, just as prior Pathfinder achievements have worked.
That is fantastic news. My paladin thanks you. Let's move over to Brian. We got a question from others from the Quiddy Viddy Guild, who says, in the Burning Crusade Classic, will there be the possibility of class tuning? Says that would make it notably different than in 2007.
That's a great question. And in general, the answer is broadly no. we want to kind of keep the authentic behavior that was in the final patch of Burning Crusade the same way we did with Classic. We believe that's the most tuned and correct version of Classic that had the most time, or excuse me, of Classic Burning Crusade, that had the most time for the designers to get things balanced right. And so that's what we're going to ship with at launch and keep it throughout. That said, I do have a slight caveat for anybody who hasn't heard it in any of our other interviews. We do want to try to adjust things like faction imbalance. We know that when they were adding Alliance, Alliance Shaman and Horde Paladins, the intent was to try to make the factions a level playing field, like give both classes, all the classes to both factions, and we want to make sure that kind of design intent is honored. And so we realize that when we look back with the benefit of our years of experience now, we can see that Seal of Blood is actually significantly better than Seal of Vengeance, and we don't want that to be a reason for people to suddenly flock off to the Horde. Kind of like alluding to Ian's answer earlier, this is the same kind of issue that we have here. And so what we want to do is give the Alliance a Seal of the Martyr at level 70. So they'll unlock Seal of Vengeance at level 64 and Seal of the Martyr at level 70, and the Horde will unlock Seal of Blood at level 64 and Seal of Vengeance at level 70. But beyond that, we aren't doing anything major.
Okay, sounds good. Classic players, a lot of people want to know about that. Here's one for Ian again from Whoopi from the Is Kindred Guild. It says this question: is there work currently being done on new Torghast anima powers for later patches, specifically spec-specific powers, and what does that look like, and when might we see them?
All throughout Shadowlands. We have tuning ongoing to a lot of the spec-specific powers that players have seen on the patch 905 public test realm that's live right now. And as we continue to expand Torghast going forward into Chains of Domination, there will be all new powers, because we know powers are one of the star pieces of Torghast. It's a chance to break the rules, it's a chance to be overpowered, and to have your character feel and play like it does and can nowhere else in the game. And so that's something we're excited to keep building on, and we'll do it as it makes sense. We're looking a lot at both stats and feedback from players to see which specs may need more build diversity and more just really like punchy, memorable moments coming out of their Torghast runs.
So tiny little bit of indulgence here. I had a theory a while back on one of my shows that one cool feature of Torghast could be go to Torghast, do your thing. You've got all these anima fixes that are now on you toward the end of your run. You finish, you beat the final boss, and you exit. How cool would it be if you could run around the maw for, let's say, 8 minutes? Not very long, just a little counter up in there like a buff, where you retain all your anima powers in the maw for that brief amount of time. So you've got your, I don't know, all the extra stuff that happens to every character in every class. Is that anything you guys would ever consider? Has that ever come across your minds or been on a whiteboard anywhere?
I can see Rex Troy over there just drooling right now. Like, don't let that guy get his hold of any of this, or all of our raid bosses will fall over in 2 seconds. There are a lot of rules that we break in actually how we build those powers for Torghast that make it challenging to let them work in the outdoor world. Also, war mode players might have a thing or two to say about that, but I think let's keep the overpoweredness in Torghast. And yeah, there are also profound fantasy reasons why the condensed anima powers fade the moment you exit the domain of the jailer that I'm sure Steve could elaborate on at great length. But we also want to leave time for other people to ask their questions.
That's true. All right, Carol. In fact, Steve, we're going to throw you this one. Carol from the Blade Fist realm had this question. What is the difference between the passage of time in Shadowlands and on Azeroth? Salinar, the Horseman, and Death Knight Order Hall campaign are in that, says he was in the Veil between Azeroth and Shadowlands since we met him, and it felt like mere days for him between Wrath of the Lich King and Legion.
Yeah, there's a number of different characters you meet and interact with through the course of Shadowlands, for whom time doesn't seem to have very much meaning. And in fact, like the Rune Carver, you go talk to the Rune Carver, when you meet him, he has a line that time is not a construct of death. And that's true. When you think about it, what is time a construct of? It's a construct of order. And we on Azeroth, when we're there, we understand the passage of time, much like we do in the real world, because of the influence of the Titans and beings of order. But when you're in those cosmic realms that are far away from the realms of order, time loses its meaning. And so it's not so much that there's it's X number of days versus Y number over here. It's just that the Shadowlands are about eternities and about just kind of losing yourself in those threads of fate. And so it's just that time doesn't really mean anything there. And so you can have it perceived differently by different characters that could be in the same circumstance, but it's just the effect of what they're going through that really determines how they perceive it.
Gotcha. Ian, back to you on this one. We've got a question about, this is from Harrison, by the way. So would you guys ever consider bringing back 10-man content? I'll add my name to this list as someone who loved their 10-man content, either as a different difficulty for raids or as an entirely different instance for smaller groups to tackle. Is that ever going to happen?
I think when it comes to raid content, effectively all of it is 10-player content now. I know, some people specifically want mythic difficulty, but it feels like the thrust of this question, actually the spirit of it, is about that different thing that you can do with a smaller group of friends. And I would say in World of Warcraft today, it's our 5-player mega dungeons that fill that role. Just as in Burning Crusade, when raiding was 25 players as an activity, the idea of a 10-player raid like Karazhan or Zulaman was a novel experience to let you have a more intimate, shared, romp through a dungeon, through a raid adventure with a smaller group of your friends. That's what mega dungeons try to do. They try to give an experience that is raid-like, that you can just take with a smaller group of friends that you couldn't raid with normally. It's an experience that can span hours. You have bosses that have progression and a setting that is just epic. As cool as our dungeons are, places like Karazhan or Operation Mechagon or the upcoming Broker Dungeon just blow them away. And so I think that is where the spirit of 10-player content lives on today.
Wow, that's an interesting take. I hadn't thought of it that way. That sounds about right. We've got a question submitted by Dizdick. Brian, this is for you. Will summoning stones be available at launch in the Burning Crusade, or are those going to come later?
Oh, that's an easy one. We will absolutely have those at launch in the Burning Crusade. They were introduced originally with Burning Crusade, and they replaced the original meeting stones. And we actually, in Classic, had to disable that functionality to try to bring back that authentic experience. It'll be a pleasure to be able to bring it back. I know I enjoyed using them very much myself as a way to kind of bring other people over to the dungeon when we were waiting for them to run over. And I think it's a really good feature for Burning Crusade to be able to have those.
All right, sounds great. Got a great one here for Steve. And this is many players, many variations of this question, but here's the one we settled with. What's Bolvar up to, and where is his story going in Shadowlands? Will he have a major role to play? I would think yes, but let's hear it from you.
Yeah, it was one of the great fun things about Shadowlands was to be able to get Bolvar Fordragon, this legendary hero, back in the mix again, free of the Lich King's crown, being himself again, and bringing all that knowledge and wisdom to the table. And we saw him being, pivotal in us getting to the Shadowlands, in guiding us as we went to rescue our friends Thrall, Jaina, Bane, from Torghast. And we saw that there was a price to pay for those visions where he got to peer in there and see what the jailer and Sylvanas were up to with Anduin. But he will be front and center for Chains of Domination. He is a great figure to kind of rally the Covenants together and go into the Maw with them and be at the forefront of those efforts of taking the fight to the jailer. So it's going to be really fun to see him in action again.
Oh, I can't wait. Lately, he just he just stands around the desk in the Ouroboros, and it's fine. But I can't wait to see what he does next.
Yeah, he's got a cool hammer, right? Like he's got to swing the hammer.
Right. I need to see that thing in action. We will soon enough, I suppose. Mask of Death from the Epoch of Thought Guild wrote in. This one's for Brian. In Burning Crusade, how will PvP titles such as Gladiator, Duelist, and Rival be determined, considering we don't have established battle groups? And I got a little follow-up to that, depending on what you say.
Sure. I mean, that's a really good question, and that comes from, originally there was an award for the top player in each battle group, and that really came from the fact that we had technical restrictions where people playing on different hardware installations, like different data center sites, couldn't play with ones playing in other data center sites. And we actually don't have that restriction anymore. You can actually matchmake players across the entire region. And so we think a more fair way to approach this today is to just do a small percentage of people at the very top. We do want to award it to more than one person, but still a very exclusive title where we want to keep it to a top select few that is similar to it was, I think, 13 about per region back then. I see Ian nodding. So, yeah.
There were 13 battle groups in North America, and I think, depended on size, but pretty similar. There were hundreds of people with this title out of millions of players.
Yeah. Right. It's very small and very exclusive. So we want to do that. And we want to do it top percentages of those players region-wide for that.
So is it appropriate to have Arena Season 1 start so early in Burning Crusade then?
We actually think we're talking about maybe we want to start it earlier than we announced in the deep dive panel. We're talking, as we've been looking at the gear, we think that it actually might fit more with Karazhan and the Tier 4 gear, and so we might actually move all the Arena Seasons up so that Arena Season 1 starts when Karazhan and Gruul and Magtheridon's Lair come out, and then probably have Zul'Aman come out without an Arena Season so that the next season we'll skip over that one.
Well, Chrissy wrote in, had one for Steve. It says, in Stormwind, I noticed some of the refugees from Darnassus mention going back once the smoke clears to collect any belongings. Does this mean that Teldrassil could be rebuilt / regrown and become inhabitable again?
So the devastation to Teldrassil was pretty definitive, and there were a lot of lives lost there. And that's not something that we want to just reverse on a whim. But what I will say is that the story of what the Night Elves went through, of those souls that died there, that as we have found out, if you play the Ardenweald campaign, you'll know that they funneled into the Maw. Their story is not yet done. And certainly a figure who is bound up in that story is Tyrande Whisperwind. And she is very much on the path of trying to find out the future of her people, even as she's dealing with that thirst for revenge against Sylvanas and dealing with the Night Warrior powers that are growing to consume her. So that's definitely a story that we'll be talking about as we go into Chains of Domination and beyond.
Yeah, she seemed pretty ticked. So I suspect we're not done.
Good reason, yep.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Holly, here's one for you. Will you open fresh classic servers in addition to the TBC servers? There seems to be a large demand for it, asks Shadow Wedbro. He's from a Few Good Lads Guild. What do you think about that? Another classic server, given the demand?
Great question. For our timeline for Burning Crusade Classic, we won't be launching any fresh start servers, but I can promise you we've got our eyes on that in our future, and we'll be discussing it once we get through a stable and successful launch with Burning Crusade Classic.
Nice. And what are the things that has been talked about before is layering? Do you guys still have many concerns about players' reaction to layering, and they want this authentic experience that existed when the game first launched, and by the time TBC rolled around, there were better ways to deal with things anyway, so not so much of an issue? But are you worried at all about that still? I mean, I know it's an issue for some players. Is that an issue for you guys?
Honestly, our focus is on whoever wants to play should be able to play. We would rather have layers on for a short period of time if necessary so that everyone can get in and play. And that's always going to be our focus, serve as many players as we can who want to play.
Fantastic. We do have time for one big final question. There was a whole lot of video at this BlizzCon Online that made a lot of people very excited. Actually, I have all kinds of personal questions about it, but I'm going to hold those and instead ask this common question that we got in the Twitch chat today. How do you get the Wandering Ancient mount? John, you want to handle this one?
Oh, you bet. That's a great one. So, little background. Last year, when we were finishing up Shadowlands, our art team really, they were ahead of schedule, or at least they were on schedule. And we decided, it would be awesome to give a gift back to all of our players and build them out for them. And so the art team put together some cool ideas. They brainstormed on things they wanted, and we literally put it to a vote. And we let our community decide what would they like for us to make for them. And the winner was the Wandering Ancient. And so the requirement to get the Wandering Ancient really is you got to have Shadowlands. And we will have the Wandering Ancient in the 905 patch update. And that will be next month. I won't tell you the exact date because, but you can probably guess, and you'll be pretty close. But we want to make sure that the patch is ready before we put it out. But we're really excited that you'll be able to ride that around. It is a really awesome mount. And if you have a question, I want to be able to answer that. But since you said this was the final question, I just want to thank you, Scott, for being our host, being a familiar face, supporting our community and us. You do such a great job. So thank you for agreeing to do this for us.
Oh, well, thank you. It's absolutely my pleasure. In fact, since we're being so nice to each other, I really liked your introduction for the WoW stuff. But also, my last question for you is a tack on to the Wandering Ancient. Can you confirm or deny that there's a little worm on top that actually controls this millennium-old treant who would probably not want somebody sitting on them anytime they felt like
Don't tell the story about the worm. You can't talk about the worm, John. I told you, do not talk about the worm.
Shoot. I was afraid that this was a topic we were not going to be able to touch.
I'd be willing to bet that Eli's got something in that Wandering Ancient that only the art team knows about.
But there is a worm. I'm not going to reveal their relationship. It's very special.
Wow. All right.
But I suggest watching the panel around how we went about creating it. I think it's going to be really interesting for everybody to watch, and it is a really awesome mount. So definitely check it out.
And wait till you hear the actor that we have voicing the worm.
Yeah, one of the best.
Well, just like the worm, it has to leave sometime, and we do too. But I do want to say a gigantic thank you to everybody on this panel. You guys were awesome this year, and such a strange year to be able to still get together and ask the questions and talk about the game in this way is just it's a great experience for me. I know that for sure, and I know a lot of people listening really appreciate it as well. So thank you guys for your time and for sharing your answers with the community. And moreover, huge thanks to the community. You guys don't have a Q&A without your questions. There's no A without the Q. So thank you for submitting those and for being a part of this each and every time that it happens. So that's going to do it for us. Thank you all for watching the Q&A. Hope you really enjoy the rest of the Saturday's content. And go play WoW. Play a Demon Hunter. He's really good in zones that you don't like playing with other classes. You can fly really high, and it's really great. I'm not pointing at anything particular. I'm not going to get specific, but I'm just saying Demon Hunters for the win right now in a certain covenant. Anyway, that's going to do it for us. Thank you all for watching, and we'll see you soon.
Thrall, son of Draka and Duratan, gladiator, shaman, war chief, lord of the clans. How do we even begin? Back in the late 90s, Blizzard was working on Warcraft Adventures, a 2D adventure game in the style of the old point-and-click adventure games of the early 90s. But I think that at some point they realized that the trajectory of games were moving away from that. And they found themselves with a story that wasn't going to be told then. And I think they had planned that this story about Thrall needed to be told before Warcraft 3 in order to contextualize a very new take. You know, what is life for the Horde after Warcraft 1 and 2? How has it changed? How has time advanced in Azeroth? And a lot of that was going to be told through the experiences of Thrall, a child of orcs who grew up in Azeroth, having never known his parents or really his people, and raised by humans, right? And Christy, you were there right when it first began.
I wrote Lord of the Clans, which was the story of that game. I did it in 6 weeks. By the end of it, I was in love with Thrall, I was in love with Azeroth, in love with Blizzard, and you know, now here I am, and Thrall's still going strong, and so am I, so it's pretty awesome.
And a lot of these details, you know, when we dig into the deep lore, someone has to keep track of all of them. And we actually have a department for that, don't we, Sean?
The origins of the lore team was because Chris Metzen, who was our friend and someone we know and love very dearly, he had the foresight to say, I'm creating so many worlds and it's falling out. I need somebody to please run around and catch this stuff and put it somewhere so when we need to refer back to it, we can, because I don't trust my own brain. There's too much cool stuff flying out. So at that point, we were now set up as a company to really cultivate and grow our franchises.
One of the great things about this was that Chris was willing to understand that there's a difference between what makes a game interesting and what makes a book interesting. So we kept all the things that we thought were the really juicy and fun, exciting bits. And when I learned that we were making that shift that you talked about from orcs versus humans, to
a more complex expression.
Much more complex, to working with a human, Gina Proudmoore. I was like, well, this guy needs to have some idea that humans aren't awful. We need a compelling human for him to say, I see, I can't,
In contradiction to his human captors at the time.
Exactly, because he was not being very well treated. So I got to introduce a character named Taretha Foxton. It was a chance to interject something a little different from the much more drums and fighting and battle and clashing of swords. There was like a, dare I say, a human element, but we all know what I mean by that, of kindness and self-sacrifice and connections that shouldn't be able to be formed but are, because everybody is willing to go the extra mile.
Yeah, there was a whole scene in Lord of the Clans where Taretha actually hugs Thrall, and that is the very first time he was ever given affection in that regard. He didn't know what to do with it. And even if you think about Thrall's whole station at that point in his life, the orcs of Azeroth were being rounded up and put into internment camps. And yet Thrall was a slave. So that, in the very beginning, set him apart from any other of the orcs of that time. Especially, again, and I go back to the book, there is a scene where Thrall is standing surrounded by guards, and an orc breaks off from one of the metal cages, seeing Thrall, thinking he's going to be hurt, and this orc gets brutally murdered, trying to protect Thrall, and Thrall's just standing there going, I don't know what's going on.
What's happening.
That was
No,
the
he
first
didn't know
time
the
he
language.
ever saw an orc. He was raised in an entirely different circumstance than any of his peers at that time, and I really think when he was freed, that kind of gave him the kind of like the perspective or the POV to go, okay, this person who is probably going to suffer really bad things, Taretha, is going to suffer by doing this act. Why? She hugged me. Why? I'm here to kill things. That's what I've meant to do. But that moment kind of set him on a path, and so I get goosebumps still thinking about it. Just that moment of kindness, and it changed everything.
I just want to bring that up because literally within the last month, I had somebody tweet me and say, one of my favorite scenes, and it just always makes me choke up, is this orc giving his life to protect what he views as a youngling in captors. So it's interesting to see how these things that we don't necessarily think are the most important things keep resonating.
Thrall was thrust into a world in which terrible wars had been going on that he had no part of, he had no memory of, but the aftermath was all around him. And as he came into his own as an adolescent and was learning the legacy of his birthright and his parents and the Frostwolf clan that were his forebears, he started to see the scars within the orcs that had lived through those terrible times, like Gromosh Hellscream, and had to learn more about what were my parents like? What was those times like? And he started to develop a bond and almost a reverence for, I need to figure out what I am, who I am, what it means to be orcish. And he did his best to try to learn from Gromosh, and they ended up becoming wonderful friends.
The journey he takes, just like not knowing who he was to learning who he was, and even then, he had to prove it.
Well, and it's the whole nature versus nurture thing, right? So he can't separate one out and say, I am this or I am the other. He is unmistakably an orc, and yet in the orc society, he obviously comes with something else that they're not familiar with.
Thrall did something none of his people beforehand did. He abolished the clans. He was like, I don't want there to be petty infighting. I want this horde to succeed and be different from everything it was before.
He was really, in a way, forming the new family, not just the new horde, but his new family with people that he trusted, with Vol'jin, with Cairn, people who were not orcs, but they were part of his family, this horde.
What he made, what he was trying to build, should last, because it is not just honorable, which Orcish legacy is, it is also done in tradition, of shamanic tradition, which I love also in Lord of the Clans. Thrall was the first shaman in an entire generation for the elements to choose. Thrall was that new start again. And we see that over and over. We can atone, we can redeem, things can be good. And he was I want to say the catalyst for it, but he was honestly, he was the main reason for a lot of the good that came about.
Yeah, and as we move into another chapter in this timeline, what would you say was the final statement of the Lord of the Clans, Christy? Like, where did it leave off Thrall looking to the future?
I think he had finally accepted his destiny, had finally understood that this part of him that had been initially imposed on him, but later he accepted it, of human, was a good thing. Grommash Hellscream said, "You are the sum of all of your experiences, and that has brought you where you are today."
And that brings us right to Warcraft 3, which, for today's discussion about Thrall, there's no talking about Thrall in Warcraft 3 without talking about Thrall and Jaina Proudmoore's intertwined fates.
Mm-hmm.
Another echo of Taretha Foxen, if I may say so, yeah.
And Jaina, like Thrall, was kind of a second generation over the, old soldiers of the First and Second War, right? She was a child when her father was battling the orcs, and as Thrall was a baby, just growing up in the aftermath of these terrible wars of the past. And so both of them are like a second generation. And I think that fueled their ability to look past, the egregious conflicts of their people in the past and say, what are we going to do with this today? How are we going to move forward? And what did they accomplish together, Sean?
Honestly, when you think about Warcraft 3 and the situation that Thrall and Jaina were put in, so just to kind of set the stage, they were following this prophet that was going to every single leader of the Eastern Kingdom saying, you need to get out of here. Bad stuff is coming. We got to go. So when they went to Kalimdor, it was that very same prophet that was like, haha, I got you to where exactly here because of a certain reason. We need to save the world. There is that thing that you're running from is coming here, but only together with the Night Elves will you survive this as a people of Azeroth. Mm-hmm. So it was a large leap of faith for a human and an orc to work together in a strange land, by the way.
For Thrall, the finale of that storyline, when it came down to it, was trying to find a way for his people to truly be free of the blood curse that was foisted upon them. The blood curse of the orcs that had drank the blood of the pit lord Manaroth.
Grommash was the first, yeah.
And Grommash was the first who took the cup. And to see that storyline come full circle at the end of this campaign, as Grommash gives his life, right, to face down the one whose blood had enslaved their people all these years.
The source, yeah.
And in that cinematic, Grommash says, I freed myself. And Thrall says, no, you freed us all.
Especially, and I really wish the cinematic couldn't show it, but Grommash was like burnt to a crisp in Fellfire. Like if we had the tech then, I really would have been clearer, but that moment was just so heavy. He was holding him and just being almost so fragile. This mighty warrior that he had known just as a friend, gave everything. And so I got goosebumps just now thinking about it again. But
I think Grommash's sacrifice in that moment left an indelible mark in Thrall's brain that even through a life that the orcs had to lead for better or worse, as terrible as being a member of the Horde at its worst times was, they had to find their way out. And Grommash made several mistakes even during the Warcraft 3 campaign. He subsisted and fell back into the blood haze that had driven them for so many years. But Thrall really believed that in the end, Grommash took, control of his choices, of his destiny, and made the right decision. And I think that would color his, Thrall's opinion about the Grommash family line at some point down the road.
Yeah. Important tale at this moment that we laid the seeds for.
Yep. So anything else we want to touch on in Warcraft 3 era before we move on to World of Warcraft?
I'll tell you a fun anecdote.
Yes.
After finishing Lord of the Clans, time passed, and I, like everybody else, saw the intro to Warcraft 3. And there's a scene, of course, where Thrall, bolts upright and opens his eyes, and Thrall's eyes are blue, which no other orc has had. Mm-hmm. And to see him sit upright and open his blue eyes, I started crying. And I was like, my baby, because I'd never seen him move before. It was just some black and white illustrations. So to see that come to life right in front of my eyes, I think we've all seen so much great advancement in this field and some fabulous things. It's hard to remember just how impactful some of these older ones were because you'd not seen stuff like that before ever.
And I think that about brings us to World of Warcraft, the game released in 2004, which resumes our journey in Azeroth 4 years after the events of Warcraft 3. So there's been some time for things to shift or heal. And what was the status of the Orcish clans, Thrall's new horde, at the beginning of World of Warcraft?
So yeah, actually, once they realized, hey, the world is saved, what do we do now? Like you said, they were like, okay, we should start healing. Thrall, and to his credit, took the horde and founded an entirely new land. But he founded an entirely new land that really wasn't prime real estate. It was more of a, hey, look at this arid desert land that we can have. This is home. This is Durotar.
And why would they choose that area?
The reason they chose Durotar, when they could have chose other lush places on Kalimdor, is atonement. Thrall knows his legacy super well. He knows the orcs decimated their world. The world of Draenor that once was his outland now in their continuity. So even though they did an amazing thing by saving the world, there was still this baggage that needed to be dealt with. There was a lot of history that needed to be atoned for.
Durotar, after his father Duratan. Orgrimmar, after Orgrim Doomhammer.
That was the former war chief of the Horde.
Former war chief of the Horde
that he
was
beat
now
in a single combat. Which was
in single combat.
Didn't know who he was, but yeah.
But all of this showed an interesting, juxtaposition between the fact that he wanted to create something new, and yet he seemed to idealize some elements of the Horde that came before him. Right? Like, what elements of the Horde do you think he admired and was trying to hold on to?
Growing up as he did, I think there's a wildness that he never got to taste, right? This passion, the drums, this primal ferocity that also was tempered with honor. And and here's the humans with their teacups, right? It's totally different. And so I think that appealed to him, and I don't know that he ever really understood it because he hadn't been raised in it.
Even his dad, Duratan, wasn't a really well-known chieftain at the time. It wasn't until Thrall was like, my dad is awesome, he did this, he was exiled by the Horde, really brought the legacy of Duratan to the fore for the Horde. They're like, oh, let's learn more about this Duratan guy, seems pretty cool.
And one of Thrall's closest friends, the one who helped him find this place and set the foundation of Orgrimmar, was, of course, Cairn Bloodhoof, the chieftain of the Tauren. And when they found each other initially, when Thrall arrived in this foreign land, it was Cairn that showed him, what it was going to be like to survive in Durotar. What was their friendship like when they first met?
It was welcoming. It was, again, Cairn was older. So this is almost another father figure, probably. I'm seeing family keeping, just coming out of these discussions right here, right now, this theme of family and home that keeps coming up again and again and again.
And that was very much the Horde of what we sometimes call vanilla World of Warcraft. The first release was that the Horde was a group of people who had to bind together in order to find their place in the world, right? They had to lean on each other. And I think it was actually the partnership between the Tauren and the Orcs that allowed themselves to finally settle into a place and call it their own. Because they couldn't do it alone, right? They'd been but once they had each other's backs, they were able to put down roots and start building something for themselves. And that was awesome. And we all played that experience in World of Warcraft.
That's what I love as a tagline for the Horde is they're trying to survive in a world that's hostile to them. Like, that is amazing. They're all banding together and they're there because each one of them, like you said earlier, they have each other's backs.
Found families. Right? The families you build that you're not necessarily born into.
The next moment of consequence for Thrall I would wager is the first expansion. The Burning Crusade opened the gateway to Draenor, the shattered land of the remnants of the planet his parents got him off of before it exploded. And he got to walk through there with his own eyes and return to his ancestral homeland, having never seen it before, only the tales told by the other members who had been there. And when he returned and met people who knew his parents, who did he end up meeting there? Garrosh Hellscream, the son of Gromosh, the heir of the bloodline legacy of one of his closest friends in the Warcraft 3 campaign. How did that go down, Sean?
Oh man, I keep going back to the Burning Crusade specifically because that was one of the first games before I joined creative development. I was in quality assurance and I tested the heck out of that game. I love Burning Crusade for the moment that you're bringing up because it wasn't just meeting Garrosh. He first got to meet his grandmother. This was Thrall's first moment of meeting a blood relative. And the best part about that is he learned his name. For the very first time. He was always Thrall. He was told by Blackmore, yeah, I own you, your name is Thrall. And so even when Thrall learned how to write, he's like, I'm owned by somebody. It's hard, but he was like, no, your name isn't Thrall. This is what it was supposed to be. And just imagine that, walking in like, this is the destiny I've been hunting for so long. This is a missing piece that thank you, Grandma, but Grandma's like, yeah, but you should really talk to a person outside who you might know, his name's Garrosh Hellscream. He's been raised on the dishonor of what his father had done. To back up a little bit, where Thrall saw his grandmother was in an area called Garadar, which is another fun little lore fact is that was named after his grandfather. So he's literally coming to an area, like he named Durotar after his dad, he was coming to an area of family. Like you said, it's all tied together with family. But yes, Garrosh, when he met him, knew that his dad was the first to drink the cup and did awful things to the Horde. And Thrall saw them as like, but you don't know the good that he did. Yeah. Do you understand that the reason the curse is lifted is from the very man that you were feeling so down upon? You know, I'm paraphrasing, of course.
Right.
But there's a wonderful piece of art that we also shipped between the two, just having a campfire talk and just the looks on expression in our eyes, like, I get to tell you the wondrous things that your father has done that you have no idea about.
Thrall, of course, did what anything would do, and he kind of took Garrosh under his wing. He stepped in as surrogate father with the opportunity to give Garrosh an opportunity to live up to what Thrall felt was the great legacy of Gromosh. You know, the legacy he left is what mattered to Thrall, right? In the end, he did the right thing. And Garrosh, I'm going to fill in as that father figure, and we're going to figure this out together. And of course, he took him back to Azeroth and wanted him to participate in his new horde and be part of this so they could find each other again. And the timeline now begins to deviate toward Wrath of the Lich King. At the beginning of Wrath of the Lich King, a threat had opened up in the north. Both the Horde and Alliance were having to send forces to Northrend, and Thrall actually gives Garrosh a high command on this expedition, right? Says, you are going to lead this expedition. Oh man, Garrosh is all really excited, and he gets in there and he's being full orc, all right? But he's being effective, and he's leading the troops, and he's making results. And Thrall can't help but notice the way that the other orcs are responding, the way that he leads his people, the efficacy by which Garrosh just seems to be a born leader. And he starts to doubt himself. He actually starts getting into his own mind about, is this because of my human upbringing? Is this because there's some part of me that doesn't actually represent what the orcs are expecting me to do as a leader? And I think he got really in his head about that. Like, what do you think, Christy?
I agree. And also, he started pursuing the path of the shaman more.
Right. He was trying to find a center in the earth.
Trying to find center. And it's interesting because Garrosh is taking this, and he had that upbringing where he wasn't a real orc because he was sickly and his father was bad. So he's like, I'm not just going to be an orc. I'm going to be the orkiest of the orkiest orcs.
Orc prime.
The orkiest orc. All the time. The problem is that if that goes unchecked, a lot of bad things can happen. Imbalance is not a good thing.
At the very moment he's starting to doubt his, capabilities to lead as an orc, having been raised the way he was, the moment everything the Horde needed from Thrall started to slip away. And those two things started to diverge again.
Garrosh reached that orc pride level of, everything is not as bad as it was. So the pendulum swung the other way. There were other orcs of the Horde at that time that saw that happening. And they also saw how the other orcs were responding to him. So there's a wonderful moment in Wrath of the Lich King I keep going back to, where there is Varrock Sarfang, Garrosh Hellscream, and a few others looking at a strategy table. And they're like, we just need to take it this way and do this way. The big point of that scene was Varrock goes, you honestly don't know your history. And he's talking about the screams of Draenei children, that orcs, this is your heritage. And then he lays the table all of the atrocities, and then Garrosh goes, well, what do you do now? And then Varrock goes, I don't eat pork. But he's just telling you, yes, being an orc is great and all that, but you have a history that you need to be aware of, because this is a path you are not going down, and if I see you going down this path, sir, I will lay you out myself. And that was the promise that he made him way back then. So it was the flagpole of where Thrall's advisors, Cairn and Varrock, going, you need to watch out.
He's not tempered yet. He's not able to handle it yet. He hasn't learned everything he needs yet. And this started to, as you say, Sarfang and Cairn were kind of like, and Thrall is like, no, but he really is the orc we need.
He was on the train.
He is this. So it started to become kind of driving a wedge between, Garrosh on the one side and Cairn's friends on the other.
Thrall had an almost blind optimism about Garrosh.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? He had a blind spot in as much as you are your father's child. I know that's inside of you. And yet we are all our own, right? Garrosh will be Garrosh. His father was his father. But that really made Thrall always kind of doubt himself, or always believe this will work out on its own. And that will inevitably come back to bite everyone.
And even Thrall told him, he's like, lean on your counsel. The Horde is not a one person, it is a group. And of course we saw how that played out, but he did his best to say, this is how it's supposed to be. You may not be there yet, but these people will help you get there.
And that about brings us to the Cataclysm. Probably the largest event that changed the world of Warcraft as we had known it, as has ever happened in this world. The Black Dragon aspect, Deathwing, emerged, cracking the planet all around and changing the familiar landscape of World of Warcraft. And because, of course, this was literally wounding the planet, right, cracking the earth, Thrall was a shaman. He was tuned to the elements of Azeroth. And so he felt that. And it definitely put him on even a harder mission. It was now on his shoulders to try to see what he could personally do to stem the damage that Deathwing had done.
Yeah, there was a scene where a fire just broke out uncontrollably in Orgrimmar.
Yep.
And Thrall is trying to calm the spirits, and he's trying to reach the spark and say, go down to the hearth fire, cease this thing. And it couldn't. It just couldn't. It says, I must burn, I must burn.
And then there's Drekthar giving all those visions, saying the seas will boil and the world will break.
And the world will break.
Yeah, so all of those symbols around.
And if I'm not mistaken, The Shattering, was the prequel novel that you wrote before Cataclysm.
Yeah.
And while there had been Warcraft novels, mostly they were like, hey, this needs to be told, this needs to be told. This was kind of a new, mid-expansion book.
Yes.
Its purpose was to say, hey, by the way, you all played Wrath of the Lich King, and Cataclysm's coming up. Give me the 411 on anything that happened between that period of time. So
Yes. This is where Thrall, feeling that he needed to know more about the elements than could be taught because things were so dire, he decided to return and to study the path of a shaman in the
ground,
land of the orcs, to understand their elements, to hopefully bring it back. And it was never a sense of, he wasn't abandoning, he wasn't running away. He was going toward what he thought could be the answer to stopping it.
The world was breaking,
It was-
and he needed
yeah.
to go to a world that had been broken and talk to its elements.
Understand what to do,
Almost
how
a
to heal
development
it.
phase, right? Like Azeroth has just been hurt, and it can't even speak cogently with the elements because it's so in disarray that to speak to the elements of Draenor, a world that had that happen, even worse, but how are the elements dealing today? How did they stabilize? What is it going to take for the elements to speak softly to them once again?
Yeah.
Anymore?
Oh, and we're also missing a wonderful character that he would meet in this class that he's taking in Nagrand, his soon-to-be life mate, Agra.
Oh, yes.
And that interplay too, Christy. I loved how here's Thrall, War Chief of Horde. Everybody in Yaradar is letting him know, oh, this is Thrall. This is, and she's like, who is they again? It's like, your name is Goel. I don't want
I'm
you
not
to use
gonna
this
call you
Thrall.
Thrall.
Yeah, that's human. No, you are Goel. You are starting from zero, and I am your teacher. And that was a surprise too, like because it was his grandmother, Thrall's grandmother. It's like, no, I could teach you and talk to you, but I think she's going to have a more impact on you. She's like, what? So that whole kind of interaction between the two. He learned much, and of course we seeded a wonderful family moment there that would grow into more. But while Thrall needed to learn more, he left behind Garrosh in charge, and it wasn't that fully war chief at that time. It was kind of like a temporary thing. I'm off to study in Nagrand, you hold the fort, and everybody's telling him, don't do it, that's not a great idea. To the point where Cairn meets Thrall for a moment, and he's like, I'm going to beg you, don't do this. And it really, really, really hits home in these moments, because I had a similar moment in my personal life where you never know when it's going to be the last time you'll talk to somebody, especially your best friend. And when that exchange is heated, it really just hit home for me, because the last scene in the book, sorry, spoilers, the last scene in the book is Thrall standing on top of Cairn's pyre, trying to take the healing rune from his rune spear. But he was like, I really wish I could have told you. And a lot of the regret that he had, like this friend that he had loved, ended their last conversation was in hateful speech, not hateful, angered speech. But he won't ever get a chance to erase that, especially all of the stuff that he had done beforehand. This moment, I don't want to say broke him or crushed him, but it hit him harder than anything. And that moment where he learned, I can't do this, that's when he officially took the Doomhammer plate of the War Chief and gives it to Bane, saying, give this to my people, it is important. But I can't walk that path anymore.
During the story of Cataclysm, we arrived at patch 4.2, which was Rage of the Firelands. And this was the return of the Fire Lord, Ragnaros, once again coming back from what was 1.0, a return in 4.2.
Come back.
And I worked on the cinematic trailer. In this scene, it was wholly focused on Thrall trying to commune with the elements at the Maelstrom. And Agra makes an appearance, so she's starting to become a bigger part of his life. And he's just in despair. The elements, I can't connect. And when he's left to meditate, immediately is an image of Ragnaros speaking to little shaman, or little shaman, as Chris would say. Both Ragnaros and Thrall had always been voiced by Chris Metzen. So this is one of several scenes where it was Metzen talking to Metzen.
It happened more than a few times.
Yeah, it's happened more than a few times. And this was him finally reaching through, but it wasn't the spirit he wanted to hear from. It was the angry fire spirits trying to burst through from the plane of fire at the moment of opportunity, given the weakness that had been created by the Cataclysm. And so by the end of that trailer, we saw very specifically in that final image, Agra and Thrall standing together. Their bond is becoming closer, right? They're going to be together as they face the threats ahead. And it wasn't long before the Druids of the Flame abducted Thrall and actually banished him into the planes of the elements themselves, split him into 4 and sent him off saying, you're not going to mess with us anymore, you can't help Azeroth. And Agra rose to the occasion. She said, not on my watch.
Yes.
And she grabbed the player And Strong.
I love them.
Oh, yeah.
She grabbed the player and says, we're gonna get Thrall back. And you adventured side by side with Aughra, who to the player's perspective was still a newer character. They didn't know her very well. But through this adventure, they got to see the test of her mettle.
And then we got to see the wedding right afterwards.
Yep.
Right.
Oh, man. I think that made a lot of, there was, the fan hope that Jaina and Thrall would get together, but she was there at the wedding, kind of.
It was touch and go there for a while, but ultimately that chapter wrapped up with Thrall had a crisis of faith after the actions of, I don't understand the Horde anymore. I don't understand much of anything right now. I need time to find myself to recenter. And so he lays down the mantle of the war chief and he leaves. In his absence, the orcs who had already been following largely the lead of Garrosh, who was eager and willing and had the capability of rallying the Horde, fell in line very quickly, and he ascended to the war chief of the Horde. But come end of Mists of Pandaria, the time to face Garrosh was afoot, and the heroes and champions of the Horde and the Alliance alike rose to face his insurrection at the gates of Orgrimmar and within. And as we know in World of Warcraft, the hero prevailed in the end, and Garrosh was felled within his machinations of this terrible horde he was trying to build. And who is the first person to step to Garrosh as he laid, defeated on the ground? It was Thrall. As he approached Garrosh, wielding the Doom Hammer, he laid upon him the statement, you are not worthy of your father's legacy. Again, Thrall admitting in this moment that all of the hope he had for Garrosh to be good, to be right, was born by Thrall's own high esteem that he gave to his father.
Yeah.
And he's just saying it plain. You had that, and yet you failed.
And there were hints of that way back even in the Old War one. You disappoint me,
You disappoint me, Garrosh.
So like that, again, that line that you said was kind of just like we've gone past disappointment.
Mm-hmm.
Like this was trial time. Like you have not just failed, you fall so short.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Once Garrosh was ultimately taken off to be imprisoned, the Horde turned to Thrall, right? You're here, you helped us, get it back. You're gonna lead, right? Thrall just wasn't ready yet. He's still in the place. Everything that he'd been through, his doubts were actually exaggerated. I thought giving the Horde up to Garrosh was a good idea. Why are you looking to me for further leadership? All right. Instead, he reflected very clearly right back onto Vol'jin. There's one person who saw the path and got us here, and it was you. You need to lead the Horde. And so once again, he is guiding the Horde to its ultimate destination, but he's just saying, I can't be leader. It's not in me. I don't have it. And that about brings us to the next expansion, Warlords of Draenor. Definitely one of the more interesting takes on an expansion I think we've expressed throughout the set that we've created. Once again, going back to Draenor, but not the Draenor we visited in Outland. Instead, this is Draenor as it was. This is the world as it was. This is the orcs as it was. With one exception. Garrosh Hellscream, having escaped justice, went back in time, bronze dragon magic. And what was the first thing he did? He stopped his father from drinking the blood. Everything we know about Warcraft history was based on Grommash Hellscream drinking the blood from that cup. What happens if he doesn't? Right? Yep. And it went in this entirely different trajectory. And so he began building the Iron Horde, right? Mm-hmm. Almost technology out of time for them to be able to be the ultimate force of conquering. This is my destiny, And the adventurers came here, and who was one of the very first heroes through the portal to face the Iron Horde? It was Thrall standing side by side with Maraud, the Draenei Vindicator of the Alliance. Side by side, smashing heads and ready to take on, whoa, okay, they've actually built a giant army.
Yeah. We need more men.
So after having to be a little bit on the run, they have different ideas of how they want to approach this, right? Maraud with the Alliance, we want to go find our people in Karabor. What does Thrall immediately want to do? I want to find the Frostwolves. And more specifically, I want to find the parents I've never met. Whew.
Especially he got to see the sights that he'd only heard about in tales. Like, it's
But
crazy.
it really wasn't his.
No.
This is another version. And so I don't think it was gratifying to him, but, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, but it wasn't quite the same as actually.
No, I think even in the narrative expression, Thrall understood this.
Yes,
right?
he did.
He tried to stay at arm's length and be like, I can get a glimmer of what my parents were and stood for, but I don't want to break their heart. Yeah,
he kept himself in secret.
Yeah, he had to keep it a secret from them. It's when you're messing with time ways. And that just had to be heartbreaking because it's almost like looking at another apparition. It's something you can't truly have. It's something that's just out of your reach. You can see it, but you can't really touch it as if it still eludes him to this day, right? So that's hurtful.
Oh, yeah.
Jumping forward a little bit, this is where he ended up facing off with Garrosh. And what a full circle this was, right? The cinematic, the Nagrand finale, I got to work on in 2014. And it was harrowing. To develop this cinematic was a trip through the feels. Because the full circle being that they fight this battle, this one more Mak Gora between Thrall and the orc who he had basically adopted as a surrogate son on the hill where they had met by Garadar. Where it started is where it ended.
And Stones of Prophecy.
And as the scene plays out, all the history comes to bear. Even though Garrosh had become this horrific villain, in his core he was still the same child or young adult that Thrall had first met on that hill. And that child had been wounded and felt abandoned and felt wronged and felt alone. You left me to pick up your pieces. That is an undeniable fact. That is what happened. Thrall said, I can't do this anymore, I don't understand it, and left the Horde in Garrosh's hands. And for it to have come out so viscerally, and I just have to give a shout out to Patrick Seitz, the voice actor of Garrosh.
Absolutely.
And when Andrea Toyas, our VO director, and I sat in the booth watching Patrick's performance through the window, when he delivered those lines and his voice is cracking, you failed me. The shiver in our spine was so visceral. It felt like someone had actually really just died. We were almost in a traumatic experience level of just emotional turmoil. And we all had to take a moment to just, that was really heavy. But in the final burn down, you know, when Thrall turns it on him and the elements now come to his command and Garrosh is getting his last dig in, Thrall, you know, you made me what I am. And Thrall responds, no, you chose your own destiny. I think in that moment he's looking back on Grommash and he's so disappointed. He's so disappointed that Grommash did terrible things his entire life. But in the end, he grabbed a hold and did the right thing.
Redemption.
And Garrosh had many opportunities to do the right thing, to have proven his mettle, to have shown just one bit of, you are your father's son. And Thrall's greatest disappointment in that moment, I think, is that it never came true. And that's just tragic.
All of those best intentions, all of those steps in training and teaching and moments didn't lead to where he wanted. And thus
Garrosh Hellscream fell.
Yeah.
And Thrall at the end of that cinematic, you know, the shot as composed, you know, you imagine, especially in high fantasy, orc versus orc, big, huge, you know, testosterone. You just think victory, right? You think victory, I won. No.
Nobody won that.
A sullen shot, defeated body language, picking up the hammer and walking away and never looking back.
And there was a moment in that fight, Garrosh throws Gorehel, and it actually skids past, and he goes in with his fists.
Yeah.
And I was thinking that was the moment, because Thrall had given him Gorehel. It was a beautiful moment, and he was like, this was the weapon of your father. It's done great things. It's also done awful things. In your hands, it's up to you.
And he drops it.
And he just drops it.
This isn't my legacy, right? I'm not living up to my dad.
You guys are giving me goosebumps.
But yeah, just that skidding past and going in, it was just that moment. It was like that's for the failure right there. You can do everything right, and it can still go so awfully wrong. And I think that was a lesson that Thrall took from this, was I wanted to make the Horde stronger. I wanted to give them I wanted to give Garrosh and them every opportunity to thrive, and it was everything but.
After Garrosh fell, Thrall was still bearing the weight of the burden of how all of that went down, right? Probably reliving, wishing things had gone differently. And that carried forth into Legion, right? Where, while there's a grander thing going on, invasion of the Burning Legion, and we have to defend Azeroth, Thrall was right there with the rest of the heroes. Jaina and Varian, all, in Sylvanas Windrunner, laying siege at the Tomb of Sargeras to try to stop the Burning Legion. But even on that battlefield, when they were trying to hold back the initial assault, the elements were not responding, right? As we know, Sean, you don't command the elements, you ask the elements for their help.
Heed my call.
And then they either do or they don't, right? And they're not responding the way they should, right? And so Thrall got very, very grievously wounded. Right? I wouldn't say mortally wounded, but he got very badly hurt, as many people did. Many fell in the assault on the Broken Shore. Very few survived. And so coming back from that, he had to go away. He had to try to heal once more, like this time actually physically. Go to heal with the Earthen Ring in the Maelstrom, get back his center, especially since he feels like he doesn't have the connection to the elements.
Right. Something worse happened to Thrall while he was at the Maelstrom. He lost the Doomhammer. There was a moment where, like you said, like he felt disconnected from the elements. Like what he did to Garrosh was irredeemable. That was, like you said, it was a burden that he held onto. So he felt the Doomhammer was dead weight in his hands. He felt that he was no longer worthy of it. He had fulfilled a legacy. He had made its prophecy come true. And now that's over. That is gone. That was taken from him. Physically, he lost it at the Maelstrom to the Burning Legion. There was a whole story about that before the player hero takes it up. But I keep thinking, him sitting back there going, the Doomhammer is yours now. How much that must have hurt to say the words.
And really, with all that had happened and all the terribleness, we really wouldn't see Thrall again until Battle for Azeroth. Horde and Alliance at each other's throats at a level that we had not seen since Warcraft 2. And these prominent figures now rising in the vacuum of power of souls we'd either lost or had moved on. Varrock Saurfang once more comes to the fore and is now this major force and realizes that, holy cow, I need to find Thrall. He goes to the fields of grain outside of Karadar and Oshugun and finds a homestead where Thrall is living with his life mate and his children, and is asking, please. And did you write this cinematic?
I did. I got to write most of the
So you got to be the screenwriter on this cinematic.
Oh, yeah. And it was really fun digress just briefly, bringing Saurfang back, because you have living symbols of various incarnations of the Horde. And that's lovely, juicy stuff to get to work with. What I love is that Thrall is like, no.
For the third time now.
Yeah.
For the third time.
Yeah.
He asked 3 times, no.
And he comes back and he says, I've told you guys, I'm not going to do this. I will not lead the Horde. Saurfang goes, I didn't ask.
I didn't ask.
Which was very well received among our viewership. They really enjoyed that. But I thought you would at least fight for them.
And that had to cut him to his core.
Yep. And there's a moment we don't know what he's going to say, and then it turns out that Saurfang has been fully aware of what's going on. He's been followed by assassins.
There's eyes on him.
sent by Sylvanas. And the two of them fight back to back like they've never been apart, and they're going at it, and they have each other's backs. And Thrall realizes there is nowhere he can go to escape this. He can't run anymore. He can't hide from it. He can't go back to the land and get his hands dirty in the soil. He has to face this. For him, you know, we have the overarching backtrack of, yes, you've got to save the Horde, you've got to, you know, help save the world, but also deeply personal. He's got to really, you know, fish or cut bait. He's got to do this. And he made an X because some part of him knew that this day was going to come.
Yeah, totally.
Thrall will always be the child of the new age, right? He was born after the events of so many things that he will never truly understand. Whereas Varrock Saurfang is still a living example of someone who stood there at the first blood drinking of the Horde. He has seen everything, A to Z.
All of it.
And to have those two side by side. And Thrall, I believe, you know, my opinion, my humble opinion, in this moment is still reconciling with the notion of it's all or nothing, right? Either I lead the Horde or I can't, right? I'm in or I'm out. And I think Saurfang in this cinematic finally challenged the notion the Horde needs you. And it doesn't have to be more complex than that, right? There's no strings attached. There's no this or that about it. The Horde needs you. And it's the times where you keep like backing off as far as just like, well, I can't be this. But you kept pulling the part of you that made the Horde function out of the equation.
That is so fascinating because that just flashback to what we were saying earlier. Thrall straddles two worlds. You know, I can't be a human, but I'm not really an orc, you know? And so he's doing it again. He is straddling, I am in the Horde, but I am not the leader. I can still be involved in helping to guide it and shape it without having all the responsibility of what goes right and what goes wrong. So we're right back to straddling two worlds.
Somehow, despite everything he had achieved in his life, still feeling like an outsider.
Yep.
He took Varrock's plea very seriously, and when he did, it wasn't too long before he found himself face to face with an old friend, Jaina Proudmoore. We talk about full circles in Warcraft all the time, but holy cow, right? These two had literally stood side by side. As the cinematic says, literally, that I directed and you wrote, you know, we once stood side by side on the slopes of Mount Hyjal, you know, saving the world, and yet everything has gone utterly terribly since then. Where did we go wrong? What decision did we make? Why didn't we make the world be able to fix itself? The things that I think we all ask ourselves sometimes.
It just
like,
keeps going wrong. Every time we try, it keeps going wrong.
What goes wrong?
What's different this time?
What's different this time? And then when she says, you know, we are, that hits, right? Like, you know, we are older, we have the wisdom, we aren't relegated to make the mistakes of the past. Perhaps there is a way we can find a better path forward. And it was just so touching. And I always geek out whenever I get the opportunity to work with these pillars of Warcraft 3 in the cinematic medium, especially two at the same time, especially ones that have such a rich legacy history.
I'm so glad we had the chance to do that. It was really very meaningful.
It was far too fun. Yeah. But right after that about catches us up to today. Shadowlands, which has been out for a few months now. And, you know, the question is, what's next for Thrall? You know, I think that he has embarked upon the journey that many of our heroes did, having been abducted initially, but then having to resist the forces of the jailer and Sylvanas. And he's going to have a part to play as things move forward. Do you have any thoughts on that?
His mother has not been idle in death, and she has earned her place in Maldraxxus through her refusal to give up, for her courage in sacrificing herself for her child, for her loyalty. She is now in a position of jeopardy and power of some sort. The Shadowlands is a pretty big place, but it's also smaller than you think.
I think also especially, Thrall has a lot of knowledge to give. I think especially now as he's not war chief, he's a member of the council, I'm looking forward to the voices that will come to him and him having the breadth of all of these experiences to be like, sure, but this is why we shouldn't do that. To be a voice of reason, and in a way to channel that cairn, and Bane's on the council, don't get me wrong, but the heart of the Horde needs to be there. It was cairn before. Thrall said it himself in his funeral.
Yeah,
you were the Horde of Horde.
Yep, the Tauren are the heart of the Horde. They really are. They're like the moral compass of the Horde.
Yeah.
I'm not biased or anything.
No, whatsoever.
And as a quick rewind contextualization of council, you know, in the aftermath of the Blood War, Battle for Azeroth, you know, Varrock Serafang sacrificed himself to depose Sylvanas Windrunner. And Thrall was there at the funeral, and Thrall was here once again, facing the same challenge that has come time and time again. How do we lead the Horde? Who leads the Horde? How is the best way to lead it? Do we look to examples of the past? Do we look to other examples? And this is now, the fourth time, you know? He himself, while he was once the young, intrepid, you know, lord of the clans, he is now one of the oldest, wizened leaders standing amidst them. And maybe now's the time to recognize that all of those who lent him to his experience, who informed his journey, who maybe aren't with us today, from Cairn to Varrock to all the souls that live within him as a member of this Horde, he can bring their wisdom, he can keep it alive. But that's not enough.
No.
Not alone. Bringing together all the other members of the Horde, Bane carrying on the legacy of his father, and bringing new members in from all the allied races that are now joining to make the Horde stronger, a stronger family, more members, more. We are stronger, and we will build, and we will become the Horde that we will always want to be. And I think in that day, it will not be Thrall's Horde. It will not be Blackhand's Horde. It will just be the Horde.
It will belong to all of them.
Yep. They will become their Horde. Or I like to say our Horde.
Our Horde.
I really get a lot of my geek batteries recharged just by not only hearing the tales that, you know, we have all shared these 14 plus odd years. Don't like to say it, but just I am very fortunate to be able to not only share the story time with you, but just to steal the creative energies that you guys share off with everybody in every meeting that we go to. So I honestly just wanted to say thank you for not only just this panel and this time that you're giving, but just thank you for your friendship. It's a little corny of me to say, but I am very thankful for getting a chance to be with you guys.
I have to say, this is amazing. I would never have thought when I was like, oh, should I take this book or not? I don't know.
All the way back.
You know, 20 years ago, people, I never thought I'd be, you know, still working through the books and then get a chance to come here and work at Blizzard proper. It is an honor to work with you gentlemen and to inhabit these characters with our minds and our hearts and to find their truths and to try to bring them to life via the written word or the filmed word or the brains behind them.
No, I would absolutely reciprocate and echo your sentiment as far as just feeling so fortunate and so lucky to be here with such esteemed colleagues. And also, I think all of us feel the fortune to work on such an amazing series of fiction, of fantasy, of imagination that is, you know, Warcraft. It is a world that our players live in, and they know it so well. It is a real place in our hearts. And the thing about real places is that you will know when something isn't right. And we always want to aspire to make sure that that never feels that way. And the only way to do that is to love it as much as we can and to try as hard as we do and to lean on each other.
Amen.
As we solve these things. So
Teamwork
thank
makes
you all.
the dream work.
Thank you so much for...
Let's do this again.
Let's do this again.
Yes, very much so.
All right. Awesome.
A big part of sound design is making sure the player understands that A, that they've done something, B, that they've done something right, or C, if that's not the case, that they've done something wrong. Sound becomes involved at the earliest stages whenever possible so that we can help to fulfill the vision of the designers. The original plan was about this substance called anima. And anima represents the souls of those living on Azeroth. Each of the zones has an underlying theme. Sometimes that theme was something that we as sound designers kind of saw and felt and tried to bring out. And as we come up with sounds, we throw things against the wall. We play things for other sound designers. We play things for the design leads. We adjust and we get feedback. And at that point, I assigned each of the zones to one of my sound designers to take point on. And I asked them to actually write up a document talking about what their feelings were about the zone. One of the interesting things about the story of Shadowlands is that we enter it in a period of drought. The different zones approach that drought in different ways. In Bastion, it took place in a slightly different way. Michael Hill came up with this excellent idea of a system by which when anima is in a decent shape, the whole background shifts subtly to where the tones are purer and a little bit louder. And then when the Fallen have invade, or when the Maldraxxus forces invade, the sounds of the backgrounds actually subtly change to where it's a little bit more dissonant.
When I sat down and started looking at Shadowlands and Bastion specifically, it felt like it was an opportunity for maybe a different approach to sound design because it's such a different space. It's a zone that isn't like the rest of Azeroth, and it doesn't really have any kind of Earth analogy, right? It is a very strange place. Typically in World of Warcraft, when we're making environments, we're looking at things that have kind of real world analogies, like forests, swamps, mountains, deserts.
The challenge with Bastion was that there are certain elements and certain creatures who kind of verge on sci-fi sounding.
So I didn't want to lean on physical, literal sounds nearly as much as we normally would in a kind of fantasy-based setting like WoW. So I would record things like bells and things with metal resonance, like striking a cymbal or even like a popcorn bowl, all kinds of stuff that's like metal ringing sounds. And that also went into stuff like the Bastion anima, the sound of those spells themselves. Typically things like schools of magic like fire and frost and stuff, we kind of know what those sound like, but we don't have any definition for what anima sounds like. That's an interesting thing to play around with, the sound of kind of an emotional state, something that feels peaceful and soothing, but with this tinge of something is wrong.
The next zone was Revendreth. Aaron Kraft, along with Andrew Holscher, did an excellent job of really bringing that zone to life. That zone was dark, but in a more gothic way. The two of them came up with this idea that there were two halves of Revendreth anima.
In Revendreth, you have vampires as kind of the fantasy, and then the story is they're manipulating, they're extracting pride from these souls. Both with vampires and with pride, there's this moment where they get out of control. And the best way I could put that into words was the moment when feelings get the best of you. How this works in a sound is that we felt like that transition, as far as how these sounds eventually are implemented and experienced in game, need to come out in this kind of over-dramatic sort of way, you know. The vampires, they never like slowly transform like werewolves or something. Vampires, they were just like put together one moment and then, you know, the next moment.
There was the siren song, the rich, classy, kind of snooty and snobby elements, which they thought reminded them of sirens. And then there was a rage portion.
If you can trigger an imagination of like a place or a vibe simply from an associated sound, you know, it's worth using that.
Ardenweald, which is near and dear to my heart, that's the zone that I did the most work on, is the Fey zone. It is close to the druid way of being. If you join the Ardenweald Covenant and you use the Ardenweald Garden and you plant seeds and grow and release a soul from the garden, that soul will talk to you very briefly in its own little hidden Fey language before it flies off into the air. And one of the things that I did was take the voice of that it's a very subtle voice of the soul, and have it play every once in a while in the background when you're wandering around Ardenweald. In the zones where they're rich in anima as opposed to the dead zones. And so it's almost as if the souls are always all around you, assuming the anima is flowing properly, and so that it adds to the whole unification of the zone.
The job of doing sound design for games is an absolute blast. It's really cool to be able to sit down with a new zone and a new fiction and ask the question, what should this sound like? What would the people that live here sound like? What would all this stuff do? and how do I reinforce that with sound?
It is a little bit less our job to make people stop and listen, and more so help a person feel something when they're in an area.
Sound is a little bit more subtle. I like to say that sound goes in through the back door. It's a more of an unconscious process. But in that way, we have this power to almost manipulate people into feeling the way that we want them to feel. The anger of Maldraxxus and the grandeur of Bastion and the emptiness of the Maw are all very, very evident in the sound. And I really invite the players to pick a spot where there aren't too many NPCs that'll get aggroed and just sit and listen. There's a great deal of subtlety and variety and real energy in each of the little nooks and crannies in all of the zones. It's really wonderful.
Hello, Blizzcon Line, and welcome to the World of Warcraft Cooking Workshop. My name is Patrick Dawson. I'm the production director for World of Warcraft. I'm joined today by two incredibly talented people, the first of which is Sarah.
Hi everyone, I'm Sarah Bouillon-Verrill, and I am an exterior level designer on the World of Warcraft team.
I'm also joined by Lula, who is our star today, going to be showing us some incredible recipes.
Hi, my name's Lulabu. I am a influencer. I do a lot of cooking. I like to do a lot of Warcraft-based cooking. As you can see, I play some World of Warcraft as well. And today we're going to be making 2 recipes that are from the Burning Crusade that we're going to have today. It's going to be the Warp Burger, and we're going to be making the Fisherman's Feast, both from the first X pack that we ever had for WoW. So I hope you guys enjoy. We're going to get started today, and we're going to get started first by making our Warp Burger patties. So I'm going to start, and I'm going to have these 2 lovely people in the way with me along while we're going and doing all of our prep work. So come on in, we're going to get started. So first and foremost, we have to get started by doing some burger patties. We're doing those from scratch. All of these recipes will be available to you guys, so don't you worry. So we're going to go ahead and get started doing that. So let me go ahead and give you this right here. And while we're doing this, we're also going to be talking about the Burning Crusade expansion. I am one of those people who actually was part of the people who got to do the Burning Crusade expansion. And I have to say, I was really, really excited when it first came out, since it was like the very first expansion to ever come out for WoW. It was very exciting. I can't wait to like experience that again. It's probably one of my most favorite things that I got to do.
What did you play? What class?
In Vanilla WoW, I was a rogue, and then I realized that I liked to be able to go to a lot of, groups all the time. So I decided to be a shaman healer since I'm Alliance, and I thought, well, okay, let me do something I was never able to do before. So let me be a shaman on the Alliance for the first time.
Well, there you go.
And I was a healer ever since. It was great. Yeah.
Yeah, it was. With Burning Crusade being the expansion, we really broke that barrier, right? Like Alliance finally got Shaman, Horde finally got some Paladins. It was definitely a good time to do that.
Yeah, I was super duper stoked. I was very much more stoked to be able to see like all the stuff that was finally brand new. I was super enthusiastic about seeing like these beautiful brand new landscapes out there, and I was just over the moon being able to watch. Let me just say really quick, I'm starting out with 1.5 pound ground beef that we're going to be working with, and I'm going to be supplementing that with about 2 tablespoons of mayonnaise and 1 teaspoon of Dijon mustard. So while we're talking here, I'm going to be mixing these 2 together.
It is always what I imagined a Warp Stalker to look like at the end, to make those Warp Burgers from. I remember fighting those things that always blink behind me. It was a pain, but
yeah. I always thought maybe they would it'd be green in a way, they seemed so corrupted and annoying. But yeah, I hear there's going to be some green parts of this meal as well. I'm super excited to see how you incorporate all that.
We have proofing in the oven right now. We have ourselves some green burger buns that we're going to be making with our Warp Burger today. The Warp Burger is going to be a blue cheese burger with a homemade patty. So we're going to get all that together, and we're going to bring it to you guys, because I really wanted to bring out that fellness, because that's what the Burning Crusade was all about. So I really wanted to make sure I punched that in home while we were doing this. So that's what we're working on today.
What else did you put in there? You had the mayonnaise?
So I just put... Oh yeah, absolutely. This was the mayonnaise, Dijon mustard, and then we have the breadcrumbs in here. So there's half a cup of breadcrumbs, and I'm about to put in a boatload of seasonings here.
Nice. Yeah, the blue cheese. That's a cool idea. That's the funk and warpiness. I think
that's what I thought.
Add a lot.
That's what I thought. I wanted to make sure, like, hey, if you're gonna explore the Burning Crusade, at least make sure that you're, not hungry when you do it. So let's learn to teach you. Let's learn you all to get fed. So here we have a half a teaspoon of pepper. We're gonna do a teaspoon of salt, and then we're gonna put in a boatload of granulated garlic and onion, because I am a super garlic person. Super duper garlic person. So I will put a ridiculous amount of stuff in here. We're also putting in Worcestershire sauce, about a tablespoon in here. Gives it a nice little pack punch to put some flavor in our burger.
Thank you. I always wondered how to say that.
I'm guessing. Please don't take my pronunciation as fact. I am just throwing it out there and Someone on the internet's going to correct me, I'm sure.
I've heard a lot of variations on that.
Oh yeah, same. So
Yeah.
I'm trying to make sure that I don't mess it up too hard. Sorry out there, everybody. All right, so what we're doing next is we're gonna go ahead and finalize all this by adding in 1 whole egg into our mix. And so this next part tends to get messy. You don't have to use your hands for this next part, but I tend to find that it's the best way to really make sure you kind of mix everything together. So we're gonna get in here right now. We're gonna use our hands, and we're just gonna get this all mixed in all together in one huge chunk of flavor.
How many burgers is that going to make?
So it's going to make about 4.
4? Nice.
Yes.
Yum.
And it's going to be, this is one of my favorite patty recipes to make, just because it's super easy. You don't have to do very much with it. It's very simple. You get a lot of flavor out of it. Like I said, if you're just going to go out there and traverse the Outland, you got to make sure that you're well fed. So that's why we're doing this today. If someone out there learned something from doing this today, then I did my job. And that's all I could ever ask for. Let me tell you something. The first dungeon that I did in Outland, I do believe it was Hellfire Citadel. It blew me away.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Like the whole Outland was just enormous. It blew me away. It was freaking, I know it looks ugly as sin, but in a design standpoint, it looked beautiful. To have something new, to have new aspects of the game, I was absolutely blown away. And I absolutely love that I got to see new lore. I got to see what's been going on in Outland ever since we had closed the Dark Portal. I was very jazzed, I have to say.
I mean, it was really our first time to get outside the bounds of terrestrial Azeroth, right? Like everything was always rooted in Azeroth history. Now it was our first time to go get to see what a broken Outland would look like. I remember the wonderful the swamp of Zangar Marsh. Actually, I just remember it mostly because of trying to get to the Serpent Shrine was always fun. Swimming down in through that tube and get ready to kill some raid bosses, but I mean, there were so many great places to explore. It was really the first time away from that.
Yeah, and building that world too was really incredible because, it wasn't Azeroth, right? We could go so far outside what had been reality at that point and go so high fantasy. Like Zangar Marsh is one of the zones that I worked on, and just thinking about, the scale of the mushrooms and the colors and, coming up with a whole new ecosystem and who would live there and what was going on in that area was so much fun. Like, just we're so amazingly creative. I mean, every expansion we're amazingly creative, but the ones where we really push outside are so fun for someone with an art background. Just there's kind of no lines you can't cross in a way.
Yeah, it was actually really nice to see. Oh, my oven's ready. It was really nice to see because I have to say, I know you made Zangar Marsh, but Nagrand, absolutely number 1, my favorite. First time we got to see a expansion of the exploration of Nesting Wary. Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah.
That whole Nesting Wary arc where we just started seeing Nesting Wary after every expansion, starting with Outland, I thought was just fantastic. I was really glad that was something that had carried into other aspects of the expansions after what you had going on, and I thought it was great. And a place to start that in Nagrand was like absolutely perfect. It was just such a beautiful place. I enjoyed going out there, exploring everything that it had to offer. I enjoyed the fact that you guys had quest hubs so that we didn't have to go like 3 zones over to finish a quest. And so we got to see that you guys had made a progression in this way to make the game more enjoyable. I think that's what is one of the things that really hit home for me for Outland, is that lots of things got easier. Not just seeing all these beautiful landscapes, but I was able to actually stay in one place, not have to go to the other side of this freaking world, so I can make sure that I can stay lost in this story, enjoy what I was doing, and I absolutely loved it. It was great. I'm going to say that all the time just because Burning Crusade was one of my favorite expansions, and I'm just not going to ever shut up about it. So I'm a little excited that I get to go in there and start exploring things, go through this lore, which was super in-depth. Ark Dune was super fun. The first time I ever went into Shadow Labs, my friends and I went in there thinking like, oh, it's gonna be like a quick hour. You know, we all gotta go to bed early tonight, so, you know, it'll be fine. And so like 4 hours later, we're almost at the third boss and we're just like, okay, well, we're here already. We're just gonna finish this off. We just had no idea what was waiting for us in Shadow Lab. So I was just, it was a craziness. And ever since, but you know, we loved it. We were tired the next day, but we had a really good time. So that was something that we absolutely loved.
Nice.
Just a quick side note here. I'm just gonna be taking this ball of ground beef and I'm going to be marinating it in the fridge for a while. I just really wanted the flavors to come together.
Yeah,
I remember in Classic, like my guild often zerged everything, you know, because you could just brute force. It wasn't so much about mechanics, and it was fun how much more challenging raiding was in Burning Crusade and how we all got better as players and just in general, because, you know, you couldn't stand in fire anymore, for example.
Well, you couldn't before, but it was just very much more apparent. I felt like timers were faster. So like the boss executed their abilities faster. You actually leveled up collectively everybody who wanted to be good at this game because the raid bosses got harder. The dungeons got harder too. It was really important. That's when we started using those rares absolutely for every dungeon, because everyone had to have some kind of a crowd control to make sure if we wanted to succeed, we wanted to make that happen, which is a lesson we did not learn that one time we did 4 hours in Shadow Labs because we didn't realize that we had to, maybe we should sheep a mob. Maybe we should use, you know,
well, Burning Crusade also introduced heroic dungeons to the mix, right? Like I remember it wasn't just go into your normal dungeon experience. You want a harder challenge? Here you go. Here's heroic dungeons for you. That was really fun too. I remember because Burning Crusade also did a pretty good pass on class balance. My main tank switched to Paladin, so it's kind of fun to see him tanking as a Paladin, and they could do some things in some of those dungeons that other tanks couldn't do, which was really fun. So I remember one of those Hellfire dungeons, was it Shattered Halls maybe? I don't remember. There was one with like the gauntlet. We had to go up there, and even on heroic mode, he just like ran to the end. And I'd done it with warrior tanks before, and I'm like, dude, what are you doing? We're gonna die. And then he just, I don't know, he held aggro, he got his consecrate down, his shield was going, like he figured it out. So it's a lot of great memories from that time. I can't wait to do it again. It's gonna be so much fun.
Oh, I loved it. One of the things that I really thought was pretty excellent was the first time that we saw a bombing quest. The first time we actually got to like fly on a character and we had to drop down some vengeance on some fell. It was actually really neat. And I remember me and my guildies were saying how much we absolutely loved that quest, and oh my gosh, could they please do that again? And oh my gosh, it's been a staple in WoW ever since. But it's one of those things to where you see it for the first time and you're like, oh, this is so cool.
Yeah, I remember I made a couple of those areas where we had the bombing runs, and I remember getting some fact that it was way too small because, you know, the bombing run, the scale of everything changes when you're up in the air suddenly. And so I'd go back in and make it a little bigger, and I'm like, is it big enough now? And, you know, you try with a bunch more people and say, oh, maybe it needs to be a little bit bigger. And it's fun to see how it changed how we designed the world, you know, when you could get up and see everything from that bird's eye viewpoint.
Oh, yes. Yeah. You saw many things. And if you're lucky, you saw that Fell Reaver stomping around the little people that it was running over while you were bombing stuff, like somewhere off to the side. You know, it wasn't like super close by, but you saw it enough times to where like, ooh, that guy's going to get, ow. Okay.
Yes, the Fell Reaver. I have a fun story about that from beta, actually. I'm sure some people who've played that beta might remember this. But a couple of us in level design were learning about spawning creatures. And at that point, we didn't realize that some of the changes we played with would go live into the PTR. And so one of us accidentally turned the Fell Reavers into bears and somehow disabled the alert that it puts out, like that big sound. Mm-hmm. That sound got disabled and they were all bears, deadly bears that will one-shot you.
Oh no.
And then he spawned a few others around. So it was hilarious to see on PTR everyone, dying to, surprise Fell Reaver bears. One of those fun moments in development.
Can I ask too, just because I'm curious about something that you just did cooking-wise? You just chopped onions without frying, and I don't know how to do that. I feel like every time, is there a trick or anything? Like, I don't know.
Chop onions very quickly and just
do it
move
fast.
them out of the way. Yeah, just do it very fast and we get it out of the way. I'm actually super susceptible. So it's kind of a miracle that I'm not crying profusely right now, especially since I have mascara on. So I am very lucky right now that I am not looking like Sylvanas Windrunner at the moment. So I am okay with this happening. But yes, most of the time I will sit here and I am streaming tears all over my face.
I get it with shallots too. Like anything like that, it's just you'll start crying. So
I have a tip for that.
Yeah,
I have a tip for that.
Cry first.
Goggles, swim goggles.
Wait, what? Does that work?
I'm not kidding. It works. If I have to chop more than one onion, I put on swim goggles.
Oh,
that's a really good idea.
I look ridiculous, but it completely works. I don't cry at all. It doesn't bother me because there's no fumes getting to your eyes.
I will do that. Swim goggles it is.
That's
you've changed
definitely
lives,
on the
Sarah.
list.
You've changed lives with that tip. Thank you.
I don't care if I look ridiculous. I am willing to wear some swim goggles live. I don't even care. Speaking of onions,
yeah.
Yes. So I'm melting some butter. Here's about 4 to 5 tablespoons of butter. I'm melting it over the stove right now because we're going to be taking these onions. It's part of the Wartburger onions that we're doing here right now. So I'm making caramelized onions. This is going to be a very quick recipe because I know there's a lot of caramelized onion purists out there that'll tell me that it takes over 2 hours to make caramelized onions. And I say to you, you don't have, only 30 minutes to make dinner, or maybe you don't want to spend 2 hours making dinner. So let's just do something a little bit, easier for people who just, are apprentice cooks in the kitchen. So that's what we're going for. You don't get to master by, starting out right away. You got to sit here and you got to skill up your cooking. So I say to you, let's make some quick onions right here. A lot of people like to compare themselves to Nomi, and I say to you, with some more practice and patience, you can get past being Nomi, I promise.
Didn't Nomi light Dalaran on fire in a PTR at one point or something? I feel like Nomi's been all over the place at different times.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Thankfully, he wasn't around to burn anything yet during Outland, so that was a good thing. We had the Fel to do that. That's fine. Yeah. So we're getting in here, and I'm trying to heat this up, and I'm taking the 4 to 5 tablespoons of butter and that one entire medium onion that we had, and I'm going to start out with cooking them up. I'm going to be getting them nice and give it a good sizzle and then turn the volume down. Like, you don't want to brown these onions absolutely on the onset. We're shooting for about 20 minutes that we're going to have caramelized onions slow cooking on the stove, but I like to start them out with a little bit of a high sizzle first and just kind of babysit them for the beginning parts. Speak nicely to them so they don't burn. I do that to a lot of things, actually. If you speak nicely to like bread, dough, or things that you really need to have executed really well, I try to speak nicely. So maybe please, pretty please, don't mess up. It will
Does
be
that
great.
work? I make sourdough, and some days it's just a frisbee. And why? Maybe I didn't talk nicely enough to it.
Please, coursework.
Yeah.
Oh, that's too funny. I'm glad that works for everything. I do it mostly when I'm tempering chocolate and I'm trying to get that chocolate temper to actually set. I'm like, please, you're so great. You look so great. You can do this. And so I've done that plenty of times.
Nice.
Absolutely. So we're shooting for those caramelized onions looks, and they're going to go right on top of our burger after we're finished making all the pieces, and then we're going to bring it all together. So it's going to be spinach fel patty. Spinach fel bun. We're going to have ourselves a nice homemade patty. I want to get ourselves some rendered bacon fat and bacon. And then I want to be able to have these nice caramelized onions on top with some blue cheese. So we can get that nice funky, not just funky looking, but funky flavored burger to have ourselves like on the onset.
This Outland boar bacon.
Yes, we are going to do the. If boar bacon for Outlands was a thing right now, I would have absolutely used it. Okay.
So you all were talking about that bombing quest earlier, and it made me think about actually just flying. Just because, right? Like you could see the whole world from a different perspective. Actually, when you were talking about Nagrand earlier too, I was thinking to myself, I remember the elemental planes up there and just being able to see the world from a completely different perspective after you were able to get flying. It was game changing for me. It was really, really fun. It really made the world feel so big, just looking at it from above, whether it be on a bombing run or on your own Griffin or Wind Rider.
For the first time getting flying mounts, I absolutely just could not stop flying everywhere. I think I flew around the Grand for like 2 hours, not even doing questing, just kind of walking around looking at everything. Just in general, I remember it's still like Outlands was so big. You still, even if you just had your flying mount and you pointed yourself to the other side of Outland, it still took a while for you to get to the other side of the map. And I actually appreciated that because I got to see this beautiful, like these super diverse zones. So you had not only in the Grand, you had Zangarmarsh. You started out with this like hellscape of an entrance for the beginning where you just step off the portal and you're looking and just everything's just red and burned and bleak. But then all of a sudden you just make it a 180 all the way to Zangarmarsh, and then Arkandune, and then there's Shattrath City, which was the first city hub that we got to go to, and it looked absolutely beautiful. But I do have a question about Shattrath City actually. Are you gonna make that tour quest mana spawn a little faster for the tour by any chance?
Absolutely not.
We're going for the real experience, I see.
Well, like you, I have that same memory, like that intro to Shattrath. Like, hey, take a while, slow down, enjoy the scenery, get to learn Shattrath. I know a lot of our players probably remember Shattrath and understand the layout of the city a bit, but it was a nice little moment, I think, for a lot of players to remember. So, you get to go around with Khadgar and his little mana fiend. What was that thing?
It was like a mana, like a little mana fiend, mana elemental.
Yeah, mana elemental, and get your tour done.
A familiar, it'd be a familiar.
Yeah. It's fun.
We actually have one of those in Orgrimmar now. My son recently started playing WoW and went through the new player experience and got into Orgrimmar, and he had a quest to explore Orgrimmar and go around and learn the lay of the land there. I thought that actually is really important. It was good for him to just understand it. When you're in a big space, it helps make it a little bit more relatable. So it's
that I absolutely 100% thought it was a really great call to actually have that, because just as a new person in general, everyone was new when we got onto Outland. So going into Shattrath City, going around looking at what everything was going, it was just brand new visuals that we got to see of an aesthetic of seeing the Naru. It was crazy. Just to see that giant Naru in the middle of the city, blew me away. And then to have the ability to have your questing, not only questing the
had the Aldor Scryer there too.
Yeah, Aldor Scryer. Yeah, having to make a choice.
Yeah.
Right? Who were you going to ally yourself with?
You didn't have to make a choice. You could do Aldor and then do Scryer.
True.
That's true. For those people,
but you're still
who
choosing one at a time.
It just would take a lot longer. I actually was one of the few people who did that, and it ended up. I think in Wrath there was an achievement for it when we added the achievement system. I was one of the first people to make sure I had that. I don't know. I like reps, so it was kind of fun to switch them and do them both. But very few people did that. They kind of just picked one.
Yeah.
No one's crazy like that.
Yeah, as much as I was into WoW, I did go to pick only one, and it was actually kind of nice to see that your choice, because in classic WoW you had a choice also to pick between two factions. I believe somewhere in
it's Desolus. It was the Gelkis and Magnum and Centaur.
Yeah. And so you kind of picked there, and you didn't really see anything come off of that. So it was really cool to see that you made this choice. You had to pick because it was either one or the other at the time, and there was actual real world ramifications for you to have to pick that, which I thought was great. That one of those things, just one of those little things that just kind of made the experience for enjoying Burning Crusade all that better, because it was great. And then flying around that area, Shattrath City as well, just to look at everything, was absolutely beautiful. And we still haven't even gotten to just raiding. I remember going from 40 man to 25 man, and initially I was super duper, what is this change? I don't like it. It was fine. It was actually great for me because we didn't have to like find 40 people to like get together
So
and try
much.
and get stuff done. The margin of error, especially since you guys made raids harder, and so it required a lot more of a higher skill set. So it would have been really difficult to have 40 people to do that same raid. If we were to do Serpent Shrine Cavern for 40 people, I don't think it would have been the same kind of a raid, because having that 25 people meant that each person's actions really counted if you made a mistake or if you didn't make a mistake. And oh my gosh, it was crazy.
Yeah, we had actually in Classic, to get a 40-person raid, I actually had to run a alliance of guilds. Like having just a single guild that could staff a 40-person raid was difficult. So it was a welcome change for me to see the 25-person raiding, because then I could just do it with my guild and not have to worry about managing multiple guild situations and whatnot too. So that's a little bit better. But yeah, for sure. And the personal responsibility thing, I remember the Archimon fight. We had a couple that raided with us that were from Sweden, and they'd play from Sweden. And one of them was a main tank, and the other was a rogue. And latency there is not short. So when you had to click that feather, when he would kick you up in the air, and you had to click the feather to get the slow fall so that you didn't instantly die, it was always like a, come on, lag, don't hit from Sweden. So, I mean, internet technology, our technology too, has gotten way better since then. So I don't think that would be a problem in the modern world, but certainly in the 2007 timeline, that was a little risky. But oh my gosh, that looks amazing.
Those are some fell buns.
Yes, so I wanted to show you here. We will have the recipe posted so that you can see what I did here, but these are some pretty gnarly looking. I made them gnarly looking on purpose because it's fell. I don't think everything perfect looking from the Burning Legion is going to look really nice. So I wanted to kind of warp the burger buns as well as the burger. So we have ourselves a nice spinach colored burger bun. They've just finished proofing in the oven. They're about to go into the oven right now. Now, normally I put an egg wash in here, but if I do that, it's going to turn more brown than I want it to. So we're going to try to do the best we can, shoot for it, maybe possibly not having so much browning happening so we can keep that green color. Really depends on your oven. Don't get discouraged if you get a brown burger. I still might even get a brown burger bun, but we're still going to shoot for it. So here we have these burger buns that are about to go into the oven at 350 degrees for about 25 minutes.
You're certainly inspiring me. I might try one of these tonight on my own for some dinner. Might be a good choice there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And don't be afraid. Don't think that you have to do everything from scratch. Nobody needs to do anything from scratch. Get those pre-made burger buns. Get those, get those things you need so that you're not sitting there giving yourself a hard time. You start out as an apprentice before you go to being a master. So you just do the best you can.
Yeah,
so now,
those green burger buns though sure look neat to me. I think I want to try that.
Well, if there's spinach in them, that's even better.
Yeah, I mean, how else do you get kids to eat their spinach?
Yeah.
Put them in the burger buns. I love it.
Oh yes, that's definitely one of the things that I've been trying to accomplish, was to try to make sure we can get ourselves, let's just put it this way, we're trying to turn it around, but we know that gamers aren't the healthiest bunch out there. So I try to do the best I can. And it's changing. It's already changing. And I want to kind of help bring about that change by showing some more options about what you can do. And there's many things. There's corn in the fisherman's feast, sure, but there's a lot of protein in there, and that's totally fine. But the wart burger is probably going to want to be one of the things that's going to be my favorite. So we're going to go ahead and start rendering out some bacon fat. I got some thick strips of bacon because I wanted to be fancy about this, okay? We're not going to go small time on this. We got those thick bacon strips, and we're going to go in here and we're going to render out some bacon pieces because, one, we're going to be cooking these wart burgers in this bacon fat. And two, we're going to be using that bacon. It's going to be a bacon blue cheeseburger at the core of it. And I want to make sure we do this right. So here I'm trying to make sure to give you guys the best visuals out there, because if you are a bacon enthusiast, then you would love to see these kind of visuals here.
Looks good already.
Never such thing as too much bacon.
I agree.
For those novices like me, I'm inferring that rendering mostly means extracting The fat from the
yes.
bacon? Okay, so yeah, it's just the process of cooking leaves you with cooked bacon and rendered bacon fat.
It makes
Correct,
it crispy too.
And of course,
Yeah.
you know, I don't know what your, you can tell me what your bacon crispy factor is. I like to have it a little less crispy. I actually like to have chewy bacon more than crispy bacon just because personal preference, and everyone's got their preferences.
Yeah, I couldn't disagree with you more on that. I prefer the crispy bacon, but you know, hey, everybody's different. But, yeah.
I know. You know, we can go into the pineapple pizza fight, but we're not, you know, this is a civil conversation here, so we're gonna try and keep it so we don't, you know, throw food at each other, and that's totally fine. But yeah, for the most part, we're just trying to cook our bacon because one, we want to put bacon in our burger, and two, we're going to use that bacon fat, and we're going to cook our burgers in it. So it's going to be nice. So now that it's the halfway point that we have been cooking our burgers, I actually want to show you guys really quick. All right, so now that we're in the halfway point, you can kind of see this, but I'm going to go into my oven. I'm actually going to take the 2 sheet trays that I put in here, and I'm going to switch their positions so that one's on the bottom and one's on the top from what they used to be. Then I'm going to turn the trays 185 degrees.
So why are you doing that?
It gives a more even cooking. When you start cooking more, you start realizing things about, okay, my stove has hot spots and cold spots. My oven has hot spots and cold spots. And so, especially for a regular conventional oven, that is something that you have to be careful for, is that you're going to have uneven cooking on a normal conventional oven. And so one of the things that you can do to mitigate, you know, having only one side of your burger buns brown and the other one not, is to, in order to give it a more even cooking done, is you rotate the tray 180 degrees if you only have one tray, and then you swap their positionings if you have 2 trays in the oven, and turn them 180 degrees.
Yeah, I know you're supposed to do that with cookies too, but I always forget. Or it's like the cookies cook for 8 minutes and it's 6 minutes. I'm like, oh, I was whatever.
See, I had no idea about that.
Yeah, this is
tip.
learning. We're all going to learn this.
Thank you.
I want to make sure everybody comes away from this learning something new. Maybe make better bacon. Maybe make a burger for the first time. Maybe, you know, make bread. That would be cool. So that's what we're working on today.
I mean, making bread is the new thing in the pandemic, right?
Yes, it is. Here, let me give you like that nice unmitigated look in here. There we go.
Oh, looks delicious.
Yum.
There we go. So let's go ahead and put that in a better position so you guys can see everything. So I'm going to make sure that we render this out. And of course, you know, do the bacon the way you want it to. You don't necessarily have to do it crispy if you don't want to. Unless you want to.
And if you do want it crispy, you just cook it longer, right? And that makes it crispier.
A lot of people will bake it in the oven just to get more soft bacon.
Yeah.
So if you really, really want to get that, you know, non-crispy factor like I do, then I'm definitely going to do the oven method, and it works out really great.
But then you have to clean your oven.
Yes, absolutely. Oh, and one thing I did want to talk about, actually, I had something that I had in mind I wanted to ask you guys. So correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't the first time we had Looking for Groove, wasn't that the first time happening in Burning Crusade?
There was a version before that. It wasn't widely used, and in fact, the one in Burning Crusade wasn't widely used either. I think we did have the summoning stones that started around then, though. I don't know if you could actually use them as summons yet, but you would actually go to the dungeon and click on the stone, and it would list people who were looking for that information.
Oh, yeah. I remember that.
So
it was like a first iteration.
Yeah. I think what we have today is something that right now we're actually having conversations about, you know, our group finder, not the matchmaking part of it, but the part where you can actually look and advertise for group. That version in modern World of Warcraft has been widely accepted by the community, and actually might be an asset to put into something like Burning Crusade. We talked earlier in the Burning Crusade deep dive about embracing some changes, like understanding this is a modern community playing a game that is a little different from the way people played it back then. So we are open to making quality of life changes stuff like that.
That's
so,
good to hear.
Yeah, so we're talking about it now. We'll consider it. We'll get some player feedback and see if that's something that people would want.
Oh, right on. It's actually kind of nice to hear that you guys are actually considering, quality of life changes that happen after Burning Crusade, because that would actually kind of be neato to make the experience in Burning Crusade even that much better.
Yeah, it's a careful balance. It's one that we're going to have to talk to the community about, because there's a lot of things we did that were quality of life changes that some of the community does see as negative, or didn't help going forward. So, knowing that these are very different audiences, like people that are playing Classic and Burning Crusade really want that more hardcore experience. We want to recognize that and make sure that we're not going to make changes to make all these quality of life improvements or something. It's not about that. It's more about what makes sense. We've talked about a few different things already in the deep dive panel. I suggest watching over that a little bit. Brian Birmingham explained some stuff there, so there's some really good information there. But I think again, the key is working with the community, right? It's recognizing that this is a modern community, very different from the community that played the game back in 2007, and making sure that we're servicing their needs. So it's a little different than our mantra of Classic of just #no changes. It was very much just pure authenticity, warts and all. We're going to do it the way it was. This one's going to be a little bit more well, what do people want from this game? What are they expecting? How do we deliver upon that expectation?
And that's actually kind of nice that you guys are doing that, because I know for sure, because I'm not going to play WoW the same way that I did in Burning Crusade the first time. I'm not going to take 4 hours going into Shadow Labs again. That's not happening. I know what to do now. My friends know what to do. We know how to interrupt a lot better now, because you guys have made these mechanics over time that have forced us to interrupt, or forced us to crowd control, or forced us to employ tactics that are just going to make our lives a lot easier. So I don't expect us to be able to do the same thing, to have 4 hour Shadow Labs. Oh, I need a place to store this. I'll put it right here. All right, give me a second here. Let me put in our other bacon. Right. Well, that is really good to hear. Let me get this in here. Here we are. So are we going to have a raid right at the onset of Burning Crusade?
Yeah,
right when it's released.
With launch, what you're going to see is Karazhan will be out. Okay. Therodon's Lair will be out, and Gruul will be out. So the idea is to try to keep the very first initial wave just as the tier 4 gear and what was offered in the tier 4 stuff. That'll let people go through and do their attunement quest lines too, to get ready for some of the other content before we move on to Serpentrine Cavern and the Eye. Or Tempest Keep. So we'll open up those 2 raids in a subsequent phase. So those won't be available on launch, but will be available shortly after.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to going through Karazhan again. That is one of my all-time favorites. There's so many fun fights there.
Yep.
Little Red Riding Hood. I mean, DBM still has the "Run away, little girl."
Run away, little girl.
Get out of stuff. I love it, because every time I hear that, it reminds me of that amazing fight in Karazhan.
Yeah.
I loved Karazhan. It was my number one. Yeah. It was my number one favorite raid at the time. I was one of the very few people who got Atumen the Huntsman's Mount. Actually, I got on my really crappy alt. Yeah, I do too.
Nice. Atumen buddies, we got it. That's good.
It never dropped for me.
Yeah.
It dropped for my first alt run, and I was doing very terribly that run, and everybody knew it. And so when I rolled and I won the Huntsman mount, they're like, "Well, you got the mount, but your DPS isn't great, so we're gonna let you go." I was like, "Okay, fair, okay, I get it. I'm gonna go now. I'm gonna take my mount with me. Bye."
Oh, so you had it on an alt, too? You didn't even have it on your main?
Did.
Oh, that's rough. That's rough.
It was a very, very bad DPS alt too, so they were exactly happy with me with that, but they were still willing to give me they're still willing to give me the mount, though. They just, sent me on my way afterwards. I was like, all right, fair, I guess, whatever, it's fine.
That was very nice of them. I know a lot of raid leaders who'd have been like, nah, no alts or mounts, but yeah, that's a tough one.
Oh yeah, that's totally fine though. That's the only negative experience I had with Karazhan. Everything else was an absolute blast, because we got to see these different mechanics for the first time. The chess event. Oh my gosh, so cool. I thought, we're not doing a straight up, here's the boss, let's DPS the boss, we're done. No, this is like nuance where we got to have, no, we have to literally play some sort of this chess game, and it was absolutely fun to see. And I really can't wait to start playing that again, because it's one of those things that you don't forget those sort of things. You don't forget the Romulo fights, and you don't get, and the theater event in general. That was, oh my gosh, which one are we going to get this week?
Yeah, so memorable.
Okay, so Shade of Iran. All right, here was the thing that got my guild all the time. World of Warcraft has taught us since the beginning, and still continues to teach us, get out of the fire. Like, that's like a rule, right? Like, you're standing in the fire, get out of the fire. Shade of Iran was the one, I if I remember correctly, it put that ring around you, and if you got out of it, it would pop and do a bunch of damage to the raid. So you actually had to stand in the ring of fire so that you wouldn't blow up the raid. And that was something my guild was just not, like, processing at all. It's like, but we're always supposed to get out of the fire. Like, what is this about?
Every guild, right? Like,
Right,
do I
right.
stay in? Do I get no?
It's the
Get
number
out of
one
it.
rule of World of
Always.
Warcraft is get out of the fire.
It's hard to get rid of those programmed in, things in your brain about, it's fire, we gotta go. Oh my gosh, this is bad.
Yep.
It's time. Okay, so
That was fun. A lot of
Our
those
burger
fights were
buns
fun.
are done.
Another fight was fun. I do remember being a little frustrated with that last fight just because the infernals that would drop. Was it Prince Malchazar? Was that him? Yeah, the infernals that would
Sounds
drop
right.
on that platform. Oh man, like it was so random to me as a raid leader. It's like go left, go right. I don't know. Just run.
just get out of there, please.
Please don't die.
That's actually when I learned that most problems can be solved with damage. The more damage you have, the less time you have to spend in those kind of phases. Just throw damage at it and figure it out. That applied to other raids going forward. Like actually, I remember our guild probably spent 200-300 attempts wiping out Brutalis, and I was always like, man, we can't heal enough. Should we bring in a 7th healer? Should we bring an 8th healer? And eventually I took a night off from raiding, and my backup raid leader was just like, we're going 5 healers, forget it. I'm like, dude, you're insane. You are nuts. They called me 20 minutes later, so he's dead. I don't know. I'm like, oh boy. So the secret all along was
too
damage.
funny.
Yeah,
Throw damage at it. Oh, that looks amazing.
Very
These are
nice.
finished buds. They got a little more warm than I wanted to, but they still got the effect that I think that I was looking for.
That is
Warp,
delicious.
fell, magic, green buns. So we're gonna let these cool off and let's make our burgers.
All right.
And I'm just gonna use straight up all that bacon grease we just had.
I like you. That's a great idea. That sounds delicious.
Okay. So let me grab the burgers. Now, I didn't give these time to get room temperature, unfortunately, but that's okay. So we're gonna go ahead and let this get nice and hot, and we're gonna start forming our burger patties. And, divide it evenly between 4 burger patties. I leave it up to you how you want to do it. If you want to make one giant one, I'm not judging you. But it's entirely up to you. We're going to cook about 2 patties today. I want to save the rest for the weekend. And so you divide it up into evenly 4 parts. It's 1.5 pounds of beef, so you can go a little bit over a 1/4 pound for all of them. And honestly, it's up to you. And I like to put a little divot in the middle because it helps keep it from having the hockey puck effect. I mean, it'll still do it, but it just won't hopefully be as bad. Because I
like that tip.
I do enjoy having hockey puck burgers, but I just like to have them a little bit out and flat as much as possible. There are burger places that take a big old iron and put it down to keep it flat that way. I do not operate like this.
I mean, what home cook does, right?
Yeah, correct. I mean, if you really wanted to. I know some people who own the straight up pizza peel for their pizzas for the regular oven, and
Okay, I have one of those.
I'm so sorry.
But only because when I was doing it on a cookie tray and trying to transfer it to my pizza stone, all my toppings would just fly off all the time because it would stick so badly.
Oh.
So that one actually is worth getting.
Ooh, that's nice. So we're doing a giant giganormous patty right here.
Nice.
So big I don't have room for another one, so we're just gonna let it go for a while.
So how do you think Illidan would take his burgers? Think they'd be rare?
Well, they have to be prepared.
Does he eat meat even?
That's a really good question. I don't know. It'd be like a really left turn thing, and all of a sudden you go up to Illidan and you just find out he's like a vegetarian. Like, no.
You offer him a burger, you are not prepared.
Yeah, exactly.
He's got some pretty good kitchen knives. He can chop stuff up with.
True, that's true. Yeah, I kind of feel like maybe his meat would be maybe just seared, just a little bit.
Just slightly wafted in the fell flames before he goes into his mouth, maybe.
That's right.
Because at the time, he's still all in with the fell, I believe. For what we understand at the time, he is all in right now with the Burning Legion, I believe.
He's such a complicated character. That's one, like, my son was asking me the history of Illidan. I'm like, well, sit down. 10,000 years ago. It's like, oh my god. Yeah, it's a long story character. I actually have the statue of Illidan in my kitchen, and that's why he started asking me about it. So, but yeah, that was.
I love that statue.
He's one of my favorite villains. That's actually one of my favorite raid fights too. So it's always fun to see. Although actually, Kael'thas and Vale are probably up there a little bit higher. Or Vash, Lady Vash, is up higher on my list of fun fights.
I enjoy the Kael'thas fight as long as. Will you guys consider skipping the monologue, or are we just always gonna have that fire off every single pull that we're gonna?
The monologue is where you explain the fights to the fight to the people that haven't done it before. That was what I used it for.
Fair.
I'm like, all right, go ahead and pull. Okay, so this fight, phase 1 is like... Actually, it taught me as a raid leader, never explain anything beyond phase 1 when you're learning the fight. Because there was the guild I was I was actually in a couple of different guilds back then, and one guy, we got to Kael'thas for the very first time, and he starts going through phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, phase 5, and talking about like the weapons, and I have to pick them up, and who has to use what. And about 20 minutes later, we finally pulled and we wiped on like the first phase. And it's like, well,
right, because everyone forgot.
Why bother going through this whole thing? Like, you're probably going to wipe the first time you see a boss. Just talk about the big things and hope that everyone follows those general rules of WoW, like get out of the fire. Until you wipe on the Shade of Iran and realize that you can't always follow that rule. But yeah, Kael'thas was a fun one where it's just like, just explain the first phase. We'll go from there. Especially because like phase 2 builds on phase 1. Then it kind of changes with the weapon thing, and then the last phase builds on the prior one too, where it's just like, okay, so now you have to use the weapons, and now he's flying, and you gotta do the things, and now all the advisors are back, and it kind of gets chaotic. But that was one of my more fun fights. I really did enjoy that one.
Yeah, I love fights like that, where it's you kind of master each little mechanic individually, and then here it all is together for you to actually win. And it just feels so amazing when it finally just clicks and everybody's working together and doing everything correctly. And that boss dies, and hopefully you get great loot.
Oh, I remember that too. I remember clearing phase 1, seeing phase 2 for the first time. We literally cheered. It was all of us in my guild were like, oh my gosh, we just got past the first part. Congratulations, everyone. We were that kind of a guild, so. But it was really fun to be able, we got to have a fight where it was just long and it was complicated. And I remember thinking, this feels like a saga, and I love it. It was just one of those things where I enjoyed the sheer amount of epicness, I guess you could say, that was happening here, because it was just absolute chaos, seemingly chaos until you got it all together, and all of a sudden it just felt like this choreographed dance that you were trying to do to make sure that everything's done. Because when I do my own raid, which I have a raid after this, when I do my own raid, I always say, all right guys, we just have to learn the choreo and then we're gonna be good to go. Okay, 5, 6, 7, 8, let's do it. And but it works out. It just it feels really good when you go in there, you see this epic battle happening, you see that epic monologue, and you just see all this craziness that's happening. If you were one of those few people who got the Ashes of Alara at the beginning, good for you. It was just one of those things. And Mount farming got kicked up a notch too in Burning Crusade, as far as I remember.
Sure did.
Because you had stuff like the Atum and the Huntsman's Mount. You had stuff like you can farm for, like Ashes of Alar and the Netherwing Drake. And so it gave you this whole new level of things to do in the expansion. And I absolutely loved it.
Yeah, I'm guilty as charged. That's what started my collection, was the Burning Crusade. I tried to get all the reps, I tried to get all the mounts, I tried to get all the pets. And of course, over a decade later, I'm still doing that. So, yeah, I think I'm at something like 570 mounts, over 1,300 battle pets, 33,000 achievements. Like I just went all in. Over 100 exalted
You're
reputations.
serious.
Yeah, it's
That's
Burning Crusade.
impressive.
I blame Burning Crusade. It did that to me. It made me be like, because actually, I mean, it was a friend who challenged me about the Aldor Scryer thing we were talking about earlier. Because he's like, "You're nuts. Don't do both." Like, I mean, you can't do both at the same time, but like, you know, do one then the other. And he's like, "You're nuts. Don't do that." I'm like, "Yeah, I got you. I'm gonna do this. I'll prove you wrong." And while I'm at it,
Like,
I'll get all
watch
the
me.
other reps to exalted too. I'll even get Ravenhold. It's fine.
I didn't somebody get like a warlock got Ravenhold rep or something like that, or something happened where people found out that you didn't necessarily have to be a rogue to get Ravenhold rep. It was weird.
I made a rogue alt to do it and then fumbled it to my mage. So my mage got Ravenhold exalted as a result of that.
That is impressive.
Yep. Tried to do it all.
I don't blame you for giving it a shot, because even people now are achievement hunters, are mount hunters, pet collectors.
Yeah.
Like that is just another game within its game, along with playing the auction house, which I saw for the first time in action more in the Burning Crusade, because there was just this whole other level of an economy to look after now, because we were looking at like, you know, flasks, and we were looking at or just the new alchemies recipes, new profession recipes that were, you know, people still had to rely on buying those. And I remember just watching these people who never even really left their respective cities to, you know, aside from getting to max level. All right, cool, I made it to max level. Let me go back to the auction house. I'll come out of here at the next expansion. See you later. It's weird. It's crazy. That is a set of people that I do not understand, but I respect that hustle.
There was a lot more that went in the economy. I mean, all the different crafted gear became super cool. Like, I mean, I remember the character I played in my second guild was a warlock, and I was behind, so I just got a bunch of frozen shadow weave, and that caught me up. So I started rating tier 6 with people pretty quick, because that's all I needed. So I got it all off the auction house. And of course, you know, the new trade skill that came out with jewel crafting, that thing was all over the auction house. Like, it was completely new.
I loved
like,
it.
So
I did
did
that.
Really
I had a blood elf, so like blood elves were new for Burning Crusade as well. And I had a blood elf, and I could wear shoes, because, you know, before then I had a troll and she didn't have any shoes. And now, no, I changed to that blood elf, and I had jewel crafting, and it just felt like such a neat experience there to, you know, get to provide little jewels. And that when we introduced sockets as well, would have been.
That's right.
Yeah, because jewel crafting too.
Jewel crafting, and all the gear had sockets, so that was a cool new mechanic.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Well, I remember jewel crafting being the new hotness, and everyone's just, you know, either did a brand new, like every paladin was a jewel crafter, or every shaman was a jewel crafter, just because it was the new expansion profession you finally got to do, and the new expansion class that you got to do, and some people just paired it together all the time. And so my boyfriend, who plays WoW, is still a jewel crafter and a paladin all this years, because he started out in vanilla as a warrior, and he's like, nope, paladin has been ever since, and just absolutely just smashes it all the time with that stuff. He absolutely loves it. So I totally understand that part. So we're gonna get in here, and we're actually gonna show you the Wart Burger, and then we're gonna finish up with the Fisherman's Feast.
Yeah, those burger patties look like they came out pretty good.
Oh yes. So let me put those here for reference sake. Putting them in here for now.
Yeah, those are
They turned out
beautifully browned. Look at that.
They look very nice. So we're gonna take our warped burger buns, and we're gonna go ahead and slice them open. So we're gonna take this one right here.
Can't wait to see the inside of this.
I'm so curious to see if it's super vibrant still.
Yeah.
Oh, the inside, absolutely. It's the outside that gets browned out. So we're gonna get in here, take a serrated knife, and just you wanna make sure to let this cool. Give it some time to cool down. You'll be able to cut this a lot better. And then you have yourself these fell burger
nice
looking
Love
buns
it.
here. So let me go ahead and grab some mayonnaise. Oh, we're making this burger right now.
I love it.
And then we're gonna finish with the Fisherman's Feast.
I'm curious to see if you can taste the spinach in the bun too.
So my spouse says no. I say yes. So it's, I guess, entirely up to you on, how sensitive are your taste buds.
I think my taste buds would be looking for the rendered bacon fat in the burger patty, so I'd probably latch onto that more than the spinach.
Yeah. If you want to take this up another level, you can absolutely take just a small amount of bacon fat and toast your burger buns in the bacon fat on the skillet if you really wanted to. I mean, if that's something you absolutely want to go in on, you can just toast your burger buns with some bacon fat. There we go. So we're going to be building our burger here. So these are, I went for the bigger burger bun because I just want to show you guys a huge burger. So we have our burger patty. Let's go big. Let's go super big. There we go.
Oh, wow.
So we're going to take our caramelized onions. They got a little too brown, but who doesn't get overly browned?
Yeah.
Oh, they look perfect.
Look good to me.
Looks great to me.
Oh, absolutely. So let's get that in there. And then let's add some blue cheese on top of that. A lot of people like to do a blue cheese sauce. I'm not one of those people. I like straight up blue cheese. I feel like the sauce gets in the way. It kind of dumbs down the blue cheese flavor. If you're not a huge fan of blue cheese, then I would absolutely try to, do a blue cheese dressing. But we're going with some straight up crumbles here.
Oh, okay. All right.
Just because I really love the flavor. And if you want to even go more all in on that blue cheese, and someone's going to remind you it's mold in here, and that's fine. So this is Fel. We're leaning into that Fel magic here. It's what I like to call blue cheese as well. And we're going to go in here, and if you want to go harder on the blue cheese flavor, you can actually try gorgonzola. It's actually a lot harder on the flavor in a good way, I guess you can say. It's much more intense flavor in the fermentation cheese method, if that's something you want to try.
I'm sure they grew stuff like that in the Nether Store biodomes.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, I forgot to lay out my bacon flat, so we're just gonna put that right there.
Oh, wow. That is beautiful. That looks like
I'm jealous. I don't get to taste. This is torture,
Let's go make one later, Sarah. We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Recipes posted. I just got to watch her do it. I'm pretty sure I can figure this out. I'm novice mode. I don't know if I'll go spinach bun yet, but that looks delicious.
Okay,
oh my god.
So we have ourselves here a completely built.
It's a great burger.
Warped burger right here, complete with a warped bun, blue cheese, bacon, fat patty right here. Like this is pretty big. We went a little hard in the paint on this one, but I think we did really, really well. So let's go ahead and do a cross section.
So good.
Because I'm pretty sure a lot of people want to see the inside here. So if you really want to, some people like to do the the push down plank thing. I'm not a fan. We're gonna go in here. We're gonna give it a good cross section. Take a look.
Yeah, that bun looks like it came out perfect.
Oh, look at that.
Look at that.
That looks
my goodness.
amazing. I like myself a nice, just slightly pink in the middle, and I think I got it.
I think you did too.
Yeah.
So turned out really great
I
for
would
me
eat
personally. Yeah, I would eat this too. I'm gonna eat this thing. I'm so sorry to say. You won't be able to. I'm sorry.
All right. Next time.
Patty's delicious.
Yeah.
All right. So let me set this aside because I want to show you guys the Fisherman's Feast.
Okay.
We're gonna get into it right now. Let me bring back my countertop here. This is gonna get a little big. We're definitely gonna need the top down for this one. It's gonna get a little crazy.
So did either of you have a favorite zone in Burning Crusade?
Oh, it was definitely Nagrand. Just because I'm just one of those people that love a pretty sight. I love me a very pretty, oh my gosh, look how beautiful everything is, just kind of thing. That's just always been my deal. I've absolutely loved it. And the Nestingwary quests were probably one of my favorites at the time, because it was kind of the first time we got to get introduced to different types of animals that were there in the area. I loved doing the arena.
Yeah, that was new for Burning Crusade as well.
Yep.
Absolutely. So I didn't really get into PvP until the arenas came out, and I actually got more into the PvPs because of the arenas, and being able to just kind of like have a team go up against another small team, and we're not, fighting. Oh my gosh, is this a pre-made? This is, we got to have dedicated PvP happening at the time. I didn't get into it very often, but I did over there. Oh, it was crazy.
Nice.
Wait, let me show you really quick. We've got our half onion going in.
Wow.
For flavor.
Nice.
Sorry, the 2 halves of the onions. And we're also going to be putting in our potatoes. Into potatoes and then corn. So I put 1 corn in there, but it's okay. So we're sticking in our red potatoes cut in half so they cook faster. It's all going to come in and get boiled. There we are. And there we go. So we're going to let that cook off for just a couple of minutes before we start adding in the rest of our ingredients. Really, the seafood goes in last because it takes the shortest amount of time to cook. Stuff like the corn and the potatoes take the longest amount of time to cook. So we're definitely going to let those get in first. And so we're taking, if you're doing this on the stove, you definitely want to crank that stove up to 11 at this point. I'm taking this campfire stove and taking it for what it's worth. What's it all got?
As high as you can go.
As high as it can go.
Yeah, well, it's looking good already, I'll tell you that.
Oh yes, we don't necessarily use the liquid afterwards. We're actually just going to take it out and present it on a sheet tray that's been lined with some parchment paper, so that we don't. So we don't. I don't want to say the word enjoy. We don't enjoy that fisherman's feast in there. We also, or the liquid, I should say.
Yeah.
So we're also going to put in a couple of tablespoons of salt for seasonings. We're going to put in about 2 tablespoons. I have to remove this to make it go faster. A little bit of pepper. Most of it is from the Old Dave seasoning. There's a lot of salt in the Old Dave seasoning, so I try not to put too much of it here.
Right.
But it is a large pot, so we're doing the best we can.
I think when you put the onion in, I can see some of the seasoning that went on top of it real quick when it splashed in there. Look good.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's going to make that seafood taste amazing.
Yeah, these are all going to be aromatics right here, is what we're working on. Which is not bad. Everything's going to come out really nice. Here we are. Wait, where did it go? Yeah, there it is. Okay, cool beans. So I'm giving it a little bit of time. It is boiling away in there, so we know it's getting in there. It's a good sign. So we're going to start adding in the other ingredients very, very soon. I do have all the timers up for the recipe. If you take a look on the recipe timers for the recipe that I have, you can see everything and the timing that it needs for that right here. Here we go.
Yeah, you can see all that on the onion. It looks so good.
Oh, it's nice.
Yeah, I think once we can do get-togethers again, this would be a great meal to share with friends and, have a feast with a bunch of people.
Oh, this
someday.
For presentations. Oh, yeah, someday. For presentation's sake, we're definitely going to have that happening. I'm really excited to be able to share this off again. And, of course, it pairs well with either, a nice summer beer, a nice light beer, or if you want to do an IPA, you can also do those too. If you like neither of those, get yourself a nice lemonade. A little bit more on the bitter side, and that's usually really nice too. Well, I mean, I personally enjoy it that way. Give me just a moment. There we go. Oh, there we are. We're going to go ahead and take this in line with parchment paper so that we can, we don't damage the sheet tray. I'll show it to you guys in just a second here. Just in case you ever want to do this for yourself later.
Okay.
So we're going to be lining this up with a sheet tray with parchment. This is where we're going to take everything that we want to eat and we're going to put it here. And when we serve it to everybody, it's just going to be everybody around you, just like a regular feast on WoW when everyone's got to get their butt food on. Everyone's in front of you in a circle and you just kind of lay this down and everybody's just grabbing their stuff and eating it.
Yeah.
Straight old-fashioned stuff. This is why I love the Fisherman's Feast. I think it's kind of a great concept that they did here for this, that they did in the game in general. I love being able to provide feasts for my guild and stuff like that. I'm not cooking, like I cook in real life, but it makes me have no time to cook in WoW, so I don't actually have WoW, high level WoW cooking at the moment, but I do have, enough money to go to the auction house.
There you go. That's
buy
good.
myself some food. So that's what I usually work on. And I'm totally okay with that. Okay.
Tell you what, if you can bring that feast to me, I'll go ahead and get you attuned to Hydral or a Black Temple.
Oh, that would.
Let's do some attunements.
That would be great.
Run you through the dungeons.
But I like doing attunements. Is that weird?
No, I liked it too. I mean, not everybody did, but I certainly did. It was certainly a fun memory. Actually, one memory I had was a friend I've made for life. He actually works at Blizzard now. But he didn't at the time. He had no idea that I did. And he joins my guild as a recruit. And on his first day as a recruit, we got him attuned to Black Temple on the very first day. And that required a lot. I think that was a Vosh kill and a Kael'thas kill. And we ran a bunch of dungeons during the day with him to get him attuned to those things too. So it was just this chain of content. And at the end of the day, he's like, you guys have blown my mind. I'm in. Let's do it. I am your shaman healer for the rest of time, and we had him. It was great.
And that's a great way of recruiting back then in the guild too. Who did you need? Oh, you had a shaman. Were you just doing, were you just pugging somewhere and you found a really good shaman healer? Okay,
Yep.
Come here, buddy. What are you doing right now? Are you free
Exactly.
later for the rest of your life? What are you doing? We need a healer, and you're not geared enough. That's okay. We got you.
We can fix that soon. That's easy.
It was almost like cultish behavior because you kind of love bombed, oh gosh, we need a tank. Oh god, I found a really good pug tank. You kind of love bomb them and just kind of have them join your guild so they can be your main tank.
I ran a lot of pugs back in the day to help recruit people for the guild. That certainly was a thing. Yeah.
Yeah, and I love how so many of those people that we met in those early days are still friends. Still people I play with and talk to, and those connections have endured for what are we at? 15 years?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's been a long time. There are some people I still talk to from a long time ago. And it's crazy.
Yeah, we had, the guild I ran was predominantly Blizzard, but we didn't advertise that. People didn't know they were playing alongside Blizzard employees. But inevitably, they'd come to events like this, right? Like BlizzCon. Wait,
sausage.
we gotta stop. Go ahead.
Oh no, I'm just adding in the andouille sausage now, so.
Looks so good.
Now, is that spicy andouille?
Yes.
Nice.
There we are.
But yeah, inevitably, our guildmates would just come to BlizzCon because they knew we were all going. They're like, hey, cool, guild reunion, let's have fun. And, some of us had some recognizable names and faces at the time, and it was always fun. We'd do a guild party. People would come over, and it was just always kind of neat to shock them about having them show up and be like, wait a minute, that's the lead systems designer for World of Warcraft. I know that guy.
It's like, hey,
he's
I'm
like,
your raid leader. What's
healer.
up?
I'm your healer. It's good to meet you. And people's minds just blown. And they're like, wait, who are the rest of you? Why are you all wearing Blizzard shirts? It's like, okay, well, now you know our secret.
That is too fun. Now we're going to have to kill you. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, it was fun. It's fun running a guild like that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And it's one of those things like just BlizzCon in general. Being able to even still have a kind of a BlizzCon right now, I am absolutely grateful for. Holy crap. Being able to still be able to at least have a way to come together virtually to just celebrate what we've got going on. I cannot wait until Burning Crusade is going to be playable because I will be one of those people dumping my regular guild to go into Burning Crusade, lose myself and try and get flying and going for Netherwing and trying to one-shot Gruul's Lair for the first time. Sure, why not? I'm all in. I'm ready to go. Yeah. I am super excited to do this.
Well, we can't wait too. Trust me, it's going to be fun. All those memories just keep coming back to me every time I think about what Burning Crusade meant to me. That definitely was was a time when I was playing a whole lot of WoW too, so I'm looking forward to getting back to that era and the farming and the raids and the dungeons and the world.
Having to save up enough money to buy flying, I remember that.
Yes.
Right? Because I didn't have 1,000 gold.
Yep, that was tough. You know what? I hear become a jewel crafter, and you might be able to make some money. That would be good.
Jewel crafting was definitely one of those things where I'm like, I think I'm going to have to do that just to make money. But so will everybody else.
Yeah.
Well, no matter what, like, it's going to be a hustle. Like, things that are eternal in any MMO, especially WoW, is that, you're going to have to grind out some gold. And for some people, it's easier for others, and that is okay.
Mm-hmm.
That is the life here. All right, so I'm going to go in here and we're going to start putting in our seafood.
Oh, wow. Awesome.
Oh, yes. I am very excited for this part. We have a nice simmer going on. And we're going to start putting in our shrimp and the crab. Thankfully, the shrimp and the crab don't actually have to stay in here too long.
Okay. About how long does it take to cook the shrimp?
So I would say about 5 minutes, 10 minutes. If you really want to make sure that everything's kind of cooked all the way, you can do 10 minutes. But
okay.
5 to 8 minutes is usually the way to go for these because they will cook in a snap. Just a moment here. And I freaking love shrimp. If you're a vegetarian, you can at least enjoy a fisherman's feast. If when you change it up, you don't have to add in the sausage. You can get, there's so many options now for alternatives so that people can still enjoy a wort burger now. Using
soy rizo, but that'd be a good sub for that andouille.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That
so
stuff
there's
is yummy.
This whole other plant-based stuff that's out there that wasn't around back in Outland's time, that's for sure. So I enjoyed the heck out of that. Let me go ahead and stir this around. So you can already see that the shrimp are turning opaque.
Oh, nice.
Everything else is still cooking off nicely. And so for the sake of space, I'm actually going to get rid of one of these onions, the smaller one. For the sake of space, this thing is taking up a lot of room here. And one of the last things we're going to be doing is dipping that crab in. Can't wait. Oh my gosh. One of the things I'm looking forward to right now is the crab.
Yeah.
So we're going to turn everything
Wish
over.
I could taste it.
Oh, it smells amazing in here.
I think you're definitely inspiring me. It's been a while since I've had crab because I don't know how to cook crab really. So it's always been a restaurant treat for me. And having been in no restaurant mode for so long, this is something that, boy, I'm missing it. I didn't really realize it until we're sitting down here and talking about it. And I'm like, crab.
So thankfully it comes pre-cooked. So really, what kind of, you can just boil it or steam it. And what's nice about the crab boil is that it just infuses all these flavors in there, and I just absolutely love it.
Yeah, it looks really easy. I mean, I cook shrimp, but I don't think I've ever cooked crab.
Yeah.
I don't do it very often either. Thankfully, it comes pre-cracked, and we don't have to worry too much about it. Because, when you do stuff like a shrimp or crab boil, usually they pair it up with, a hammer. because they have to have you, basically forage your own food, and play with it like action figures. Because, you kind of can. And so putting the hammer in there so you can kind of get access to all that food is kind of the typical norm here. Thankfully, we have progressed as a civilization, and we don't have to do that anymore as much. So that's kind of nice. Alrighty, so we're gonna see here. It looks like our shrimp are almost done. Give it 2 more minutes.
Isn't Burning Crusade where we first introduced Krabby? The little crab pet? You guys remember that at all? He was in Terracar. You'd have to
Maybe.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't really remember the details around this, but I just remember. I don't know. I was just thinking about crab, and I'm like, I think there is that thing in WoW that it's bringing me back. It's fun.
I remember Krabby, and I do remember Krabby was kind of a little helpful friend, kind of a little memey helpful friend as well too. That we enjoy during Halloween time actually, which is always fun. Oh my gosh, wait. So one of my favorite things now that we're talking about, I'm so sorry, I'm going to segue this.
Yeah, go for it.
I'm so sorry, but one of the things I remember in Shattrath City is being able to watch a concert. of level 70 Tauren Chieftain.
Yes.
And watching him at the end, they get to have concerts, and I am super excited to be able to sit down and watch another concert of, at the time, level 70 Elite Tauren Chieftain. Their sound, I still have their music. I still listen to it occasionally. It's what like that. One of the joys that I enjoy to. One of the joys of having to go to BlizzCon for the longest time for several years was being able to go and watch them live, like for an actual band. And I treated them like an actual band. I showed up, I screamed my head off, I headbanged when I needed to, and they had songs that like, oh, they're talking about like my time, and wow, this is so cool. And so one of those things where I just get to see them live in concert again, and to watch them and see their show. Yes, I am all about that. Oh, did I lose the crab? Or I lost the shrimp. Okay, that's fine. I might have to break these apart anyway. Let's do these 2 at a time, and let's have them take a dip in the jacuzzi. Since these are already cooked, these just have to get heated up. And so we'll have to do this in batches. And that's fine. So you're basically just trying to get your shrimp, you're just trying to heat them up.
Okay.
So you can see here, I'm almost filling this thing to the top, so I'm trying to be careful.
Yeah, it's an amazing cauldron of deliciousness.
It is a literal cauldron, it feels like. There we go. And we're trying to get these and just have them cooked enough to where they heat, and then we're good to go. There we go. Let's get our first batch of crab out. Oh, that looks nice. So now it should be covered in that bath of seasonings.
Wonderful.
Let's grab some stuff while we're in here.
Well, the shrimp look good too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, let's add some more shrimp. Sorry, crab. Oh my gosh. Go. So obviously you can put in what you want. If you're more of a fan of mussels and not crabs, or if you just want to go all in and just get mussels and crab, you can totally go in, get some clams, get some mussels. If you want to do scallops, if you're one of those people who just really, really love seafood, you can absolutely kind of customize this in a way that can make this more relevant for you. So let's get this out of here and let me show you what the finished product looks like.
Excited.
Yeah, me too. Can't wait to see this.
All right, here we go.
Once you put the feast down, we have to pull the boss within 2 minutes. So that's
yes,
that's always it. Everybody eat. Oh my god.
That is a feast worthy of a raid.
Oh wow.
So this is the Fisherman's Feast. So this is something to kind of show off to like a lot of people. So let me give you the top down so you can see a lot better what's going on here. This is all basically everyone for themselves. You go grab your pieces, get what you want, crack it open, serve it with butter, do what you have to do, get yourself a nice drink, loads of butter, bring your friends. So once we're all able to come together as friends again, you're going to be able to, enjoy something like this, a Fisherman's Feast for everyone. And you can see some of that crab meat's already out. Let's try and crack some of these pieces here. See if we can crack. We'll take this one. It's already.
I can almost smell it.
It looks tender.
I wish we had smell-o-vision.
I know.
So
oh, there we go. Oh, so lucky that came out. Okay,
Beautiful.
I'm about to make you guys jealous. I am so sorry. But I appreciate that you guys have been with me here today. So this is for you guys. Cheers.
Please enjoy it for us. I would love to be there. Wow.
Me too.
It is so good.
Looks amazing.
Looks fantastic. Well, yeah.
Now we're really hungry.
Well, hey, thank you. And thank you all for joining us, and a huge thank you to Sarah and Lula. We appreciate having all of you here today. Make sure that you all tune in to all the other excellent BlizzCon line panels we have for you. And see you all in Azeroth.